มาครับเดี๋ยววะวันนี้เรามีสปอนช่องแล้วนะ เป็นร้านเติมเกมเห็นไหม เดี๋ยวส่งลิงก์ให้ใต้คลิปเลยใต้คลิปตามปักอ่ะนี่อย่าลืมไปเติม มีโค้ดปะครับ ไม่มีดิแค่นี้มันก็ถูกแล้วยังต้องใช้โค้ดอีกเหรอนี่เราตัดเขา VTR ไปหนึ่งทีได้ไหม ระหว่างรอ เอาไปดูสวัสดีร้านตุนมากับพอยเปิดช่องทางเติมเกมใหม่มันมีเสียงเติมไว้จัด .com มาพร้อมกับบริการเติมเกมสุดฮิตสุดปัง ถูกเหมือนแจก ราคาแบบแบ่งกันเล่น คุ้มสุดๆเลย และยังเติม VALORANT ในราคาถูกมาก สามารถเติมได้ทั้งในเว็บและในไลน์พร้อมบริการตลอด 24 ชั่วโมง เติมถูกเหมือนแจก ไวเหมือนติดจรวด มีแค่ที่นี่เท่านั้น เติมไว้จัด .com มาเลยอ่ะเอาเว้ย มีเสียงใช่ไหมมีเสียง อีก50วิมาละพรุ่งนี้สกินแชมเปี้ยนเข้าใช่ไหม เข้าเกมไปดูก่อนเดียวมันอัปแพทมาด้วยตุนเติมมาโลดิสตีมคอนเทนฟาสอ้าวเขาเตือนด้วยนะ สตรีมนี้มันมีแบบว่าแสงวิบวับวิบวับไวๆอะไรอย่างเงี้ยวันนี้พี่เอ๋ยให้ใครครับ
เราเนี่ยจะมองไปที่เชนจีครับ
แล้วอีกคู่หนึ่งอะ
ผู้หนึ่งฮิเลติกครับ
เฮเลติกยังคงให้เป็นที่เฮเลติกใช่ไหมพี่เอ๋ย
ใช่
สำหรับการเจอ FPX ไหนลองเปิดเสียงดิเราอย่ากลัวลิขสิทธิ์เลยช่วงนี้พี่เอ๋ยให้เฮเลติกงี้เฮเลติกก็ขนลุกเลยเฮ้ยฟิกเกอร์เจ็ตผมก็มีเอาวิงแมนมาเอาวิงแมนไปไว้ไหนนี่เอาวิงแมนพี่เอ๋ยเอาให้ตลอดไม่มีผิดหวังพี่เอ๋ยว่าวันนี้เฮเลติกจะล้างคำสาปพี่เอ๋ยได้ไหมดูดน้ำโชว์ต้องวูดเหรอเนี่ยแป๊บแป๊บแป๊บแป๊บแป๊บแป๊บแป๊บแป๊บแป๊บแป๊บ เนี่ยวางไว้นี่กรุ๊ปเจนจีนี่แม่งยังตึงอะกรุ๊ปเจนจีกรุ๊ปเปเปอร์เล็กอะ อะไรสั่งหรือยังโอ้ my god แบบพู ใครวะ ใครปัญหาทำวะเมื่อกี้น่าจะเป็นทีมจีนสักทีมหนึ่งอ๋อเลยไปทานด้วย มาถึงก็เอา5ไปเลย เฮ้ย เดี๋ยวช่องเราไม่มีคนเชียร์เซนติเนลเลยเหรอแปลกๆ สวัสดีครับโอ้ยเจนจีโหดเลยอ่ะวันเนี้ยคือรอบที่แล้วแข่งมาสเตอร์แข่งที่เซี่ยงไฮ้ใช่ป่ะ รอบนี้คือแข่งในบ้านตัวเอง ได้บัฟบ้านตัวเอง เล่นในบ้านอ่ะ แล้วแปซิฟิกคือเจนจีแม่งลุกลี้ไอ้แบบว่าคุกคานมากับสนามเกาหลีล้วนๆ กรุ๊ปดีอย่างโหดอ่ะกรุ๊ปนี้ก็โหด ผมว่าเจนจีมาว่ะ คู่นี้นะเดี๋ยวอ้าวตัวนั้นสิโดนนิดหน่อยก็เปิดโอ้ต้องเจิมท็อป 3ดูไหมเจนจีอารอนเปเปอร์เล็กเดือดวะ เพลงแม่งอย่างหมอลำเห็นแล้วอยากลุกขึ้นไปเซิร์งโอ้โหพี่บุ๊กขอบคุณนะ2,300 บาทโอ้โหมาส่งซุปค่ายืมลงกิจยืมกิจกรรมประกาศอ๋อขอบคุณนะครับขอบคุณพี่บุ๊กมากๆนะครับขอบคุณที่ทีมอยู่เป็นนานๆขอบคุณครับโอ้ซุปแดงเลยเฮ้ยโอ้โหหมอนี่หมิ่นเจนจีเกินตัวสีแดงแต่เจนจีชนะผมว่าข้างบนอ่ะเจนจีข้างล่างเฮเลติกคิดว่างี้นะถ้าดูจากฟอร์มนี่ก็คือวินมันลิดนะเว้ยให้เพื่อน เอ็งไม่ดูสถานการณ์ปัจจุบันเลยหมอนี่ โอ้โหสุดท้ายมันเป็น FPX กับ Sentinel เข้า ช็อกช็อกโลก ขอบคุณนะครับพี่มุก ขอบคุณมากครับ ขอบคุณนะครับ ขอบคุณซุปแดงด้วยนะครับ เออพลิกโผเลย เศร้าเลยกูกรุ๊ป A เป็นบิลิบิลิเข้ากับ DRX ไอ้ยกรุ๊ป A ดิ แล้วกรุ๊ป B ก็เป็น FPX กับ Heretics Sentinel กรุ๊ป C ก็เป็นเทสอีสปอร์ตกับ Vitality เอ้ยทารอนก็ได้แล้วก็กรุ๊ป D มี DG จีนเข้า4 ทีมเลยตึงปะอันนี้มันเป็นคล้ายๆแบบว่าปิกเดมถูกต้องเลย CF ผมว่าเป็นรังแคน G2 อะรอบนี้อู้แต่ G2 มันโหดมากเลยมันจะไหวจริงๆเหรอวะ G2 มันเดือดจัดเลยนะใจร้ายมากให้เจนจีไปอยู่ตรงนี้อะไรก็เกิดขึ้นได้กุ๊ปซี่ขอเลวทานทารอนด้วยหาสายเฮดดี้มันเฮดดี้ไม่10 เมตรไม่นั้นไม่ไปนั่งดูทีวีแล้ว สวัสดีครับคาราซังคาราซังขอบคุณคุณปานินนะเหรอ5 เดือนครับขอบคุณครับมันปิดยังไม่รู้นะรอบกรุ๊ปสเตจอะเดี๋ยวดูให้แป๊บนึงอยู่ในเกมพอดีเฮ้ยไอ้ครึ่งชั่วโมงปิดทันด่วนๆเลยด่วนๆเลยขอบคุณคุณเมงนะครับผมสำหรับสมาชิกครับอย่าลืมนะเก็บตังค์ไว้เติมร้านนี้เลยตุนมากับพอยต์นี่เพจลิงก์อยู่ใต้คลิปเลยใต้ description เดี๋ยวแก้ในทวิตให้ด้วยพรุ่งนี้นะสกินแชมเปี้ยนนะขอลอกได้ไหมพี่อยากลอกอยากลอกเดี๋ยวเปิดให้ดูครับเติมไวจัดเลยเอ้าเกมไม่ขึ้นวะอ่ะนี่ใครจะลอกดูเลยอันนี้คือพิดิกผมที่ผมให้เซนติเนลที่4เหรอวะเชื่อผมใจร้ายมากใช่แต่ผมบอกเลยว่า FPX มีของเราต้องทายถูกให้หมดถ้าทายถูกหมดทุกคู่เลยเราจะได้เขาเรียกว่าอะไรไอฉายาที่แบบทายถูกหมดอะหายากมากกรุ๊ปเอเผลอๆผมว่าเดียเอ็กแม่งที่ 1เลยด้วยอันนี้ไม่ได้กวนตีนนะผมว่ามีภาพอยู่นะถ้าฟอร์มเหมือนแบบรอบชิงอะ ต้องดูก่อนว่าจะโชกจะแก้คำสาปได้ไหมในรอบไปเนี่ยรอบอินเตอร์เนชั่นแนลเดียเอ็กมันชอบงงๆ พี่เอ๋ยครับกรุ๊ปเอพี่เอ๋ยให้ใครที่ 1กับที่ 2
มีกรุ๊ปเจนจีปะ
มันมี Fnatic DRX Crew Bilibili Gaming
เป็นมาติกเดียเอ็ก
เหมือนผมเลยแล้วอันที่2กรุ๊ป B Gen G Heretics Sentinel FPX
เจนจีเฮติก
ให้อะไรนะ
เจนจีเฮติก
เอาวะเหมือนกันเป๊ะแล้วกรุ๊ป C อะเลเวทานทารอน Vitality Ted Esport
อ่าน
เลเวทาน
ขอดู
แล้วก็ทารอน Vitality Trade Esport
เทสต่อ
ใช่ทีม G Trade
อ๋อ
Esport
อีเวนต์ตี้เลเวนทานอันนี้แบบล็อกผลเลย
ใช่อ่ะไม่ทารอนเหรอ
ไม่ไหว
แล้วกรุ๊ปดีอ่ะเปเปอร์เล็ก EDG G2 ฟุต
กับฟุต
เป๊ปกับฟุต
G2 กับฟุต
เป็นไม่ไปแล้วเหรอ
รอบนี้ฟอร์ม G2 โหด
โอเคนี่โพลจากพี่เอ๋ยนะครับ แต่พี่เอ๋ยไม่เจิมเป๊ปนะ ถือว่าเจิมได้ดีนะ นี่ดิมันลดโคตรเยอะลดคนดูแชมเปี้ยนโคตรเยอะ ช่องเราจะมีคนดูป่ะวะเนี่ย แต่ช่องเราเป็นเสาหลักเกมจีเลยนะ ตื่นยังเท็กเจอร์ทำไมท่าหน้าเท็กเจอร์ดูไม่ค่อยตื่นแล้วพี่
เดี๋ยวมันโดนแบบแรกไปก่อน
โดนแบบแรก
แล้วตื่นเลย
แต่ถ้าโดนแบบแรกนี่ตื่นจริงนะแมตช์สำคัญ
ต้องโดน
ด้วย
ก่อน
ต้นมากกับพอยคือเติม Valorant นะครับผม
ถ้าโดนแบบแรกก่อนนี่คือเข้าสู่เจนจี
เติมถูก เติมไวมา เติมอย่างจรวด เติมไวจัด
ปรับแอร์ก่อน
เก็บแปะลิงก์ต่อสมาชิกหน่อยใต้คลิปเลยใต้คลิป บัฟเจ้าบ้านเลยนะเว้ย ห้ามแพ้ดีขอร้องเจนจี วันนี้พี่เชียร์ทีมไหน เจนจีกับเฮเลติกเหมือนจริงๆเซคเคนเนี่ยมองมุมไหนก็เหมือน เทียบรอซื้อสกินยังรอเลยครับพรุ่งนี้กับร้านตุนมากับพอยเติมถูกนะคือง่ายๆอ่ะคือแบบปกติเราเติม10,000 แต้มอ่ะเรา2,800ใช่ไหมล่ะอันนี้คือ2,400กว่าแบบตึงๆประหยัดเติมถูกแล้วเติมไวมีเรียนแต่แวะมาตั้งใจเรียนนะครับ ไม่เป็นไรไม่เป็นไรเซนติเนลก็แอบตึงอยู่นะแบบว่าแม่งมาแข่งแชมเปี้ยนครั้งแรกเจอเจนจี ทีมแม่ง
ปัญ
มี
หา
เป็นสิบ
คือมันแพ้ร้อยทีมารอบสำคัญอ่ะ
แต่เฮดทูเฮดร้อยทีมมันยันแพ้ไง
ประเด็น
เก
คือ
มเติมเว็บไหน เติมไวจัด .com ครับจัดมา
ของเจนจีใช่ไหม
อะไรนะพี่
เอ้ยของเซนติเนล
ใช่
ก็คือมันทำไม่ได้ปุ๊บหมดศรัทธาเลย
หมดสตาร์เลยอะพี่เอาจริงถ้าร้อยทีมเข้ามากับเซนติเนลเข้ามา พี่ว่าใครมีภาพกว่ากัน
ก็เซนติเนลแหละ
เซนใช่ไหม
ก็ยังเซ็นอยู่
ร้อยทีมมันแกว่งใช่ไหม
ร้อยทีป่ะนะ
ใช่
ใช่
เฮ้ยโหใส่เมื่อคืนจะหนักเนี่ยเซลซิตดูจากตาแล้ว นอนน้อยแต่นอนนะ ผมเจอคนซ้ายสุดในลิฟต์อะพี่เอ๋ย
ไอพิธีกรนะ
ใช่ด็อกเตอร์สเต็งอะผมเจอเขาในลิฟต์ เซลซิตนอนน้อยทำไมตามันค้ำขนาดนั้นซ้อมหนักอะตามันค้ำเยอะอะไรทำไมมันไม่โดนเลยใช่
I don't like trash talk, but dude, I'm the one guy you can trash talk. Don't worry. 너네 쉽다?
너네 쉽다?
Yeah, 쉽다.
쉽다.
Yeah, 쉽다 means easy.
Easy?
Yeah,
Easy?
쉽다.
Okay. 쉽다. 쉽다. Genji in Madrid was 쉽다.
Yeah. 상하이 헤르틱 쉽다. Yeah, 쉽다.
Well, on that note, I think we'll go ahead and call it there before we get into any more trouble than we might already be in. But thank you guys for joining me. Zelsis, I hope that this will be of great use for you while you're in solo queue. And Lakia, thank you for being our instructor and Jen, our translator. That's going to close it out for
ผม
us.
อยากได้เสื้อเจนจีตัวใหม่อะมันไม่มีขายอะวันที่ไป
Well, today we learned something new, but let's go ahead and see what the fan poll results are.
The
And
time
my
has come for
word,
the first
you
time.
guys came out for America's, but
คุณรั
I
ชิ
think
กา
there-
คุณหนึ่งเดือน
look,
ครั
there
บ
are a lot of Pacific believers, but no one believing in VCT China.
It's 4 in the morning
Yeah.
on the East Coast, and the America's voters are showing
Wait,
up.
it's 4 in the morning in the East Coast, which means it's 1 a.m. back in LA, right?
Probably.
So, oh my word, it's so late. Shout out to you guys, way to go. But here are predictions, and whoa, all right. Well, I also didn't expect this one
Oi.
here, but
Genji
everyone
หมดเลย
going
ว่ะ
for
พี่
Genji except for young Brennan, who's
Sure,
right
okay,
now
อีเบรน
rated
คือเดียว
number
ให้เซน
1
That's
currently.
clout, whatever. Genji's
Yeah,
the
it's not
favorite.
real.
Clout chasing. That's
What's
all.
going on with the FPX voters? Because I would have been on board with that in Shanghai. They look great there, but man, were they rough back in stage 2 in CN.
I would like to defend them.
Okay,
If
go.
I can.
Give me, you got 10 seconds.
Here's the deal. They do weird stuff. It's hard to predict what they're going to do against you. A lot of teams struggle playing against their weird style.
And they're playing
That's
Heretics.
big.
Yeah.
And they're playing Heretics.
They pushed
so-
them 2-1 the last time.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, honestly, both games are going to be fantastic. This is exactly what you want to see. I mean, it doesn't get any better than this. It's literally a rematch of Madrid.
It's all 3 of our finalists in one group from each of these Masters tournaments.
Yeah, you couldn't have asked for a better way to kick things off here at Champion Seoul. And we're finally here.
ได้มา
let's
แต่
go
เนี่ย
ahead and
Wingman
kick
กับ
off
เจ็ด
this bad boy with the
เจ็ด
biggest
อยู่ใน
event
ตู้
of the year. Genji versus Sentinels, FPX versus
ได้มาแต่
Heretics.
Wingman
Day 1 of Champion starts right now.
อยากเห็นสเตจไฟนอลเหรอ รีบลงพิกเกมตอนนี้ทันอยู่
ประมาณ
ก่อน
10 นาที
ก่อนเริ่มแต่ไม่ทันวันนี้ก็ลงของปุ๊บพรุ่งนี้ได้
ไอ้วิปเหรอ
누군가는 시간을
อ๋อ มันยังไม่ใช่สนาม
반복되고 말합니다.
ออฟไลน์อ่ะยังไม่ใช่สนามไฟนอล
우리의 끝을 맞이하게 되면 시간의 흐름은 또다시 반복될 것입니다.
제가 기억하는 한 항상 게임을 좋아했어요. 어렸을 때는 집에 컴퓨터가 한 대밖에 없어서 형들과 번갈아 가며 게임을 했었어요. 그때는 저는 빨리 게임을 하고 싶어서 참을 수가
แล้ว
없었어요.
หาคนหน้าเหมือนมาด้วย
ขอเล่นด้วย
제가 초등학교 1학년 때 선생님이 장래희망을 묻는 종이를 주셨었어요.
장래희망 적을 거예요.
저는 게이머라고 적었습니다. 매년 질문을 받을 때마다 제 답은 항상 같았습니다.
อะไรอ่ะ
저는 작은 동네에서 자랐어요.
แปรที
학교가 끝나면 저는 친구들과 PC방에 가곤 했습니다.
หลังเลิกเรียนเขาไปเล่นเกมแบบเพื่อน
마음을 먹으면
ใช่เลยอ่ะ อันเนี้ย
ใช่
วัยเด็กเลยอ่ะ
ๆวัยเด็กเลย
ใช่เลย
형이 e스포츠에 대해 이야기해 줬었어요.
ยุคนี้ยังมีอยู่ป่ะแบบเลิกเล่นเกมเลิกเรียนแล้วไปนั่งเล่นเกมกับเพื่อนที่ร้าน
แล้วยุคนี้ก็มาถึงตั้งวงหยิบโทรศัพท์แล้ว
제 길을 보았습니다.
แต่บรรยากาศนั้นคือแม่งคอมมูในร้านเกมจริงนะแม่งโคตร
제가 챔피언스를 우승하게 된다면 어떤 꿈이든 이룰 수 있다는 걸 모두에게 보여주고 싶습니다.
เอามันกินกับเท็กเจอร์ไปอยู่ห้องเดียวกันนะอยู่ใกล้ๆห้องเฟนติกเนี่ยเฟนติกนี่แบบว่าไม่ไหวเสียงดังเกิน
APEC buys the most bundles in the game.
สองคนนี้เล่นเกมกันแบบว่าระเบิดระเบ้อ
And sell the Sun bundle.
เหมือนพี่น้องเลยอ่ะ ดอนกับเห็นอ่ะ
คล้ายจริง
교체하는 현재. 그리고 오늘 2024년 발로란트 최고의 16개 팀이 이곳 서울에 모입니다.
These are the superstars of Valorant, and I cannot wait to see them compete on the global stage.
last year. I wanted to make that achievement
หลาน
happen.
อันนี้มันเป็นแบบใส่ไปนิดนึงเวลาทำไอ้ที่น้ำอ่ะเวลา
Taking
ฝ
our
น
foot off the pedal on the tournament
Ah.
that matters the most. This year we started slow.
เชี่ยเดี๋ยวนี้ดูวิ่งเป็นจออย่างนี้เลยวะ
There's a certain
จอแบบ
energy that we haven't felt
มันจะจอ iPad อยู่แล้ว
lock in or
แต่พอ
taking masters or even now that we're at champs, it almost feels like we're hungrier than ever.
เพิ่มดังมากไม่ได้ดิเดี๋ยวเพิ่มให้ก็ได้แต่ในหูผมก็ดังระห่ำเลยอ่ะ
Legacy. People talk about these greats in games. If I'm able to go back to back and achieve the same heights that I did the year before,
เชี่ยถ้ายืนข้างหลัง
then that just
นึกว่าพวก
proves
ไอ้หนั
the
ง
legacy I'm leaving
เรียก
behind
หนัง
as
ฮ่อง
well.
กงอ่ะที่มันเป็นเจ้าพ่อยืนนี่เล่าประวัติ
It's painful coming so close to getting the trophy. I remember looking at Jing's face. I felt it too. They're like my family. I don't want this to happen again.
ไอ้ดาราท่านหนึ่ง
This year, I'm gonna finish what we started.
Me and Con already lifted the trophy one time.
As
The
far-
other three guys want to do as well. So we're gonna give all that we got.
Our goal is to win champion, no matter what.
이제 e스포츠로서 한국이 얼만큼 위대한 나라인지 전 세계에게 알리고 싶습니다.
ơi, ồ. Mà luôn à.
นั่งตั้งนานข้าวไม่มาเปิดตู้ข้าวมาวาง
สนามดูแคบๆนะนี่
It's a juggernaut matchup, a Madrid final rematch. You got Sentinels going up against Gen G, the kickoff here at Champions 2024. Two of our most prolific teams in all of Valorant facing off against one another. And this matchup is going to be awesome.
These are the only two teams this year
ก็คือคนที่ได้ของยังมารายงานตัวไม่ครบเลย
เฮ้ยอบิดว่ะพี่ที่สุดเกนทีมก็ปล่อยแล้ว
เฮ้ยถึงแน่นอนถึงแน่นอน
เชี่ย
แน่นอนครับ
This is super shocking. Abyss has been Gen G's permaban, so they're clearly
หลังจากที่แบนมาโดยตลอด
on this map. Sunset
ไม่เก็บแผน
has
ล่ะ
been a real pain point for Gen G this year. They haven't been able to find the success they want with the comp they've been trying to run with the Jet on point. They don't usually run the Raze, so that makes a lot of sense.
แต่
to
เรื่อง
go
ที่จะ
to
แบน
ban
ซันเซ็ต
that map.
ถูกแล้ว
I felt like they were
เซ็น
going to
มึ
have
ง
to leave
อา
that
ถรรพ์
open
จัด
against Sentinels, but this is really interesting to me. It shows that they're working on Abyss.
Curious what we're going to get on Haven as well.
Yeah, that's a big question for me because
แต่
this
Gen
has
G
been a
เรื่องที่
really
จะแบน
solid map, I
โล
think,
ตัส
for
กับ
Gen
พี่
G
แต่
in stage 2. They're one of the few teams that
แต่
have
คง
stuck
เข้า
to
ใจ
the
อะเซน
Viper
ไม่งั้นจะ
ideas
เข้ม
were
จัดเลย
super prevalent
น่าจะ
last
ดู
year.
มาแล้ว
They're not playing the breach.
น่าจะแบบว่า
They're stuck in the sky there.
กลัวโดน
And
แก้
Sentinels
ก็เลยเอา
have been playing that kind of new standard comp
เอา
that
อา
we
บิด
used
มา
to
เล่น
see
แม่ง
a
เลย
lot
ใหม่
back in
ดิ
the day. The breach,
ต่างคน
the
ต่างไม่เคยเจอ
Sova. And I actually think it's kind of tough to play that into the Viper, right? Those
แสดงว่าไม่เล่นเอาชัวร์อยู่
breach
นะ
are a little tough to clear
เออ
back
แสดงว่า
from
เล่น
the
เอา
wall
ชัวร์อยู่
and ideas
เพราะว่า
like that. So I'm wondering
ถ้า
if they had
ถ้า
some
ถ้าเซนติเนล
specific
ปล่อยโล
build
ตัส
up
แสดงว่า
against
เซนติเนล
that
ต้อง
comp
ทำโลตัส
that
มา
was
เพื่อที่จะ
very
สู้เจน
prevalent
จี
last
แล้ว
year in Americas.
Yeah,
Dab-
I mean, I
Dab
think you
yung
have
collab.
to look to bait out a lot of that utility. That was something DRX was doing really good with some push and pull at A main to
Okay.
really keep it off balance. So, okay, John QT on the Cypher this time for Sentinels. But yeah, Gen G sticking with their comp. They've done it all year. They haven't really changed their comps. Once they settle
ยัง
on
ไม่ชอบ
something
ด่าน
they
นี้เลย
like,
ว่ะ
they don't go away from it. Even though DRX did take them down on Haven in the grand finals in the very first map. Other than that, they've looked good in the two other times they played it.
For Gen G, I think you should be watching out for how they play their flood defenses with this Viper. Having that orb on the A side, having the wall across B, it gives you a lot of potential to have
มัน
the
กินไปเล่น
echoes
ไว
moving
เปอร์
around
กับ
on the
KO
side, finding gaps in the
คือสอง
execute
ตัว
that
นี้
can
ไป
be
ได้ทุก
really
ด่าน
punishing if Sentinels isn't ready for it.
Yeah, and of course, Sentinels. A lot's going to be leaning on Zekin here to try and get those early engagements going for them. But I am curious to see how the utility is going to shake out here for the Breach, for the Sova, how that's going to play, as you had mentioned before, Mimi, going up against that Viper.
Gen.G is going to really struggle to contest Sentinels on these extremities. The Breach comp is super good for taking a lobby, early space like that. So it's probably going to rely on a lot of retakes here for Gen.G, but they're great at them.
Oh, doggy. It's now time to get ready for map 1 of Masters Madrid. Or excuse me, we got a Masters Madrid rematch. I got Spain on the mind.
It's
going to be amazing. We're here at Champions, baby. Let's go ahead and send it over to your casters. You got Brennan Sideshow for the call.
Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, let's get to this one. GB's already teed it up. Listen, it's that Masters Madrid finals, that rematch between these two teams, where honestly, both of them peaking at sort of the right times, but drastically different trajectories in terms of where they've landed over the course of 2024.
แต่ภาพเซนโคตรจางเลย
with that. You're looking at the two teams that have lifted trophies, but Gen.G have gone from success to success.
แต่ไม่แน่ดูกันอะไรเกิดขึ้นได้ด่านนี้เซนติเนลเลือกด้วย
that we often see from very good teams. I will say though, when it specifically comes to Haven, paper thin, talking about it on the desk. That A lobby control was so important for the one game that Gen.G did end up dropping on this map. I think that's where the Breach Sovacom is significantly better. You see that A control given up, but no, watching onto the high ground angle, takes you back in a way, still flashed up. Won't be able to get too much done here. Gen.G not able to flood defense in time, smokes up. Might be looking for a bit of a contact play, but a call for the pause is made by SEN. They're just going to wait this one out for the util, still holding it down. Still adjustment from Sassy, it's good. Leaves it just down to Meteor. 1v3 here for our pistol. Can he do it? First obstacle removed. Plenty more where that came from though. Revealed up just in the last few minutes. Reloads off. Turret up. Catches one of the contacts, but Sentinel's not willing to give them too much of a fight here. Sassy's so wide out into the open 14.
Oh, 10.
10
us to break this one. The single shot.
Oh, we Meteo. Sure. เหลือเชื่อวะ
ทำอะไรวะน่ะ
คือเมื่อกี้แม่งไม่มีภาพเลยโดนยืนช็อตลง
The hit into sight. Gen.G rattled, unable to get that flood retake working. And what did we just witness? The Red Bull clutch comes through in a spot that it should never. I think we've got to start there. This is a situation where he should get traded every single time.
Gotta agree with that.
And the home crowd roars.
That's a 1v3 and Gen.G to continue that kind of dominance with the pistol round, starting it up. Conversion to the bonuses. Josh, you were chewing my ear about it. Off in the green room, you know, talking about how good this Gen.G team is when it comes to just being able to get those early advantages.
Yeah, if you want to let me nerd out for a moment there. Gen.G, our third best team when it comes to pistols at Champions, but they're amazing at converting bonuses. So assuming that they win this round, which means under quite a bit of pressure here.
Quite a lot, actually, overwhelming. Damage is being done to them, but
been
flooded in.
And should be all good.
And it should be, yeah.
Texture.
Spikes drop down, Zeltis. Not much chances for him. He might go around the world to farm up some orbs, but...
And so look, Meteor is going to have enough to buy up a rifle in the next round. They've got 2 Guardians, Bulldog rifle. They're the number 1 team at Champions in terms of converting these bonus rounds. In round 3, round 15, where you've...
นี่คือเขามีสกินแชมเปี้ยนอะไรใช่ไหม
And I think part of that is because they take them so seriously. They have such incredible aimers. If they have
มันจะเป็นครั้งแรกนะที่อัพเพชรก่อนเรา
first bullet accuracy on almost all of these guys on Gen.G is remarkably good.
เฮ้ยจริงไหมเนี่ยโอ้แต่มีคารอนดูหลัง
A little bit of an Easter egg, I think, of things to come.
โอ้ไปสักไกลเลยเซลซิส
Celsius, I think he's just looking to give away his body at the final moment. I mean, he has nothing really to play for apart from that extra ult point that he could try to get online, and to be honest, he's not too far away from getting it early on in this map.
Yeah, and spotted out and finally cleaned up here. So inevitable here, but now we can start to look forward to this bonus round. Gen.G usually cooking with it.
They are, and I'll tell you what, I've been watching a lot of both. Well, I've been watching a lot of Gen.G on Haven. I've watched all of Sentinel's Haven, but they haven't played it very much. So that's an interesting dynamic, isn't it? Because SEN are going to read into what they've seen from the VODs from Gen.G, And one of the interesting things is Viper Orb always going towards C long instead of A. That's an interesting quirk of how Gen G play this. And they have two different Viper walls. This one, the most standard, which is going to throw towards A. And then he has an aggressive one for A lobby, which I thought they might pull out. But here on the bonus, looking to try to punish anybody that takes a peek mid.
Bit of spam damage just laid down into the wall here. A lot of presence showcased here. But just going walkabouts. Wants to make a go of things.
No cam tap.
Yep, no cam, no turret to catch that contact. Now the dash is active. They missed the timing. Right behind now still. It's a bullet straight to the back. Now, potentially an opening. We'll attempt to slow this one down. They want to try and get rid of most of this util. There's a bolt line to try and follow through Zekken. Got a lot in his face here still. Nothing to really shut them down. Meteor dodging the flash up the wave. Looking snappy and magnetic into the moment. Still a TP forward. Sentinels not to be disallowed this. But pushing through the one way. It is chaos incarnate. Down to that 1v2. Munchkin. Upgrade in hand. Now he's going to make the most of this one here. Sentinels can't afford to throw away these player advantage situations. Not like how the pistol round got started for them. Dart is good. Spots out Munchkin now, but he's got a lot more to do. Molly at the feet, Sassy. Push back and away and wide. Bit of spam and straight bullets. Gets the reload off, but there's only 6 left to him. He's got to do so much with it. Not able to, not against Sentinels there in this instance. The discipline finally reigning supreme.
So there we go. Gen G unable to convert the bonus this time around. Still off to a decent start with some good damage done. That's going to knock the Sentinels' economy slightly. But I think more important than that, as we look towards the rest of this half, is how the map control game plays out. You can't really run big C execs against Gen G. That's the power of the Viper Orb at the top there that they run. But it does make their A-holds weaker, I think. The way that DRX was able to beat them on this map was by taking A-long control.
ผมไปลองเล่นดูมาเมื่อวานผมรู้สึกว่ามันดีขึ้นนะแต่ก็หรือสถิติไม่ค่อยต่างกับเล่นภาพเดิมก็เลยเล่นภาพเดิมแต่ฟิลดีนะฟิลดีมาก
ถ้าคนแบบว่าไม่ได้เล่นแบบ PS ไม่ควรปรับ
At least just preemptively trying to get rid of some of the killjoy util. Turrets up, trying to spam one of the more common locations, but they don't actually know where it is. Shifted and moved along, so none of those bullets will be landing. Drone up through C. Makes it feel like there is some presence and pressure being pushed up into it, but a lot of players
รู้สึกเลยว่าตัวเองเล่นไวขึ้นอ่ะแบบปุ๊บปั๊บปุ๊บปั๊บไวขึ้นแต่ว่าจะลองเล่นดูแหละไม่ได้
And if they do decide to pop B here, Munchkin's going to be there fairly early with a snake bite.
มันดูเซียนดิ
Trying to go back towards garage.
He's trying to play an off angle to get ahead of this util that they might use to clear this, and he is ahead of the full line.
เกือบได้3
คุ้มเลยเนี่ยเจอ
คารอน Into the moment still with 4 seconds left, there is room to breathe. Bit of a pause is called. Cage falls alongside the wall. Munchkin was not ready for that. Ferrari Peak in action here.
30 seconds left.
Tap, hoping that the rest of these players are going to come swinging out of the open, and it leaves it once more down to Meteor. 1v3.
เหมือนจะเสียทรงครับ
Round 4 on the pistol round, but he did convert, but this one is a little bit more, at least tougher to chew through, isn't it? Contact's caught by John, and he will deliver the round.
2 huge kills there from Sentinels. One from John, the other from Zekken, both in B main. And I think those are the 2 that really turned that in favor of Sen. After Texture got a double kill, most of the time I think that should be wraps.
Yeah.
And yet, really strong, quick aim coming out from John Cutie and Zekken to be able to pick off players on Gen G. Both Karen and Munchkin falling in those spots. It just opens up the whole site for them. Gen G are going to have to respect that. If Sentinels are shooting and they've got a firepower advantage early on in this game, well, a lot of things are going to change.
That's knocked Gen G down to that weaker buy. It's a good time to talk about, you know, the overall feelings heading into this match, because a lot of people would, I think, pen Gen G as the heavy favorites. That's understandable considering Sentinels were slacking a little bit towards the end of stage 2.
ถ้าไม่ได้
falling off a little bit. Of course,
เซฟเหล่าแรกวันนี้สภาพอย่าง
the Blade Storm might be able to return at least some of it, but tagged up by the drone. You got to respect that. Backing away, it's a bait and switch though. Got to make the most of it. Meteor's back in there too, orb in their face. Not thinking about it, but as it's dropped, Meteor is just out in the open, and this slow, cautious tail that's really being told by Sen across the map. It's working dividends.
It is, but because they didn't take a long control early on in the round, and they don't have
น่าจะ
drone,
แบบใครแบบ
it's
มั
going
น
to be tough for them to end A here.
เจอที่
The
อาบิท
choices
ครับ
are between B and C, and that's mostly where the Genji defense is.
อยากเห็นเขามาบิด
There
แล้วอะ
are still opportunities for this to go wrong for Sentinels.
อาบิท
They've got
วันนี้
time
น่า
on
จะ
the
มี
clock.
อะไรแบบดีๆ
I'm
ให้
not
เรา
sure
เห็น
that John's
เมตา
going to be able
ใหม่
to
ๆ
re-explore
เปิด
this
เมตา
entire area confidently.
ปืนลาเกียนี่แม่งอร่อยช็อตจัด
Go though.
There's Genji at least. Two waiting for
มีแน่หนึ่งศพครับผมพี่จอน
Yeah, I mean, Josh just
โอ้โหเน้นเข้าไปที่หัว
handle to them, fault line into the corner as well. But you want to go into this one with a rolling thunder. It is committed. Still as an orb and a snake bite in your face. Aftershock. Narrowly avoided. Flicker the wrist. Dodges the flash. Still the reinforcements are here. This is the danger zone for Sentinels. You're walking straight into the maw, and it's only firepower. They're going to be able to bail yourself out. Texture can only do so much with that sheriff in hand, and the plan has to be stuck down. Bullet spraying and praying away, but Tens ready to lock it all down.
Recovered there towards the end for Sentinels.
มันยังอยู่
But
ไอ้
I'm
ตรงเหล็ก
really
นั่น
not
เอง
liking the way that they're setting
ปืน
themselves
จัด
up in
แต่
some
ว่า
of
แม่ง
these
ก็
situations
ดีเลย
because they're not taking A control.
เพราะเขายัดของมาแล้วไม่มีใคร
They
เช็ค
limit
นะ
themselves so drastically in the late round. Yes, they're able to barrel their way through there. And yes, it doesn't matter too much that John goes down to the Bucky and short, but that got close and it had no reason to necessarily. They just found themselves stuck.
Importance of that A lobby control, though, that you were hammering home is going to be all the more here. Texture's got the operator in his hands, and I think this is being tracked by Sentinels now. Got a sight set towards it. It's a drone. Texture's ahead of this, though, to fall, and he misses the flick. Ah, there's a dash into his face. How the hell do you avoid this? You don't!
โอ้ย
It's
เสีย
all
หาย
supplemented. TP up into heaven. Tens is there for the backstab just in case, but Sassy was the one to clean it all up.
เสียหายหลายแสน
You're just looking at a save.
That's so lovely. I mean, that's a wonderful play over
เต็มเลยครับ
towards A
Genji
there. Adding the Soverall into the back of it too. Texture had an opportunity, but it was a tough flick to be able to get onto Zek, and he does the reverse peek, crossing over the bricks early. He is often good for those. His aim's pretty spectacular with the op, but this time, Sen come out on top, and Zekan's got that killer instinct just to rush him down early. I was talking about how, you know, not fully convinced yet at the way that Sentinels are approaching the attack side, despite the fact that they've been good so far with rifles in hand. But if I'm looking at just the teamwork, coordination, their rifle aim, everything's looking very clean right now for Sen.
สวยนะเนี่ยแฟนทอม
That A take inspired a lot of confidence in me. So far, it's Genji firmly on the back foot here.
Yeah. Sentinel's coming out swinging as well. Don't let that 4th seed in Americas fool you. What a finalized finish as well for them in stage 2.
They had a 6-map win streak at the start of stage 2. Yeah, it's something that I think people have forgotten because they went out ignominiously from the playoffs. And they'd lost to G2 right before the playoffs as well. But they're still a competent team, and if you catch them on a good day, woe betide you.
Yeah. You think about this Sentinels team as well. It's all been leading up to this. The big moment here at Champions, the end of the year. They started their year in Korea with the Africa tournament, and now looking to potentially lift even a trophy, but maybe getting ahead of ourselves here. It's only day 1, and it's only the first match. Tens punishing the peak there. At least they all pick up onto Munchkin.
เห็นล่างตัวอ้วนว่ะ
McCage up as well, covering the back of Tens.
So this is that Viper wall I was talking about. It's designed for A-long control, but they couldn't control the Tens teleports. Very cool anti there, I think, based on where they saw the Viper wall.
Karon, he wants to press forwards. He spots the barrel. He knows that there's a kill to be found. We'll claim it. Double peak is up, and the trade in sights here for Sentinels. Seekers, considered by Lackey, are now offloaded here just for that extra information. But Sentinels are still working with about a minute on the clock here. They can afford to just slow it all the way down. But Meteor, again, the risks have to be taken. He's the one pushed past and forwards. Most of his util.
วิดันยับ
รู้หมดได้ยินหมด
Surely he has a free one on Tens.
Backs to it. He's watching the wrong angle, but
จับ
yeah,
คนช้า
Tens
1 นาย
unaware.
เรียบร้อยรู้แล้วว่า
แล้ว
ย
เป็
ก
น
บอล
สโมก
Crossed up here. Sentinel's going for that quick reaction now. Full speed ahead over towards the C site.
And without Munchkin alive, no Viper orb, C becomes much easier to hit.
Oh,
But
the
there's
Phantom
always
side.
going to be that lockdown coming from Garage. How do you... not Garage, coming from... What is that kind of placement? Just to make sure that it doesn't get contested?
I mean, Sentinel's going to be pushed all the way up onto site here. They can't actually fall back into the long angle flash.
อุ้ยโมเมนต์
Dodge here, second has dropped. This is disjointed here by Sentinels. The aftershock has to get used now. Meteor wrapping behind.
โอ้เฉียบ
And a
โอ้
coordinated attempt. It works to full fruition. Gen G. Beautiful work.
What value from the lockdown as well. I can't say that
ถือ
I've
ว่าคุ้ม
really
นะ
seen
ล็อ
too
กดาวน์
many
นี่
people popping it down there to go for the C retake. I was
บีบ
also
ให้เล่น
watching Texture's POV. He had to dodge 2 breach flashes and Lakia's flash as well. He's spinning his crosshair left and right just to try to keep his vision intact so that he can help on the retake. But that's the first one.
2023ที่ว่ามันไม่เชิงเวนโดว์พรามมันเหมือน
And it wasn't looking great for them until Meteor made that play walking down mid.
แค่ตูดมันเหมือนพรามแต่หัวไม่ใช่
Disadvantaged spot. Sometimes
แต่เนี่ยคือไอออนเลย
risks like that.
Of course. Yeah, I mean, he's all
ลองนึกภาพดูสมมุติว่าถ้าปี 2024 อ่ะเฟนทอมมันเนี่ยไม่เป็นเฟนทอมรีคอนแต่เป็นแชมเปี้ยนโอ้โห
TP though, Black here side by side. Him and Caron not ready for that one.
เอาวะมันเริ่มจับจังหวะนั้นได้
Forced to back away. Texture's wondering which way to look.
You see that Tens went for the same teleport again. So every time the Viper Wall's been in this spot, Tens has tried to TP into this cubby. But this time, Munchkin wasn't just sat there in the open picking up an ult orb.
ทำไมดูช่องตัวเองโดนโฆษณาวะเนี่ยเดี๋ยวก่อนนะเปิดอะไรขึ้นวะเนี่ยแล้วหลุดเลย
This time Genji not needing to take too many risky plays, wandering forwards here. The pit is going to be dropped at the minute mark. This is lovely. Supplements the defense.
But it also stops you getting any further info. I say that, but actually Karen, having gone on top here, is still going to be able to get info down short. So it keeps 2 players A on the defense.
ถ้าอยากมีสกินแชมเปี้ยนเท่ๆแบบพี่เขาต้องทำไงครับ
Struggle to get through that.
They really are.
ต้องเติมครับต้องเติมร้านเติมไวจัดนะครับผม .com
Meteor. It's going to walkabout here. Oh my, almost time for the peak there.
เติมถูกด้วยเติมถูกแล้วเติมไวอย่าลืมนะ
Drone's going to be used to clear through into mid.
ใช่ครับ
Sentinels have only got 30 seconds to really work with into this one. Again with that player disadvantage.
Ui,
Ken's
Tin.
TP up top and away. And he spotted his players completely unaware. Genji still lucky. He's going to get a handle onto most of this one. Caron pressing forward. Smokes watched for. Genji have toppled.
พี่จอนเอาหมดเลย
That is an amazing play from Sentinels. Genji always flood defend and try to pre-take over towards B. Zelsis tapped that knowing it was coming. I mean, he knew with 100%
รีคอนเฟนทอม
that they were about
แต่
to
ว่า
push
พี่
through
ชอบ
that
สุดละ
smoke. Hard red. There's the advantage of having those VODs to watch from Pacific.
Yeah. Munchkin not interested in playing for this one as well. Just wants to keep the op into the next. It's a big tool they're going to be using.
ไม่น่าขัดน่าจะเซฟออฟละ
Gives us time as well to talk about, you know, the general feeling heading into this one. It was already kind of mentioned on the desk with the map pool stuff, with Haven being played.
เติมเกมอื่นไหนมีครับ
We
มี
haven't seen much of Sentinels at all.
No.
And there's a reason that they picked it here today. They feel like there's weaknesses to exploit on Genji's side. I would have to agree. When I was watching, it looked like one of the weaker maps for Genji, surprisingly. It was my overall hot take coming into the event that felt like their map pool wasn't quite as shored up as people were making out.
The weird thing about that, though, is I feel like we've seen Haven so little and from so few teams at an elite level.
นี่เสียราวพก
Actually,
นี่
I
แอบ
still
หนั
feel
ก
like
เยอะ
Genji's Haven is up there, top 5, top 3 in the tournament.
From what we've seen, yeah.
Maybe I'll change my mind after watching more of other teams play, like Sentinels here. But, you know, Sen had only played it once before
เป็น
this.
ดอลมันต้องดูสำหรับสเปย์กับ
They
แท็บ
lost fairly convincingly.
And so it's hard to tell, right?
It's really tough to tell.
Size, yeah.
It's tough to tell who's good on Abyss, obviously, but also Haven at the moment. I think, you know, as we head deeper in this map pool, even more unknowns. The decider, if we got there, would be Abyss.
Oh, Abyss. I mean, I would love to see that map 3 already into the round here. It's going to be quadruple face up in through mid. John QT stepping up late.
อุ้ยจะเข้าอย่างเร็ว
Looking to send it straight through into the B side as well. But a spam into the smokes, aftershock as well. Nobody's going to be able to press their way forward to pass. But the Tens does get dropped.
Those
That
are spam
spam, I
though.
believe, coming out through the smoke. Trailblazer spotting it. Paranoia rolling front out for
Ui,
the
nó
back.
thi
Nobody's
phở.
watching this 1 second. He's going to be dropped here, trying to fight for the site control. It's all over the place. Sentinels caught completely unaware, and a spray down transfer just does not connect.
Oh, Meteor.
Everybody falls once more. This time, it's Sentinels.
ทุกอย่างเกิดขึ้นเร็วมากแล้วลาเกียตายไปคนเดียว
Genji maybe 1 step closer to making it equalized at the half.
And Genji 1 step ahead there too. Notice how Sentinels were spamming into the smokes, expecting Genji to be set up for that pre-take, for that flood defend. And instead Genji hold a little further back. Not much, just a little, in order to not die to that early spam and get a big retake off altogether. These minute differences in timings are messing with what Sentinels were expecting. And especially if you get a freebie like that early on. But look how unexpected that timing was for them to go through the smoke.
ทำมิ่งล็อกฝั่งนู้นกันหมดเลย
Try and fight for one of the extremities down towards B, just the slightest of timings that are off.
And that's how fast Genji adapt from one round to the next. It doesn't take them long.
There's a reason that they've made every single final so far this year. That's an accolade that not many teams at all can even claim. Munchkin trying to stop this one as well. Never be attempt and push in, spots the player, spamming away. Somebody needs to cover this one down and below. Stunned up, matters not. Second, just walking straight into this one. Still Karon is out. And
Karon
delivers it side by side. Him and Lakia. They push back any aggressors. And the spike drop down into no man's land. There are no chances left for Sassy.
Another spot where you feel like a Gen G player's caught dead to rights, being double swung essentially. And the leader in terms of any Rookie of the Year awards pulls it out again, a 2K. Just a slight wiggle of the movement too to shake off a few bullets.
Yeah.
Watching Karon is a delight.
This guy is so damn impressive, and he's even the one to finish it here. 5-5, being that scoreline.
ในแรงก็ตึงอยู่นะคารอน
Talking about that Rookie of the Year candidacy, I mean, there's not many that can really hold a candle to them. One of them is in this server with him.
Yeah. I mean, John would be probably second, maybe Woot, it depends what your argument would be. But they're both so far behind Karon, they can't even see him in the race.
Yeah.
He's sprinted off into the distance, over the horizon. It would take one of those guys like John or Woot, champs, honestly, to overtake him for Rookie of the Year. Like you said, Gen G have been in every finals with a rookie player basically straight from ranked. That's insanely impressive.
Yeah, really never seen anything like it.
So 5-5, big recovery from Gen G. Yes, they got the pistol, but it looked like Sentinels were in
ถ้าเกิดได้
control
ยิน
of
เสีย
this
งจัด
rifle
ในช็อต
rounds
นี้
up
พี่เอ๋
until
จะเข้าไปไหม
recently. Sen going for a few too many plants on B.
Again, looking towards Garage.
เลยย้ายไซส์เลยฮะ
Trying what they're going for, looking for a bit of spam into the corners just in case there is that one of them held. Up angle, Meteor's caught on the cross though. Trying to wade his way past that one. That's a leg shot. John barely surviving Seekers. Pushing forwards. Lakia smelling that blood in the water. He definitely wanted to hunt that one out. So it's equalized. 4 versus 4. And it causes that reaction now out of Sentinels. But they're going to be walking again. It's a paranoia. It's an Anaswarm. It's an orb up in their face.
โอ้แล้วดูตะเกียบดันยาวเลย
มีใบเบรกจังหวะ
They have to go for the C exec once the orb goes down. But this just becomes so
พลาด
obvious.
มาหันบอกเลย
Again, the players are meeting their match. It's Gen G.
ซื้อเวลาให้เพื่อนเขาใส่ได้อยู่
Able to just try and fight this one forwards. Hunter's Fury. That was the extra element needed. Lakia right from behind. Texture follows up with a shot and still got to deal with these players. 2v2 now. 36 seconds left. Not enough with the offset of the movement. Lakia will be dropped extra 3 HP.
30 seconds left.
Looking this way, that way, head on a swivel. Doesn't know which way to look. It's an impossibility almost at this point, but at least the spike isn't down. It's the one thing working.
จริงเอาช็อตตี้ยิงระยะนะผมว่าเทนก็ตายฮะ
Plant from Zelz is stuck, committed. Needs to be held out here. Weak players all around. It's all about this first shot that lands. Finally, needs a second one. Dash now active. Doesn't know where he is, and it's wrapped all the way round.
อุ้ย
You absolute
พอ
animal.
สเลยพี่เอ๋เวลาเราไม่เท่ากัน
He's such an incredible player. Walking back into the backside of C, checking
มันเล่นเหมือนมันรู้เลยนะ
default. Pulls out his shorty, thinking that he'd killed the healthy player, realizes he's wrong, still has time, even when he guesses the angle incorrectly first, to readjust. It's just unbelievable watching these guys play sometimes.
สองราวเลยที่แบบเป็นทีมมันได้ยินที่ไม่ผลได้
It's off the chart.
It really is. You know,
ไม่ควรเกิดขึ้น
we've
ด้วย
got a mini-map.
Yeah.
He's operating fully in the dark in this spot, and he's got a
โซโล่คิดในใจเว้ย
perfect
ธรรม
timing.
ดาไม่ต้องคิดกันสมัยหนุ่มๆพี่ก็ทำได้
Munchkin can't even believe his eyes.
36 35
What a delivery.
34 33
32 31โอเคเท่ากันเลย
Of texture and still now look towards it. The final round here of our first half.
แต่คนในฮอลมันเฮก่อนเราพี่
Gen G have got a 4-player stack on A. This is a
บอกให้
hard
คนใน
read.
ฮอลรีเฟซ
Right, They've only been going A when they want to finish A. I think that's another flaw a little bit with the way that they've been doing their attack side calling. They're not really taking A control and then pivoting off elsewhere. Maybe this round they will, and maybe that'll be how they convert round 12.
Trailblazer broken, doesn't get
อุ้ย
concrete
น้องโอ้โห
information. Just being held here
ต้อง
by
ไปดูแข่ง
Sentinels.
NA ครับผมเป็นเดนิวมาแบบสะบักสะบอมครับ
Zelsis
เอาอะไรไปชนะครับผม
break some of this util up through
จะบอกอย่างนั้นไม่ได้มันก็มีเปอร์เซ็นต์แหละแต่จะดีกว่า
firmly stuck in the mud. They are not drifting away from this A anchoring spot with 4 players ready to receive.
I think if they break the turret, it will have to pull people off A.
That's what they're going to be trying to go for here. John QT with 40 seconds left. It's broken.
They didn't move a muscle.
Only just now, Munchkin, a TP at least, it's faked out.
The hardest of hard reads.
Yeah, I mean,
a Munchkin classic.
They think these rotations have occurred, but listen, Gen G, They put up all the barricades. They are ready to receive every single player. Full line over and
อ้าว
through.
ขออยู่ด้วย
มุมลาเกียร์นี่มา
ถือว่าแก้ตัวเมื่อ
Once
กี้
inside of it, the wall up in their face. Sentinels cannot step past it. It's up to
อ้าว
Sassy
อะไรอ่ะ
and more. With only 15 seconds to do it. Your options
กำลังจะชมเลย
pretty much entirely ran out. Updraft
อุ้ยแล้วโดน
away, fade away with a blade storm. It's a flourish to finish, man. And only a few seconds remain before Gen G take this lead. From
แล้วถ้า
first
แพ้
half
นะ
of
เหี้ย
Haven.
เลย
No
โอ้แล้ว
time
เมทีโอ
to play with 7 to
โอเค
5.
ไหลมาแบบ
Stare at.
ไม่เกียร์ทำอะไรเมื่อกี้
Incredible
โอ้
end
โห
to the
เล่นอย่าง
half
สวย
there.
ช็อตแรก
Ended up being the worst
ช็อต
killer
สอง
attempt.
ยืนมันกลางรางเลยแหละสโมก
อยาก
หมด
พีคหน่อย
Insane stuff.
What a way to open our first game at Champs. I feel like this rematch of Masters Madrid Finals is delivering. We've seen some awesome stuff.
ด่านแอสเซนนี่
Certainly have. This has just
Dạ,
been
ครับผม
dominance and what a return.
โอ้น้อง
of
ก้า
the fire from Gen G after a quite slow beginning, honestly, but
กล้า
unorthodox.
ใคร
But
คน
they
แรก
are in the driving seat here for
เป็น
Haven.
เล็กอยู่แล้วพี่
Sentinels map pick of our opening
ปั่นหรือเปล่า
match
นี่
of Champs.
น่าจะไม่ใช่วันนี้
โอ้ยโห
ผมให้เจน
ถือว่า มองขาด
เดี๋ยวพี่จะบอกนะว่าพี่เจนเหรอ
เอ้าใช่สิ
ชิบหายแล้วพี่
เอ้าเฮ้ย
มองกันใช่เหรอเข้ามาอะไรมันโดนเช่นระบบมาตอนแค่ไปตอนไปโอ้เพลงนี้ผมว่าผมโดนว่ะขออนุญาตนะขอโทษที ใครที่จะเติมแชมเปี้ยนนะครับ ยังก่อนนะ เก็บไว้เติมพรุ่งนี้นะ เติมแบบร้านเติมไวจัดนะ อย่าลืมนะ เติมถูก ผมว่าจะเติมเหมือนกัน คือปกติตัดบัตรตลอดที่คือจ่ายเต็ม เอาตะเกียบมาคีบกินนะจะได้ไว้นี่เธอถือถ้วยให้ไหมปกติปกติไม่เป็น เอาหน่อยคือถ้าให้หน่อยโอ้โหไหนๆก็ไหนๆละจะได้แบบมีรายได้บ้าง จริงๆผมแอบให้เจนจี20เลยนะ เพราะว่ารู้สึกว่าถ้าเจนจีได้เฮเว่นอะแอสเซนมันบ้านเกาหลีอยู่แล้วโหโคตรยากอะจริงเซนจะชนะได้แต่เหนื่อยสัตว์อะ
Essentially a tough out. They haven't really been showcasing much of their map.
เอ้าเรียบร้อย เห็นอะไรป่ะพี่เอ้ยเทคโนโลยี
อะไรอ่ะ กินข้าวอยู่พี่มันกินข้าวอยู่เมื่อกี้
เทคพอร์ตเนี่ยพี่ ใครทำน้ำหกวะ
เจอตัวการแล้ว
เห็นไหมไอ้คน
สตาร์ทเข้าชาร์จอยู่
อะไรอะเอเลี่ยนเหรอใครเอาเอเลี่ยนมาแข่งด้วย แล้วเพื่อนที่ทำงานผมทำน้ำหกพอดี ทามมิ่งใช่ไหมเพลงตีนี้ไม่ค่อยติดหูเท่า2021กับ2023เท่าไหร่เลย ผมว่ามันเป็นสไตล์มากกว่า สไตล์เพลงของ2022กับ2024จะเป็นเพลงผู้หญิงแล้วแบบว่าเขาทำสไตล์แบบ ไม่ใช่สไตล์1กับ3อ่ะเข้าใจปะแต่ผมชอบนะ ผมชอบทุกอันเลย แต่ว่าถ้าจะถามว่าชอบอันไหนมากที่สุดมันก็ตอบได้แหละ แต่ว่าเราโฟกัสกับเพลงที่เขาทำมาก็ดีอ่ะมีเพลงให้ฟังเยอะดีชอบส่วนตัวก็ชอบทุกอันครับ แต่ถ้า2021มันเข้ากับไอ้นี้มากกว่าการแข่งขัน
In champs, maybe if they even just make the grand finals, they have a very solid claim to being the greatest of all time team. And that's
แต่ถ้าฟังได้หมด
Fnatic
ไหมก็
still
ได้
in
หมด
this tournament with a very similar roster to the squad that won back-to-back at Lock-in and Tokyo.
I mean, their consistency is just unheard of, especially with how challenging this year has been. It's a very condensed schedule.
แต่เพลง 2021 กับ 2023 ก็เข้าใจว่าเวลาฟังมันให้ฟีลขนลุกกว่าเพราะเราดูแข่งอะ
It's all slow for now. Creeping and crawling up through mid, looking to see if they can get any of those.
แต่เพลงดีทุกปีครับผมฟังทุกปีเลยมีดีทุกปีเลย
There's a trip in their face. Texture. It's going to be chewed up by that one. A couple of stray shots. Yeah, you flying it away. A tap as well for the reaction.
You can see there that Texture was intending to updraft onto the high ground inside that smoke. The trap stopped him. Cam sees a lot of this info, but it's only Zelsis home.
Yeah, peeking away. Just can't quite land one shot that was necessary there. So Zelsis will push back that play that's occurring. The timing that's taken. Munchkin.
Timing.
Oh, wide open. Right for the taking. John QT's drop.
โอ้มันเลิก2 คน
เลิก2ไซส์อะ
เส้นบอกกูเครียด
Potentially a closed case, but still Sentinels, they do have that retake utility in their back pocket, just waiting for it to potentially come online. 17 seconds until the dart.
เดี๋ยวพี่กี่วิกันเนี่ย
For the fault line.
จบเป็นเรื่องอ่ะผมจบไปแล้วเนี่ย
จบไปแล้วเหรอ
จริงไหมเนี่ย
ผมก็ว่าอยู่ทำไมพี่ดีเลย์จัง
ตอนนี้พี่ดูอาบิสอยู่ครึ่งหลัง
โอ้โห
แบบ3เลยเหรอ
ผมอยู่ที่ไหนเนี่ยอันนี้กำลังยิงสแกนอันนี้เซคันด์ตุย
โอ้โหแปลกจริงตอนนี้แปลกจัด
เอ้ย
ทำได้เหมือนเมเทโอวินแรกเปล่าซาซิ
ไม่ได้ อันนี้เขาเล่นเวลา
เขาเล่นเวลา
Almost inevitable that they claim once more.
18
And that pistol was
27 26 25 24
โอเคแป๊บนึงนะ
23
texture had
22
failed to get onto the high ground.
21
Trying to get
จริง
simultaneous
ๆกล้าใช้ม่วงอ่ะแล้วก็กดพอสกดโอมันจะเท่ากันตลอดง่ายมาก
เมื่อไหร่พี่ผมใช้บ้านแดงพี่ม่วงมันโฆษณาเยอะ
ไปช่องหลักนี่แล้วหรอ
โฆษณาทวิตอะโฆษณาม่วงอะ
He also got in position to throw that orb deep towards CT. Soon as the orb goes down, Karen throws a smoke and Texture's inside of it.
ตอบน่าจะมารอบสเตจป่ะ
Works beautifully. Yeah. The small details are hammered out so well by Gen G. They've had a lot of practice, a lot of matches to be played this year.
แต่ผมใส่เสื้อ CGI นะดูดิเห็นนะผมใส่เสื้อ CGI ครับ
Hoping that Sentinels will peek into them.
The cam from John Cutie was positioned a little further back in the previous round. It's going to be getting them good information on this side of the map.
Yeah, Trailblazer. Just a check in case there are trips there. Clears the way through most of the side. Not sure if it clears.
ดรอปมาแล้วนี่เอาเหรอ
Second off into
บอกว่าดรอปมาแล้ว
don't like what they saw. Gen G instead moving over towards the B site. Flash overhead, no connection there. Karen will stick this one and the gamble stack is
งานแสดงน่าจะรอบชิงครับ
They got Viper Orb onto the plant. No Snakebite to work with, but double Nano Swarms as long as Meteor stays alive.
And everybody's looking all over.
แปลกๆ Meteor แก้ตัวได้อยู่
Ahead of the rest of his team looking to try and trade this one.
ว้าว
ว้าว
อุ้ย
เหมือนจะวิป
บอลเลต
All the avenues watch.
ว้าว
Forwards once more. So Gen G, it's flawless on their anti-eco. Again, looking towards that bonus round. It's going to be more than healthy.
Flawless.
Leader of Texture looking just very much in control.
เวลาแก๊งนี้มันเล่นพวกเชอร์รี่พวกกาเดียนมันดูส่งพลัง
Remarkably good game out here on Haven, but not enough. Gen G failed the first bonus. Even the best teams in the world, by the way, are still winning less than 60% of their bonus rounds. So it is a difficult round to be able to convert.
แต่เคนยังไม่ตื่นเลย
2 bites at the apple here on this map, and a chance to run away with Haven.
Wall up. It's difficult to get the timing here. Zelsis is holding his fault line, but all the players are already way ahead of him. Sassy.
That doesn't even stop them contacting.
There's no way.
Can't believe they didn't give it away there.
There's no way. They don't even spam. They're just all the way up, and it's all for free here. Paranoia.
โอ้สูตรนี้แบบ
It's all offloaded, concatenated, out and over the top as well. It's down to 10s to hold
ว้าว
จะอยู่รอบ
ว้าว
เห็นตัวอ้วน
It's magnanimous. This guy will not be
เห็น
stopped.
ตัวอ้วน
He denies any attempt to take that A site.
กล้าลองยังภาพเคาน์เตอร์อ่ะ
Gen G left scrambling.
ไม่ชอบ
They should have had that. A dash into sight, an amazing flash from Zelsis to actually push them back
ยัง
just
ไง
a
ก็ไม่รู้
moment.
อ่ะพี่
And Tens recovers after immediately being blinded.
เพราะว่าเกมนี้ภาพ1,900มันดีสุดแล้ว
He's
อ่ะ
left on the floor in a 2v4.
มันไม่เต็มจอ
CS ไอ้นี่ใช่ไหม5-4ใช่ไหมมันต้องคำนวณอีกภาพหนึ่ง
Holding this one steady.
ไปแบบคนอื่นไม่ได้
Most of the A sites. Rifles are swapped around. Noise is being made. Plans not even pushed back here. So Karen Weber able to get that extension into the round and got a feel with Gen G. That's sometimes dangerous. You don't want to give them those options and opportunities. Caron inside the smoke, not being cleared out. Moving, TPing, still being watched for Meteor 1v2.
โอ้โหถ้าปิดตัวแรกไวนะ
เจอพลังกระโดด
แล้วก็โดดแบบนิด
Sentinels
เลย
have
อ่ะ
paved the way to a victory.
And thankfully for Sentinels, all of Ten's hard work does not get discarded at the final hour. So they bring that gap down to 3. A little bit of damage done, not too bad for the Sen economy, but they're going to take a tactical timeout here.
It's the first one of the match.
เหี้ยตัวมันอ้วนมากอ่ะ
Second is struggling. I didn't even realize at this point, to be honest with you, because I felt like he was getting into sights fairly well. But he's 5 and 13.
Yeah, struggling quite a bit.
And Zeken's one of those players that, yeah, from a map-to-map basis, maybe you could argue he's slightly inconsistent. Only slightly. But to be honest, in every major tournament, he's always the highest performing player for Sen. And he's actually gone up in terms of his ACS all year.
เทนบอกให้หูเทนยิงแจ่มมากเอาไป3คนมาขอชมสักที
So to see him at the bottom of the
ให้เขา
scoreboard
พอด
right
คุยกัน
now,
เทนสอนปรับภาพ
it's a
อ้วนหน่อย
little concerning.
ต่าง
But
เมื่อ
if he
กี้อยาก
wakes
ปรับ
up,
บ้าง
it could be the difference maker. I think that's something you've got to be taking a look at here, is whether Sen want to get an op into his hands, and whether they can from an economy perspective too. He's been buying the Outlaw in the last few rounds here, but he hasn't quite been where Gen G are looking.
No, money's just been slipping quite tight for them in terms of them just trying to get that operator. You can see opting even for the Outlaw here, you know, getting that sniper into the hands of at least a Jet player. It's tried and true at this point on Haven. It's got to be a key part of your defensive protocols. But yeah, it's a bit of a bargain bin buy, isn't it? And only the 1/2 armor target of texture.
Yeah, it's unlikely to find too much success. He's also been running at
What
C.
is this pathing that's been pinged down by Gen G?
ไม่เมื่อกี้ยืนรอยิงได้แต่จังหวะวาร์ปมันตายพอดีตายก่อนวาร์ปเพราะว่าโดนหันกลับมายิงใช่ป่าวน่าจะใช่แหละเพราะว่ามันตายจุดที่มันวาร์ป
Of course, not running a killjoy. It's going to be gaps potentially there. We'll see if Sentinels are able to cover it.
Just to look at the other side of the map as well. Recon Dart finally thrown out 20 seconds into the round. Because if you throw it out early, the Viper Wall is really disguising it. Zeken almost caught contact and Munchkin's lurked his way up again. I'm not sure which one's going to be the game changer here, A or C.
Ten's going for the peak as well as Barrels. Points now trying to bait a shot.
เฮ้ยดูดินี่พอดีเหมือนมันยังกะเห็นนะ
ว้า
ที่มันเห็นมันงงปะ
โจกเลยอย่างนี้แมน
โอ้โหทำวิ่งแบบเป๊ะ
Immediate pivot. Caron, he's straight there with him. Turret broken down into mid here, but the A site is theirs.
โอ้โห
Texture
อุ้ย
removing John.
2-0อย่างไวเลยอย่างเงี้ย
2-0อย่างไว
เฮ้ยแล้วยิงติดตัวเลยเหรออุ้ย
Playing forwards here, at least with the dart in hands, and the rifles are not
โอ้
doing
แล้วเล่นแฟนทอมกันหมด
and Celsius up against
ขาย
the
สกิน
walls.
ใหม่อ่ะช่วยเลือกขายก่อน
Even an easy fight in the slightest, the movement ajar.
เล่นวันด้ามาทั้งชีวิต
วิธีเสียงยิงมันดูแบบไอ้นี่อยู่นะน่าใช้อยู่
That is a brutal decision for Sentinels. Not one that they could have won at all, but their economy's going to be in a really rough state. Zelsis has got a bit of money, so has John. The rest of the team, dirt poor. Think about the way that Munchkin is getting space down short, right? If Sassy throws a recon dart at the start over towards A lobby, Munchkin's just going to play around his wall, and he's going to dodge it, and you're not going to get any good information. In fact, you might even get bad info and think it's cleared when it's not. So they need a different way of being able to get information there. You're either going to have to re-clear with the Sova drone from short, or you're going to have to fight that. And Sentinels have not chosen either option.
อันนั้นคือแบบไม่อัพหรอสีขาวๆอ่ะ
ไอ้เท็กเจอร์
ผมว่าสีขาวไม่สวยกว่าว่ะ
I think there's a ton of things that Sen could improve on this map if they ended up rematching Gen G later on in the tournament here, or if they can figure it out mid-game.
โอ้ยได้ด้วยวะ
ต้องวัดมาต้องหามุมเหลี่ยมวัดมาดี
โอ้โหเกือบตาย
Watching for any sort of mid presence.
one of those spots where you might
โอ้
want
เซ
to
เคนหนัก
give the
จัด
gun
เหรอ
over to
แต่ยังไม่ตื่น
your teammate. It's rough though, because Zekken really wanted to try to get aggro, but with
เจ็ดแหลก
only
พี่
48 health, what can you do?
เจ็ดแหลก
Space is taken
แหล
over
ก
by
จริง
Genji. Another perfect read.
Munchkin's IGL in. It is magnificent.
มันเท่ว่ะสีขาวเนี่ย
People maybe didn't credit it as much at the start of the year, but defense side hard reads, attack side he
แต่พอ
fights
ไม่อัพปุ๊บ
so
คือ
often.
ไอออนแชมเปี้ยนของจริง
It's
จริง
right up and together. This guy is just
ถ้าอัพมามันยังพอแบบกลมแบบบดบังความเป็นไอออนได้นิดหน่อย
deep flash, fault line onto texture, but
เท็กเจอร์มันชอบเล่น
ไม่โดน
มาก
ขาว
เลย
เหรอ
came from buckets of it.
อ้าวโดนกันหมด
โดนหมด
Pushing them back and away. Sentinels be
Oh.
lucky to get anything. Still, Caron drop towards
โอ้
the
มุม
back.
เก่งด้วยดิ
โอ้ไม่ได้เอ็นอีกแล้วลองหรือเปล่า
เชี่ยมุมเก่งเท็กเจอร์จัดอะ
Got a feel for him, man. You got
เอาอีกแล้ว
This has been happening in Pacific over and over again.
ใครแย่งวะ
The texture got was in
โดนแย่งอีกแล้วเหรอ
He's had
มันเป็นคนเดียวที่แบบ
12
เกือบเอ็ดแล้วอาการออก
He's had 12 4Ks
หนึ่ง
since his last ace.
สองสาม
Look at him.
สี่
This one should have been it.
คนสุดท้ายลาเกียว
โอ้โหลาเกีย
Should have finally ended.
It's so funny. Oh, man. I do love texture. But can Sentinels find an answer? Now that they've got rifles back in hand, the gap has opened up to 5. It's almost looking
เพื่อนจะ
insurmountable.
เกิดสักหน่อย
It has to shift
โดนกุมกำเนิดเรือ
Updraft dash up and over. Flash to follow it up as well. Nobody's in sight.
อุ๊ยเราเข้าอย่างลึก
It's given up almost entirely and it's put the squeeze onto the Sentinels player. They heard all that util.
อุ๊ย
They don't know which way to look and they
เกือบ
can't even get the kill drips on
โอ้โห
one
หมด
line.
หมด
That's a potential team utility to just colliding and clashing into them. Hunter's Fury.
โอ้
Panicked. It's offloaded.
โอ้โหพิว
Desperation does not work out for Sentinels. Not this time. They did not know how to react to that.
Very nice pathing to bring out in a crucial round, and Texture's looking to close it.
And he's just
Only
showing
10's
his
left.
face. Right click, but followed up by Lakia. That's the 12th round.
ทีเดียว
Genji one step now. So what they have
น่า
to
จะ
take
ไป
to
ไว
lock up this
ดูแล้ว
map.
เฮ้ย
I think if there was
เดี๋ยวนะ
one
พี่
round
เอ็ม
you could
พี่
point
เลือก
to
อันดับ
to
สองใคร
show
อ่ะ
that divergence of trajectories we
ของ
were talking about at the start of this
ใน
cast,
กรุ๊ปเนี่ย
where
กรุ๊ป
Genji
นี้
have
เหรอ
just gone from success to success,
Heretics
building on
Heretics
their grand finals
อันดับ
appearance
สอง
in
อ่ะพี่
Madrid.
ใช่
อันดับหนึ่งอ่ะ
Compared to Sentinels, who
Genji.
Yeah, like
struggled
Genji.
really to recapture that magic. I think this round would be it. A beautiful call, fantastic pathing, and Sentinels scrambling their protocols falling to pieces. Second tactical timeout now used by Sen.
Yeah.
It might be too late at this point. Their weaponry is so poor. They've got to try to contest short to make sure
ไม่
the
เซน
Munchkin
เซน
doesn't
มัน
go
ทรง
for
อย่าง
the
นี้
lurks.
ตั้งแต่
But then they've
นัด
also
สำคัญ
got to
แพ้
be
ร้อย
able to
ที
defend
แบบ
the
แพ้ได้ไง
seaside, where they don't have nanoswarms, they don't have the Viper to be
ต้อง
able
ลุ้น
to
แบบ
work down
ลุ้น
there.
ให้คนอื่น
They're probably
แพ้
not
ถึง
gonna
จะได้
have
มา
Tens hard anchoring
โอ้โห
that spot. There's just so many questions being thrown at them. They do not have the answers on this side of the map.
Yeah, I'm not seeing it.
อ๋อแชมป์กลุ่ม
Just the
แช
fact
ม
that
ป์กลุ่มให้
Sentinels
ฮี
are
เรติก
now
นะ
gonna
แช
do
มป์กลุ่มให้ฮีเรติก
with again the weaker weaponry, knocked down to half armor. It's Bulldogs, it's Guardians in play. But just the ideas that
ถ้า
you're
เป็นพาติเด็กผมให้แชมป์กลุ่มอยู่
contest with Munchkin. He's been able to get free reign over towards A lobby.
มันไป
in
รีเพสมาแล้ว
lurks and timings he's
ไอ
taking.
มิสปาติเด็กครับ
And
ผม
it's so hard for Sentinels to even control
แล้ว
this
วูดไปดู
situation.
เวล
They
เนี่ย
wanna do it essentially like a jet op, but everything being able to get the money together. And even if they did, there's a Viper wall in their face.
Exactly. Yeah, I must say that as well. Even if Zekken does fight short against that Viper wall, it's
อีกทีมอะไร
really
นะ
tough.
Yeah.
You have to be very smart, but
FPX
also
ปะเอ้ย
very aware that you can have that Viper wall dropped on you at any moment, and Munchkin can
ใช่
threaten
ทีม
the fight.
FPX
ผมว่ามีภาพ
The
อยู่
best
นะ
duelist in the world can take those fights, and Zekken is capable of doing that kind of stuff. But
เฮ้ย
Sentinels
มัน
have
หามุม
decided
ใหม่
they're
ด้วยเหรอ
giving Garage
ไม่น่ามาหาตอนนี้นะ
A lot of players going to be watching though.
ไอเท็กเจอร์มันท็อปเฟกแล้ว
That's Paranoia primed and ready in case there is that early aggression. Contact plays are called. And this is Genji looking for that closer. No signs over towards Garage. Instead, they set it over towards the B
แล้วบีอย่าง
side.
โล่งมีเซลซิตอยู่คนหนึง
Watching this. Smoke up in his face. Flash up and over, Karen with a TP, and even a committal to the plan, but that's an aftershock to push him back and away. Dash still there, Zekken spots it, here's the one, but nobody's giving him an easy fight. Meteor dashing and backing away, still with his B-side control, texture, he's put straight past it! And none of that fault
Wow,
line,
wow,
so
wow.
survive. He's with the trade there, Flash in and through, over the back, 4v4. Plant down,
มาดูโค้ดแพนของ
gives
เจ
him
น
that
จีเดียว
information and a sight hold
จะ
right
ทำได้หรือเปล่า
Exactly what Genji are looking to cook up. Munchkin still with that orb up in their face. Dart and a paranoid.
ยังมีคนดื้ออยู่ยังมีคนดื้ออยู่
Sight players.
ยังมีคนดื้อจริง
เพื่อนเขาออกกันมาหมดแล้ว
To the front, Sentinels have got to try and strike at least when he irons hard and
เฮ้ย
find these kills. There's
มันจะยังไม่จบนะ
two left to deal with.
เฮ้ย
Finding them. One after
โอ้
ไม่จบนะ
มีคนดื้อจริง
Around exactly when they needed it. Just as Genji had
ขอบคุณ
got up to that point.
อะไรยูเจนนี่ยูเจ
We
น
saw
นี่
the
มันอ่าน
same
ดี
level
ป่ะ
of ideas from Genji
ยู
there.
จินี่
Going
ขอบ
for
คุ
the
ณนะครับ
BXZ.
สำหรับสมา
Okay,
ชิกค
that
รับ
gets stunted by an aftershock from Zelsis. Let's try to pivot and crunch the player's garage. That also gets shut down by Zelsis. Then the breach ult is online. It's just a massive round from the Vibes Merchant. Selling wins as well
เด็กเจอ
here.
นี่เวลามันไม่แข่งมันก็มันดูเล่นตลกมากเลย
Needs to be doing more of it. It's not just
ว่าแข่งเลี่ยงเดือด
No, I can't really focus on individuals, despite the fact, you know, Zekin is sitting at the bottom of the score.
ขนาด
It's been a
ใน
while.
คลิปที่ไปกดล็อบบี้อะโดนน้องก้ายิงยับเลย
Come to offer
เล่น
any
ตล
sort
ก
of
เนี่ย
bailout.
วัดมุม
At the same time, you do want to be putting your duelist in a position to influence the round, right? And so the fact that we haven't really seen Zekin
อ๋อน้องยูจิน
is a bit concerning. You know, again here, he's looking to try to find
แต่เซนมีปัญหาทั้งทีมเลยนะคือปกติอะ
Trailblazers
ตา
have
ซี่
never
จะ
been
ไม่ได้ยิง
broken.
ท็อปแฟล
Just being given free reign to clear the way. Good space for Genji.
น่าจะมีอะไรผิดพลาดนิดหน่อยวันนี้
I think you're worried in that.
คำสาปใช่ไหมเวลาครูยิงท็อปแฟกก็เหมือนกันเลย
And that's
เนี่ย
it.
อุ้ย
ตอนเนี้ย
Peak, still Zekin makes the adjustment.
แต่เคนต้องสเต็ปอัพ
Heads
ก่อน
to the cranium, and there is the value.
อย่ามาตื่น
Had
เรา
to
ดี
come
เด้อ
about through that sheer mechanical skill.
Here comes Munchkin. He's trying one of these classic A-lurks. Tens has been watching for it. He refuses to get duped again.
But there's a chance for the timings to be missed here. And which way is he going to look?
เทนบอกวันนี้มีมุมมาใหม่
Mirrored plays
ไม่
from
ได้เลิก
Tens and Zekin.
แต่ยังมีซีไง
Pushes Genji back.
กระโดด
It's just lurks and
Double
lurks.
lurk.
Yeah.
It's
อุ๊ย
the same
เฮ้ยเอาอีกแล้วเหรอ
lurk up A and lurk up C at the same time. One gets broken, the other doesn't.
Yeah. Trip broken. Meteor. It's
Oh,
got an open
timing
side
แบบ
for them.
30 seconds left.
A 3v5 though, Brent. They're not going to close out the map here, surely.
But it's Genji. You never know with this team.
โอ้ย
They really shouldn't.
อัดเข้าไป
โดนได้เลย
Full
นะ
breach
ซื้อเวลา
utility for Zelsis. Sassy's going to have Recon coming back online, but you probably don't want to wait
พัง
for
เลย
it.
And there's the first Shocky. Preemptive at least with the debt, so one of the Nana Swarms is off. Meteor finds it.
มันจะ
เฮ้ย
3-5
โดน
นะ
กูตกใจว่าจะออกไปพีคแล้วแบบ
Now the backstab, but
ตึง
maybe just pushing back in a way.
โอ้
Lucky
โหมุมลากยามุมเก่ง
This is even going to be doable. Flash in through the box. Smoke is up in his face. A tap in his way. That's a bit of spam to follow up. Caron. And now a lot more to do. Spike being diffused. Stuck fully. Intense there to defend him. Sentinels are still alive in this map. They're not going to be going down one map just yet.
6 chances for Genji to close. Now down to
เอ็น
4.
จีเวลามันขึ้นเลข2หลักทำไม
The
มันชอบทำให้
Sentinels
ตื่
pick
น
up
เต้นตลอด
2 retakes. Both times happy to allow Genji to get into the site, but then making sure that they deal with any extraneous threats. I mean, in this situation, they had a big player advantage too. It was a nice shot from Zekin. He's going to now pick up the operator heading into round 21. This is, I think, the first time that we've seen him with an op in hand, right?
Yeah.
He had 2 outlaws earlier.
ผมไม่งอนในอาการฟิกเป้าขึ้นบนหัว
together, but he's found many targets. Still a smoke in his face. We'll push him back. Going to be given that early sight line. Texture's even watching just in case he is updraft up onto the box.
โอ้โห UA 3
Mind
คน
what they see. And they got to know that the money is available for that operator. It should be at the back of their minds as long as they're looking at the scoreboard.
That flash down A short, and now the Trailblazer indicating that Munchkin did not find an early timing. Sentinels were not sure, but now they should have a good idea that this is actually the pack of Genji.
How do you anchor it? Locked down. It's unconventional. Doesn't really stretch all the way out towards this A side. Sassy, drone, spots it. They're wondering if this is potentially fake pressure. Tens overstaying it, just about escaping. 50 HP though, and now it's being fully committed. The Molly at the feet as well. They are separated.
อุ้ยดูของมันลงดิเชี่ยผมเลย
Nobody is allowed to
ตั้งใจจะอยู่ไม่ได้อะ
คือเซตอัพไอ้ไวเปอร์ทีเด็ดเลยนะเวลาเข้าเออะ
เอ้ย
เอาฮะ
คือเมื่อกี้แบบว่ามันวางอันติแล้วแบบเหลือที่ไว้เล่นนิดนึงโอ้โหแบบพออันติจะหมดด้วยของมาแบบ
A rifle for John QT. They're going to need to be handed a couple of easy kills.
Oh,
Meteor will not give them anything at all.
Wow.
A 4K
Wow.
to finish up the
มา
map.
เพื่อเอาแชมป์
Haven is theirs.
ผมไปเช็คหวยบ้าง
Sentinels with a map pick that I think made some
GG
degree of sense. They had the VOD
อย่าง
advantage,
นี้น่าจะ
the
2-0 นะเนี่ย
map advantage,
Ascent
and try to
ด่านที่อะไรก็เกิดขึ้นได้พี่เอ้ย
At the end of the day, those holes though, ironed
มัน
out,
โหดเกินว่ะ
and Texture looking fantastic with over 300 ACS to open up champs.
Yeah, unreal performance by Textures. Looking to
โอ้แล้ววันนี้มันมาทุกคนด้วยไงไม่มีคนหลับ
but also that undisputed title. We've still got plenty more of the series. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
คือตอนแรกมันปักล็อกดาวน์ใช่ป่ะผมก็สงสัยนะว่าแบบเอ้ยมันเหลือพื้นที่ประมาณนั้นมันจะโดนของเบรกปะวะแต่พอแบบล็อกดาวน์จะหมดอ่ะไอ้เชี่ยของมันแบบเต็มไปหมดเลยไอ้ตรงของแบบของตรงที่จุดจะยืนปล่อยของได้อะแล้วแบบก็โดนพิกเจอร์เข้ามาบีบคือถ้าคุณไม่ยิงของหรือไม่หลบ
เฮ้ยเดี๋ยว
ของ
พี่มานะ ไปรับลูกแป๊บนึง เดี๋ยวรีบกลับ
ได้เลย
ฝากก่อน
คือแม่งโอ้โหแม่งเฉียบจัดอะนึกไม่ถึงว่ามันจะเป็นแบบเนี้ยในแข่งมันก็ยังนึกไม่ถึงเลย
ไกด์สวัสดีครับเฮ้ย
คือมันเป็น
ต้องรีบไป
เป็นเบสิก
ไปออก
มากนะ
ตรงนี้
กับการที่
รูปเริ่ม
ล็อกดาวน์แล้วมันจะมีที่ที่แบบว่า
เดี๋ยวมา
ดูไม่ได้แล้วต้องแบบไปปิดอ่ะแต่นี่คือแม่งเป็นด่านเฮเว่นอ่ะแล้วจุดมันแบบว่าไม่ได้แคบขนาดนั้นอ่ะโอ้โหแม่งโด
เคย
น
มี
แบบ
เพจเกมไหนแพ็กตึงทุกเกมยกเว้นเคาน์เตอร์เกมออนไลน์เพจทุกเกมของบ้านเราตึงหมด
กราฟเจนจีนี่คือก้าวกระโดด แล้วเราก็ต้องเห็นเท็กเจอร์แบบ4 คิวอีกต่อไป มิสเตอร์4 คิว แฮกเจอร์ลาเกียจัดให้ไง เอาง่ายๆถ้าเซนติเนลชนะแอสเซนไม่ได้ก็ยังไม่มีใครเห็นแผนเจนจีในด่านอบิสอยู่ดี คือคู่อื่นที่แบบว่าต้องเจอเจอเจนจีไม่งั้นก็คงลุ้นให้เซนติเนลชนะ ไม่งั้นก็ไม่ได้เห็นแผนเจนจี นี่ดูคีย์แคปของแท้ อันนี้ไม่มีขายด้วยนะ รู้สึกจะไลออดเขาจะให้เผื่อแรกกว่าไอตัวนี้ นี่เห็นนะนี่คือใส่ทำไมผมใส่ไม่เอาไปใส่ตรง W เพราะว่ามันกดไม่ทัน กลัว เอาไปใส่ ESC แทนแล้วกันเดี๋ยวไปใส่ตรง W ตรง V ดิใช่มันไม่เท่าครับเดี๋ยวมันจะเล่นยาก
Where they're just like coming at you from angles you're not expecting
at the same time sometimes.
Yes, exactly. Like they're really
แล้วผมจะเอาปุ่ม ESC ไปไว้ไหนวะเนี่ยผมมีคีย์แคปของบูตติ้งอยู่จะทำกระป๋องมาห้อยดีกว่าอยากไปเดินร้านจ็อกแก๊กร้านแกดเจ็ต
The casters were talking about this, but I think they did a really good job of varying the pace at their retakes. We saw a lot of those fast flood defenses that they're known for, but also a lot of slower rounds where they were leaning into those set retakes on B, on C that were also really effective. Sentinels in Madrid was known
BOT ครับ BOT เกมหน้าถ้า Sentinel แพ้ Gen G ก็คือ 2-0 เลยครับตามภาพผมก็ทายไว้ 2-0 เหมือนกันเพราะผมคิดว่าฟอร์มเซนตอนนี้มันแปลกๆมันเหมือนจะดีแต่มันก็ไม่รู้ว่ามันแกว่งเกินอะถ้ามันมามันก็มาแหละ
do it as much on Ascent. It's more like a Lotus, Haven, like some of the maps where he has a little bit more room to maneuver.
มันจะเล่นเดดล็อกป่าววะเซนมันชอบเล่นเดดล็อกด้วยด่านเซนเนี่ย
Talked about it in Shanghai where everybody else is playing ranked and grinding, and he's out there with an iPad just watching teams 16 hours a day, just trying to get reads on them. So that's part of the reason he's able to do some of the
สองลาวอะที่เสียไปเนี่ยกับไอวินแบบเนี้ยโดนคัด
texture clutch that we just watched were stolen, quite frankly. But it just shows that, well, Gen G is known for the honest Valorant, the really good setups in team play. Their individuals are ridiculous to pull rounds like that off. If those two clutches didn't go through, this would have been a lot closer a game, and I think would have given a lot more opportunities for Sentinels to build some momentum into this.
Yeah, well, and that goes back to what we talked about in the pre-show, that Gen G wins round, they have absolutely no business winning.
Yeah.
And this happened in the pistol, it happened in that round with Texture, 3 HP. He's the one peeking those angles with the ops. They're holding in one case, Tens is just holding that angle, and Texture still wins that battle. That's how fast he is. And moments like that is what make this team so difficult to go against, because you can be as prepared as you want, you can set up great crossfires, you can do a lot of good things, and Gen G can still break you.
I do think it does bear mentioning though that this was
ผมเข้าใจเซคันด์นะว่ามันเกิดอะไรขึ้นมันไม่ใช่มันไม่ตื่นหรืออะไรหรอกผมว่ามันเล่นยากเว้ยมันเล่นยากจริงจังหวะจะเข้าไซส์แล้วมันเป็นตัวเปิดไงลองนึกภาพดิถ้าคุณเป็นดูเอลิทแล้วคุณต้องไปเข้าไซส์ที่แม่งเป็นเจนจีที่แบบว่าทีมที่แม่งเล่นเป๊ะทีมที่มันเป็นแชมป์โอ้โห
And this is a really scary prospect, I think, now going into in map 2 against a team who looks like the best in the world.
ว่าให้แอสปาร์ยังเหนื่อยเลย
I think it's you saw the his stats at the bottom there, and I think it wasn't
แต่แอสปาร์ทำได้ไงแอสปาร์มันแบบตอนนั้นที่เจอแต่ไม่รู้ว่าฟอร์มตอนนั้นกับตอนนี้มันไม่เหมือนกันต้องดูต้องเข้าใจนะ
I was going to say that we praised him for his consistency, but something you noted was he never really had an opportunity to like get going.
แต่มันยิงวิปไหมก็วิปแหละแต่เคนแม่งแทบไม่ได้เล่นเลยเมื่อกี้
to identify that, shut it down, and handle business.
Yeah, I mean, there were rounds like in the final round, he's got the Blade Storm and stuff, but the round's basically over by the time he gets there. Like, Gen G is doing such a
คือถ้าส่งของหรืออะไรไม่เป๊ะมันเล่นยาก
Gen G has been through the roof throughout this entire unit. It's not just
แต่ถ้าเข้าไปแล้วเปิดได้2คนก็ถือว่าคุ้มซึ่งเจนจีอ่ะมันยากนะเว้ยกับการที่คุณจะเข้าไซไปแล้วแบบว่าไปเอาเจนจีได้คน2คนอ่ะคือมันไม่ยอมอยู่แล้วมันไม่ยอมที่จะตัวเองเอาไปเสี่ยงอะไรเงี้ยถ้าเล่นไม่ได้มันก็ไอเนี้ยออกมารอรีเทคคือมันไม่อยู่ที่โง่ให้ยิงอยู่แล้วคือถ้าเป็นดูเอลิทฝั่งข้ามเวลาแดดเข้ามาหรืออะไรเงี้ยโอกาสที่จะได้ฆ่าตัวของเจนจีอ่ะแม่งโคตรต่ำเลยแต่มันก็ไม่ใช่ว่ามันจะไม่ได้นะมันจะต้องมีจังหวะที่แบบพีคเฟิร์สบัตเหมือนที่เท็กเจอร์มันยิงออฟพลาดเห็นนะมันถ้าจังหวะนั้นอาจจะได้อยู่
Again, you look at this, you look at Gen G and the way that they're playing. I mean, this is dangerous territory right now for Sen.
It certainly is, but Sen is starting on the defense.
แต่เล็บตึง
I think the biggest win
ถ้าลอนจะไหวหรือเปล่า
condition
ไม่รู้
for them to get online here
เชื่อแต่
is
เป็น
number
กำลังใจ
one.
ให้
getting Zekin back into positions where he's getting opening
Gotta
kills,
get
get
that
that
groove
operator online. If he gets into the groove, that's make or break. But the other question is, what comp are they going to be playing here? Because they were experimenting with a lot of the deadlock ideas in stage 2. Some of it I think was better than others, and I felt like this Ascent map needed a little bit more work. You compare him to a team like Leviathan, who is also playing that agent, and I felt like they didn't have the same depth of ideas and strategies built up around it. But they've had a lot of time now to prep if this is the idea they are committing to.
Yeah, I'm really curious
เล็บ
about
โหด
that because I don't think there's going to be any change
ต้อง
in
ดู
what
ว่าท่าน
Gen
ปิม
G
มี่
does
จะเอา
on
ให้
this
ป่ะ
map in terms of agent comps. I'd be shocked. I'd
เขาดูลำซามจะเห็นเจนจีเล่นแบบนี้เพราะว่าตอนนี้ทุกทีมกำลังคาดหวังกับเซนติเนลให้มีแบบ3เพราะว่าอาบิดแม่งเป็นทีมที่ต้องแกะแผน
undefeated on it in stage 2 of Pacific. Very few teams have been able to beat them. So it is
เฮ้ยมาจริงว่ะเดดล็อก
that both teams have been running with.
เฮ้ยแล้วมาจริงว่ะเดดล็อก
I think for me the biggest thing about Deadlock is you have
อ่ะ
to be
2-0 ดีกว่าดูทรงแล้วน่าจะ
with how and when you're using your utility and how you're playing off of it. It almost, in a weird way, reminds me of Yoru, where it requires a tremendous amount of coordination and a tremendous amount of discipline to play it properly. But if you can pull it off, it looks amazing.
I think Deadlock is really strong on the attacking side. How you can stop
พี่ดูมันแบบวินมัน
how you can set up
เดฟวิน 33% 2 เซนติเนลที่พูดว่ามันไหวปะล่ะ 33% ด่านแอสเซนที่มีเซนติเนล2 ตัว กับเจนจีที่แมปวินมัน 100%แอคแท็กวิน 68 อันนี้คือตามสถิติเลย GG เลยไหมเอาไงถ้าเกมเนี่ยถ้าแม่งเจนจีจะแพ้คือเจนจีแม่งเมาเองอะอะไรเงี้ย เพราะว่าคอมเจนจีเป็นคอมที่แบบมาตรฐานอยู่แล้วนะเนี่ยให้มันกินเล่นแค่2 ตัวไปได้ทุกแมปจริง KO กับไวเปอร์
If they could get their revenge to start this champs run in Seoul would be massive.
Yeah, that's right. Gen G just one map
แต่กดแรงนี่เล่นในตัวอื่นนะเล่นพวกโครบเลยคงใส่เก็บกด
And Gen G are the heavy favorites here. I mean, this is an Ascent map that they are potentially the best in the world at, I think, currently, for teams at the event. They look so damn good, and for Sentinels, there's not been a lot of tape on them with this comp. It is not a good map right now for them. They have to come out
มัน
with
คิด
some
บอกว่า
miracles, and it
การ
has
ที่
to
ผมจะ
start
เล่น
here
วอลนั้น
with the pistol round.
เล่นกับทีมไม่จำเป็นต้องรอวอลมันในที่มีเวลาเยอะเอาไป
And a
2
double fight out through, straight from tiles.
คุมไม่นั่นอะ
Does not work out in their favor. Play at disadvantage now.
Munchkin
ไวเปอร์ตลอดไป
how can I go for a lurk against this? It's a decent counter to what Munchkin was doing on the previous map, but also the fact that the wall is used so early, generally you want to be playing slow attack sides against the deadlock, and the wall struggles to get value.
Lakia might be considering a drone up close here. John, he's got a grab net. Slow down the approach here. There's a flash overhead as well, but now looking to try and anchor back in a way.
โอ้ยลาเกียเกือบจะลากก่อยแล้ว
A couple of shots now fired off and Rasseled in through the smoke.
อุ้ย
Dropping down
ไปดูด
lays down now into the lap of John QT. What can he do? A lot of players
หายแล้วจอห์น QT
skipping a hot right through, and it does set up the bait and switch. Caron
เอ้
happy
ย
to
ผมลืมเพิ่ม
apply
เสียงขอโทษ
straight in there. Now the plant coming
ผม
on.
ว่าทำไมเสียงมันเบาๆอะประมาณนี้กำลังดีนะ 55% โอเคปะ
They just exec from this.
10 แล้วกัน
It should
ให้
be
เยอะ
nice. Not quite. Munchkin was the only one to actually collect any sort of B main presence. Now walking his way through, baiting, Texture, dropping back and away, Texture, and Caron. These guys have been difference makers. And once more, they've got to stand to the test here.
เฮ้ยอย่าห้าวกับลูกี้
And the shots just not connecting for Sassy.
ภาพคุ้นๆภาพคุ้นๆอะ
And a dream it will just remain to be. It's a pistol round for Gen G. Nothing out of the ordinary for this squad.
Not at all.
มันกินนี่มันเล่นแค่2 ตัวจริงๆแบบพูเนี่ย
I think it would be
แล้ว
I
ถ้า
think it would be wrong to say that Haven came down to the pistol
ปิด
rounds.
กับ
I think Gen G
เคิล
were the
เข้ามา
better team
ก็
there.
ยังได้อยู่ป่ะ
But
2
an
ตัวนี้
entire
ไวเปอร์
series
KO
where you don't win pistols is almost impossible to win. SEN need to be working on these. They didn't get a good beginning
ก็
to
ยังได้อยู่
and Gen G
ผมว่า
managed
เผล
to
อๆไม่
close
หยิบ
down
ไว
that
เปอร์
towards the
ด่าน
end as
เพิร์ล
well. Just hitting good shots, double body shots all over the place with those sheriffs.
ถ้าเป็น CGI
Gamble here by Sentinels. Knife not dodged just by Zelsis. I believe he's the only one who looks like he is suppressed right now. hoping that Gen G might just walk into it, but
yeah,
listen, they weren't born yesterday, but this team are too diligent.
It's quite a nice trap play though, because if the cam is found over towards B, you're expecting trap plays to be run off the Cypher cam usually, and this one's off.
แล้วเขาอยู่ A กันแบบเบิ่ม
I think there's a chance that it gets value, especially considering Munchkin and Karen's positioning. But right now, they're not taking an inch.
No steps forwards.
แต่พี่คิดว่าถ้าเป็น Gen G มันน่าจะไวเปอร์ว่ะ อาเบอร์มันไม่มีเขาเรียกอะไรมันไม่มีสกิลแบบมอลลี่อ่ะ
And as Tens takes contact, this whole trap is going to fall to pieces.
Paranoia in his hands, he's just jiggling out with the util, does get a good connection. Three players going to be pushed back and away, the TP as well for himself.
เห็นเรื่องที่จะแบบ
Just to disengage, grab that calling, the
เฮ้ย
play is made.
เดี๋ยวอะไรวะน่ะ
You gotta be joking. That's what that sheriff in
What?
hand.
คารอนมันทำอะไรของมันวะน่ะ
The ideas are good even when they try and go.
3 คนเลยนะเว้ยเพื่อน
It's still not good enough.
แค่เชอร์ลีฟก็พอ
โอ้โหโดนจับนั่งไอเชอร์ลีฟยิงไป3v1 อ่ะ
8 ตัวแล้วนะ
อยากเห็นเลยว่ามันยิงยังไง
What on earth are we watching?
เวอร์จัด
That means they've got 3 rifles for the bonus too. I mean, take a look at these
หนึ่
shots.
ง
Gravnek
สอ
goes
ง
out.
Listen,
3
I know it's against an eco, but still, as a Gravnet, he's locked down in place.
Yeah.
He's ice cold.
Sentinels, Odin comes online for Sassy. He can try to reinforce the B site.
ของจริง
Super difficult to get
ข
through
อง
right
จริง
now.
ว่ะคารอน
A nice shock dart from Lakir as well,
Yeah.
getting rid of that sonic sensor. I don't think John pulled it back in time. B looks devastatingly difficult to hit though.
เขาเรียกยิงแบบทิกแท็กโท
Especially if Sassy was Odin wallbanging this, but he is rotating off.
Timing potentially missed there. 4 Sentinels up through mid. Gen G has the makings of a B split. Putting a
อ้าว
lot of
เท็กเจอร์
pressure
ไปไอ้นี่มาแล้วเหรอ
onto
สกิน
Zelsis.
So the cam
เท็ก
covers
เจอร์มัน
this
ไปเติม
off
ส
cam
กินมาแล้วอะ
contact. Sassy can spam.
ไปปล
But
ดล็อก
it's
มา
not a great spam angle. It's good for damage, not good for kills usually.
Tags onto Zelsis. The setup is going to be dropped down and away here. Walking through.
I say that.
Sassy.
ลาก่อย
Bit of spam damage. Just through the
ลา
choke
เกีย
point.
ง
Just
ลา
looking
ก่อย
to
เล
get
ย
easy access though to that B site. So plan will be online and inside for them. Second, biding his time, hoping that somebody will just open themselves up. But as the doors drop down, texture.
เอ้า
You gotta be joking.
เดี๋ยว
You're not allowed to do
ได้ใช่ไหม
that.
วันนี้
No way. Running and gunning inside the cloudburst.
เชลซีมันคงเซ็งอ่ะ
4v4.
โอ้โหมุมแม่งเฟี้ยว
Too
ฟ้าว
much
จัด
to
เลย
clear, surely. Meteor crouched up. This is an unorthodox.
โอ้โห
And of course
โอ้
it
หมด
rips them all away.
Dismantling
อันนี้โบนัสลาว
all
ใช่ไหม
of the trap setups here, taking out the cam early, making sure that Sassy
ไม่มี
doesn't
ภาพ
have
แล้ว
that
ไม่มีภาพ
wallbang
จริง
spot. He goes over, gets a kill in the other side, and then Genji are pulling kills out of really unexpected spots. The one from Texture, I'm sorry, that one, that one is illegal. But Meteor's play as well. It's so nice. They've got Karen ready to back him up if indeed he needed it.
Yeah.
Texture is also there playing aggro. It's not just a solo play, that. And yet, even if it was a solo play, he still would have won the round for them. That's the
Form
power of this
champion.
Gen G team. Right here. Each of their players has got such a nice read on the game. And I think we don't remember enough what player development they've done too. Meteor was a bit of an all-aim, no-brain duelist player before he joined this team.
Certainly was.
Now,
Oh.
all of the aim
Oh.
and a brain to match.
Yeah, and the team as well is just right there beside him, all on the same page, cooking up plays together. They're aware of just any obstacles that might face them as well. You can see it just the way that they even approach rounds like this. It's against an eco round. A lot of teams will sometimes just run it straight into a site, full disrespect. But Gen G, they slow it down. They make sure that they can methodically try and pick apart what
ว้าวเลย
these Sentinels are doing.
มันจะมีสักเกมหนึ่งมันต้องมีเกมหนึ่งที่แบบว่า ผมเชียร์แล้วทีมแม่งไปได้ไกล
Home soil,
ทีมเกมอื่นนี่แม่งไปหมด
and that was kind of pushed back at Shanghai when they were literally the villains. All the way through, it's an open side again over towards A.
ฟอร์เรสไปเนี่ย
Yeah, what incredible range of emotions that they will have experienced in their last 2 international events. Madrid, a crowd that was neutral towards them. Shanghai, a crowd that disdained them.
เปิดประตูต้อนรับ
And then here, where they're the hometown heroes.
The idols, man, on the big stage.
I was walking in today, and as they rolled up, some fans, it's like the back of the building where people don't really, you know, think to come. It's not like Gen.G announced what time they were going to arrive at the venue.
Yeah.
People, fans from Seoul, clustered, watching them exit the van, screaming at the Gen.G players. This team is popular out here.
Absolutely.
And they'll be even more popular if they have a big run at champs, or even if we can dare to dream, if they can dare to dream, lift the trophy.
They've already done it once. First time it's been done for Pacific. That was Gen.G who did it. Despite the expectations, I think most of us were probably looking towards a team like PaperX, maybe even DRX.
โอ้แล้วมันโหดูสถิติแล้วเลยภาพจางจัดโอกาสเดียวที่จะแพ้ได้คือไม่ลั่น
Honestly, at their lowest tier, and a lot's going to be asked for again of 10 to smoke down.
What
is that? Adjustment and expectation for Texture, but he's already in through the site, and the main players happy to fire through.
บอกว่าให้2แล้วนะเพื่อน
Upon all of it. So despite the heroics, it might not even be enough here for Sentinels. No command. Supers its way, but finally fading, and now a very deep lockdown is going to be used by Meteor. Drone broken, slide tag, double faced up and out, but just missing a shot.
Are they even going to get out?
I don't know. Detainment onto 3. Yeah.
เอ้างานงอก
It's time to chase. They know it. They can feel it. Texture.
เฮ้ยโอ้ยเกือบ
away. Immediate finish and around here, potentially. A punishment in sight. There's still time here for Sentinels to make a play towards this one, but second retake with the operator again adds another level of difficulty. It's all about how they manage this one as well. That late backstab that might be occurring from Meteor. Is it going to be caught? Zelsis sticking out onto the fuse, half already. He's brought that Wincon, covering for it over the shoulder. Zelsis dropping him.
There is no way
That's ridiculous.
that Sentinels have just won a round where all 3 of the retakers got detained. There is no way that I just watched that. There's no chance. I must have got something wrong. Surely that was John Cutie's ultimate. What? The brain is baffled and befuddled.
ไม่ทำไมภาพมันลื่นอย่างอ่ะพี่มัน
he's going to have to do a lot there in that spot.
เฟรมมันเยอะไงถ้าเฟรมมันเยอะยิ่งเวลามันสโลว์ภาพมันจะ
wasn't followed up on. Offered up an easy kill onto Texture.
I mean, it's not like Texture really could have followed up on it, I don't think.
No, it's so far away.
All right, so that's a bizarre round
แล้วมันป
for
รับภาพแบบ
Sentinels
ไอ้
to
นั่น
get
อะ
on
เฟรม
board.
มันเยอะอยู่แล้ว
I don't think you'll ever see anything like that one again. Certainly not replicable if you want to talk about that. But they keep the Odin. It's magnificent for their economy, which could have been shattered.
Always away, start gassing up a team. The storylines about them lifting trophies.
เฮ้ยสแกน
Watch the fumble in place. Operator held, but not the back. Still a few shots fired off as well. That drone has to be broken. Celsius locks it down, holds the line, and now evacuates back and away. The adjustment of the bullet straight through the wall, and spam from the Odin will supplement all. That is it. Sentinels, complete control of this B site. Spike drop down, and with the trip, alerting them exactly to where Munchkin's presence is. It's another round that's inevitable here for Sentinels, and at least that second one, Justin Flick missed, at least with the op.
It is inevitable.
It should be. Unless you give him the ones, but blinded up, 10's happy to just jump on the chance and pounces straight into mid. So maybe this is what we were looking for from Sentinels.
That was a better defensive setup. When you're running a Cypher deadlock composition, I think most of the time you're going to be wanting to try to hit them as they come through choke points or as they hit your utility. You're looking to follow up on trips, on stuns, to op them or Odin them before they even exit and get into the site. That's one of the rounds where we actually see Sentinels comp functioning. And because Zelsis was able to win a really crucial duel against Meteor too. So what have Gen.G got? It's going to be Zekken looking towards top mid, hoping they can get a cheeky one at the beginning against somebody like Meteor.
Drone up though. This will push him back. It needs to be broken by the rifle fire, but it's not done in time. And almost a punishment there. It was an over the top with the knife, almost getting that suppression off. He wouldn't have been able to escape.
Look at this deep trip though. The trip is not where that shock dart just went for it. It's all the way close towards mid. Almost right where Meteor's back was.
Yeah, so Lucky's shock darts that he's fired off, offloaded into mid. Not going to be getting too much value. 10's has to use the TPs, barely out of dodge annihilation. There's a connection. Molly down and
that's
through.
The spike.
Texture has to drop them. He's through and out. They're going to try to flood themselves in. Gen.G Happy to fight them straight back at you. Second, Bladestorm now increasing that tempo and even offered up a rifle. Charon now with the plant. 2v3. Dart fired off. No reveals in sight, but jumps around and through and away with a right click. Second, on his way to an ace. But lucky in his back pocket, at least with that Hunter's Fury, he's got that backup plan and policy. Charon still going to be nested up, holding deep tucked onto the A side. It's a difficult player to try and clear. And Sentinels now making a call to double up. They don't have 20 seconds until that arrives, and it's going to be too late if they try and wait this one out and through. Time already ticking. Smoke is just mind games from Charon, making them spam away, and they got to stick this one here, and they still haven't found it. Wincons are just away to the wind. Sassy knows it. Gen G with their 5th.
We are seeing some ridiculous situations out here. Watching Lakia be taking out Karen with the Hunter's Fury towards the end, just making sure that Silver was in play, just in case his his Smokes player fell in hell. Gen G take another one. And this is a round where it looked like Sentinels, again, their system was working. They got the Annihilation off. It grabbed a player with the spike. But I don't think they were anticipating necessarily that it was an A split and someone could retrieve that player. Pulled out of Shelob's grasp at the final moment. And we're into the next round. I think is the player to watch here. That null command is spectacularly powerful against Sentinel's composition. And you see here that John has put his stuns on the exact opposite side of the map.
Hoping if the ult does get ripped off out towards the A site, we'll be able to at least play around, like you said, the sensors, the stuns.
In some sense, Zelsis is the bait here. He kind of wants to be seen, be shown, and then you run into A and forget about the deadlock.
Right here. Knife over the top. That's a tag out through main darts. Meteor barely alive. Dyson with death there, buddy. Drop down to 8 health. Will be able to survive though, and now regroup with the rest of his team.
A split, null command.
โอ้โหดูของที่ A แน่น
The pressure's going to be on immediately. What have they got to even answer this? Flash clear. เชื่อเมื่อวันก่อนที่ผมเล่นแรงอ่ะโดนแฟดแบบนี้เลยลูกที่ผมบอกว่ามันมาป๊อปต้องตีนอ่ะ โคตรยากอ่ะโคตรยากจริงเทนบอกโอ้โหพีคไหนดีวะ Dodging and weaving the entire way through.
The Gen G protocols on attack when they hit
จะไปดูที่สนามไหมขึ้นอยู่กับเร็ว
They're always guns out, not scaling too deep into the site, holding, waiting for that peek from the defender.
Gen G แมปกูมันทุกแมปเลยตอนนี้
waiting for the
ยก
backup
เว้น
to
ซันเซ็ต
arrive.
นะที่แบบว่ายังดูไม่โหดมาก
transition, running
ที่
forward,
เหลือคือ
trying to rush things.
แมปเขาหมดเลย
The little jiggles of movement, just trying to bait them out, and it just makes the anchoring players feel so alone.
Yeah. You don't know if someone's going to run at you from left side, from right side Jenny. You don't know if someone's going to run at you from Dice. And the whole time, Gen G are actually just making you afraid, making you swing, and then ready to punish you. It's really excellent stuff. All the best teams in the world are going to have some level of that approach to the A site, but Gen G looking.
แต่มันเคยพยายามจะทำแล้วนะซันเซ็ต
That's one of the things anyway that makes
ยัง
them
ไม่ไหวกับ
the
ที
best
ม
of the
อื่น
world on this map. I think they're demonstrating it here.
สงสัยไม่ชอบบรรยากาศพระอาทิตย์ตกเท็กเจอร์แบบว่าไม่มีแดดยิงไม่ออก
The walls, it's difficult to find a good timing to use that mesh barrier, mesh, sorry, because Munchkin's happy to call a slow round where it just expires. So if you use it in the mid round, okay, that's fine, but Gen G are probably going to pivot in another direction.
Yeah.
And the stuns, I mean, in that round, null command comes through. There's double stuns on site.
But it doesn't matter.
ผมอยากเห็นสักแมตช์ของ GG ที่เล่นนีออน
At that point, they're cosmetic.
ไม่น่ามี
Yeah. And Tens, when that hit was coming through, not sure what ended up
อัน
happening.
นี้แพ้แล้วลงสายล่าง
He
กับ
had smokes
ในกรุ๊ป
available.
สเตจ
Null command would have stretched past him, would have prevented him from being able to lock off that anchoring main side. But you can feel it when he doesn't have the util available, when they're all cut off and away and suppressed.
ทำไมพวกนี้มันใช้เฟนทอมดูส่งพลัง
swinging out from Gen to try and play off the stuns in the first place. Gen G looking unstoppable on Ascent as we were all kind of expecting.
I think there are things that Sentinels can adjust here, though. First of all, they could try doing some reclays over towards A main with Gravnet and a Paranoia, something like that. Alternatively, if they wanted to fight over tree control, that would be another good adaptation, I think, because Gen.G have been doing a lot of A splitting.
Yeah.
And the other thing they could try to do is tuck Zekken in the box at back heaven with his operator.
Well,
so
you say that.
When the hit comes through, he's there ready to collect.
They are pinging that spot already, Gen.G, heading into this round.
I think that's because Karen is about to ult over there, though.
Okay, all right. Show me something, Gen.G. Show me what you've been cooking. Well, might be that potential for it to spot out these players. Early Paranoia lets him take that control out towards A. Tens in through wine. He's in danger, though. Has to dodge it around. Wait, can't survive it. Karen out the back. John, that's a bullet to the brain. Him dropped off now. There's possibilities and options are now opening themselves here for Sentinels. The barrier mesh wants to be broken. Doesn't even stop the bullets as well. Still without sight lines being set by these Sentinels players.
ตัววอร์มไม่มีด้วยอ๋อมันออกไม่ได้ออกไม่ได้
Great adaptation from Sen.
อุ้ย What เอาแล้วไงเดนล็อก
There's no way.
I mean, John is stuck here.
They know where he
ไม่
is.
โดน
ทำไงกับมันดีวะเนี่ย
John will be a
ตั้ง
dead
ป้อง
man.
ยิงนี่เลย
He has called for the reinforcements. 2 players ready to at least swing off his contact. Dart is broken here and through John.
ยังจะรอดด้วยนะ
Delivering reset from Meteor. Not enough to see. Can at least find a way to
ชีวิต
break his way
ไม่
to
ดู
that
ไม่น่ารอด
victory
บ้าง
round. So Sentinels are still alive. For now, it feels like almost every single round is just on the precipice. It's almost incredibly labored, but they are managing to string them together.
Yeah, and I think good, you gotta credit the tactical timeout there. They get Tens into wine. Could he have been cleared? Absolutely. Should Texture have maybe waited a second for the fragment grenade to come through? Yeah, also. Yeah. But Tens does get the value from his positioning there. And on top of that, there are multiple layers of backup. John is fighting it. Zekken's got the op there too. And now Zekken makes his way over with the operator to
จะแค่นั้นหยิบออฟรัวๆเลย
Like I said, this is a spot that Gen.G have been walking down. If they feel bold enough to go for something where, you know,
ปืนกลไม่เอาแล้วตอนนี้
smoke off tiles and have him peek towards top mid, Zekken could try to get more bold than he is. Problem is, normally you need teammates to help you, and this is quite a passive comp.
Yeah.
You don't have a KO player or a Killjoy player that really wants to be holding angles for your op.
Gen.G just trying to sow a bit of confusion into this round. They've already inserted Charon right at the beginning. He has a main control. And now we're looking to see if they can break some of this util towards B, farm up the orbs.
And if he does farm the orb, he'll have the null command.
Are you going to try and fake this one or what? No, Texture's back up towards
because
mid.
Because Munchkin didn't have ult to start the round, Zelsis is not in an anti-KO ult spot. You know, both Sentinels are playing next to their utility, which means
ขนาดมันทำเหมือนโยกแล้วนะมันก็ยังทิ้งเมทีโอไว้อยู่
all of it goes offline.
Yeah. So I'm going to have to worry about that one when
เพื่อไม่ให้อีกฝั่งมันโยกไป
that A side as well, again being called. But it's 30 seconds now into the round. It's getting a bit, I think, a little bit tight here in terms of the timing for Gen.G. You have to make a good go of things, and it's all expected. Stack of players of Sentinels.
First time the wall's in the right spot.
Yeah, and there it is, dropping them off here with an ult command. It's going to be sweeping through now. Dart around to the side. Texture is not watched for.
Oh.
This guy was already
บังไงวะนะ
just
ไม่มีใคร
the
มอง
line. The util down. Again, you might as well roll
กงมันหมดแล้วเหรอ
Man down now.
เรียบร้อยเลย
Gen.G are ready. They've got the
เห็นกู
protocols
ตาย
in
ฟรี
place just in case there are signs of that util. Meteor holding it tucked up close as well. There's no follow-up. Again, still up and over. Able to trade it. The door into their face and a full sight defense occurring here by Gen.G. Nobody looking to try and repurpose out through A main. Everybody locked onto the sights here, but the one way they choose to fight this one. They want to hold it down, and again, this retake is getting more and more difficult. Dart immediately dealt with. Time is ticking away. Sentinels running out of those options. Double up, high-low. Gonna try and push them back and away. Lakia, last one left, and he will fall in the end. So,
นั่นเลย
just in time here for Sentinels.
โอ้เวลาเหลือนิดเดียวเอง
Yeah, only about a second on the clock though.
ได้ไงเนี่ย
Look at that.
Yeah, right on the money.
รีเทคอย่างตึง
A good round from Sen there in terms of how they squeezed Gen.G. That pressure coming through, double swing over towards heaven, making sure that they dominate that angle. The Gen.G players in the post plant couldn't hold it, ended up giving that up and tucking into positions like Dice and Hell. At that point, Sen have found their opportunity. Crucial kill. And Gen G gonna take their first tactical timeout of the match.
Wow.
Their first tac timeout of champs. Coming in round 11. Year. Tens has been consistently at the top, even though they didn't make Shanghai. Zels has still been good. It's actually been John who's dropped off in terms of his fragging, his output a little bit, compared to his astonishingly strong Madrid performance, where they lifted that trophy. I'm paying attention to John and how he gets his rifle impact in a lot of these rounds.
Till to dad and Spam out from below, and already the players have repositioned. Spike is ticking away, and Sentinels realize it.
ลักเกียร์ไปเล่นโคตรไกล
How many rounds do Sentinels need, even if they were able to get pistol, their first of the match, and be able to carry some momentum forwards on their attack half? I think anybody that wants to see Sen recover on Ascent here, gotta be hoping that they get this round 12.
Yeah.
It's looking dire without it. An 8-4 half, not unusual on Ascent, but it's usually the other way around, where you get your defenders in the lead.
With how dominant Gen G have been on the pistol rounds, you know, if it follows the same course, you're looking at like turning into a 10-4.
Yeah, and at that point, it's just curtains.
Yeah.
There's no recovery there. Zelsis coming into this round with a broken economy, Stinger, Guardian, but they still have those big heavy hitter weapons of the Op and Odin.
It's a weird buy. Bit of a mixture.
Second hasn't been able to really walk in front of these smokes, keeps getting pushed back and back, but he is getting the kills. Take flight.
Love the util to clear our mid here. Sassy with the drone, good timing on it, but the question is, did they hear that most of Gen G are already up in through Cat? Straight through the smoke. Disrespect is being shown by them.
เอ้ยรวยโอเปอเรเตอร์จัง
Do have stay main control. Shot missing. John now with the barrier mesh. Looking to lock him out of this spot here, but it will be spammed down as a nade in sight, but no smoke for the cross. Only popped down a little too late there, so Zekken happy. Picked them apart. Can't quite manage it. I mean, it's Caron.
And the stun does nothing in A main.
Push them back and away. Gen G slowing it down, getting quirky with these timings. There's a stun. You can hear the sensors. Texture removes one of them. So much uncertainty, rapid into their heads. They spot the player. Texture shoulder just peeking out, and yet still squares up to it. The challenge is met. And now drop down onto the site. Options thoroughly opened. Gen G having to take their time in with it. You can look at the peak time. He's still missing with the shot as well. He can't quite do it. Has to pull out a shorty. Second chance. Doesn't stand it. Leaves it to just two. Munchkin is low. Could be an opening.
This is
ลาเกียอยากลองนะ
so doable for
แล้วปืน
Sentinels.
นี้มั
The
น
health advantage is
อร่อย
massive.
จริงหรือเปล่า
Now picking up the upgrade too with the rifle. Cam should be clearing at least a portion of it, but you don't know there's blind spots. Munchkin peeks. They know where he is. 4 seconds until the dart. Spamming away into hell. Just in case that reposition is
มั
there.
นไม่มี
Dart round towards the back. They spot the main player out. They're all falling
Well,
low. And again, it
Munchkin
has to
again.
be Munchkin as that playmaker finds the one. Peaking timing off of it. Only 5 bullets left, but a tap from Sassy as well. It's all so unlikely for him, and he needs to hit the second. Time ticking. Forced to stick it, and time. Not enough on Sen's side.
It's an 8-4 half where Genji on the attack side look absolutely dominant. Trying to stamp their mark early on Ascent here at Champions. Home territory of Seoul, home territory of Ascent. I think showcasing that they really are the best in the world on this map.
Yeah.
There wasn't so much an exec in that final round as they just walked up with an operator.
Still found the openings though. I mean, listen, this team is so good at picking apart all sorts of it. And for the pistol round, that's what we're looking towards. Genji, indomitable so far.
Maybe ได้เป็นปิมมี่แบบพีคไปแล้วได้ยิงโดนยิงก็จะ30 วิครับสำหรับปืนพกอันนี้แพ้กลับบ้านเลยไหมไม่กลับครับลงสายล่างแข่งกันทั้งเดือนนี้อันนี้เป็นวันแรกของแชมเปี้ยนนะครับใจเย็นถ้ากลับบ้านเลยก็ใจร้ายเกิน อะไรกลับบ้านผมเชียร์ในส่วนของ DRX อยากให้ DRX มันแข่งวันอื่น
Make a name for themselves in their home country this time. It's home soil, but also looking like potentially one of the favorites to win the whole thing. It's another question entirely of whether they can even stand up to it.
ไม่รู้เขามีสกินแชมเปี้ยนใช้กันละฉาอะไรพวกนี้อย่าลืมนะพวกนี้อย่าลืมนะเติมเกมที่เติมไวจัด .com พวกนี้อย่าลืมเติมถูกเติมไวได้สกินแชมเปี้ยนมาใช้ฟิน
And they're 8-4 up, 5 rounds away from being able to move on in their group.
Yeah. Let's take a look then. Sentinels. They're the ones that have to be the playmakers.
บอกเขาด้วยมาจาก PF ครับ
For a bit of a proactive play. The Tars crunch on the pistol.
They love running set plays on the defense side, Genji. They will constantly try to push the tempo up. Happy to play retake.
Yeah.
Against this comp though, I don't think they should be too happy to play retake. You're going to be running into
ได้ยินทุกอย่าง
net trips, stuns.
For now, the util is going to be lacking ever so slightly onto the pistol. Zelsis forced to lock down. Watch this flank angle. Just gets barely the 2 shots off. Not enough to drop care on. So the trade is there, but Second taking a cheeky peek. Up through heaven, clears that one out, and now has to be aware that there is that flank occurring. Watchful eyes perched up. Probably a high-low as well. And the smoke make it nice and easy. Karen trying to at least split up the site. Create that timing and opening for Meteor, potentially there. He's already out though, and the players are straight through and out. The whiff might cost them still. Dart forwards, forces the issue out of texture, and they do clean it up. So Sentinels, a pistol round under their belt, maybe something to work with.
First of the series could not have come at a better time, a more needed time. It probably would have been game over had they lost that one.
Yeah.
Beautiful dart as well from Sassy. They immediately dominated those smokes that Karen threw out there, which I think is the correct play. The dart forced somebody in. Sassy deals with them. He's having a good game today, Sassy. They're going to need more than this, though. We've seen teams utilizing this Cypher Deadlock composition. You kind of piece by piece take the map. You know, take a main, throw down a sonic sensor, take a little bit of extra space, put your trip into position or something.
A classic here. Need a defeat though. Has to push them back in a way, at least with the rifle spam. Able to take down another of these Gen G players, but he might have just done enough damage. Still, weapons are going to be exchanged, making sure that there's no waste.
And any Gen G pushes on other parts of the map.
เรามาฝึกเล่น RV กันป่ะพี่มา
You're always going to be running into a trip or a cam or somebody watching the flank.
Okay,
what is that timing?
Pure instinct from Caron, and he's TP'd in, and there's a slight gap. Oh no, he's caught.
Wow. You're stuck.
It's still Sentinels choose not to commit.
This guy.
They've seen enough bodies there, signs of life.
Wow.
From Gen G that they call this pause. They do have 45 seconds.
แล้วมุมคอร์สกันด้วย
You can't let anything else slip.
เสียวๆ
Sentinels. It's a 3v3 setup. Baiting the shots. Carol's there. Onside it. Do not lose this one, Sentinels. Your best chance in a bloody long time, and you've got to clean it up.
So close, man.
Lakia left alone. 20 seconds. Still, they don't know where this guy is, but the door's going to be closing. Nobody stepping past it. Just spots defeat. Breaking the door, trying to take the fight. It's a little bit uncertain. Okay, they do get the anti-eco, but at the cost of losing 3 of their players, 3 of their guns is not going to be a healthy bonus.
I mean, you saw it on the faces there as Elsus and Sassy. They're both wiping their brow, literally. I know it's hot in here. Golden Boy talked about it before. It is warm in Korea right now. But that one's more of a sign of relief than a sign of the heat.
เทนไม่งงเลยอะไรวะ
The bonus is not going to look pretty. They only kept the Phantom, Guardian. They got a Stinger to work with here.
มาแล้ว
It's not
พี่
much.
ไปไหนมาครับพี่เลย
รับลูกครับ
รับ
A bit of damage. Maybe even just building up to one of these ults like the
เราอีโค
Annihilation
หรือ
for
ว่า
John so
ซา
that he
ซี่
can
นี่
maybe
ปาก
work
เหงื่อ
a pick in round 16.
พี่เลยเราไปฝึกเล่น RV กันไหมพี่
Be a success in the round, I think, for Sen.
จะดีหรอดีเอาไหม L ไหมไม่ L พี่ RO ดีกว่าพี่ RO เหรอครับเลเวลเหนื่อยดิไม่เดี๋ยวนี้เขาไม่ต้องเก็บเองแล้วพี่เดี๋ยวนี้บอทแล้วบอทเองครับ
Yeah, we're seeing Sentinels take a main, but they're not actually leaving utility there. Normally with this composition, I would expect to see Sonic Sensor be put down there or some kind of, you know, trip or leave a player, deposit somebody into a main. Now they're going back in though. Sassy looking to try to drone
ทรงดี
and disguise the fact.
เซเคนน่ะทรงดีขึ้น
ตื่นแล้วหรอแบบแรกวอร์มหรอ
ตื่นเดี๋ยวโอเปอเรเตอร์รัวๆเลย ตอนกัน
as they were droning A.
So Gen G are kind of aware.
ไลน์อัพ
Munchkin is an
ลงไหน
and he's got to deliver.
อันนี้
With the first.
ว้าวว้าว
เฮ้ย multitude of kills. And it leaves
Wow.
just down to tens, up and over, not enough. Can't overcome it.
เทนตัดไป2
That Champions Trophy blinks into and out of existence, floating, tinting, taunting the players.
คาร์ลอนนี่แม่งบอสแบบจัด
Rifles back online though for Sen. An opportunity for them to showcase what they've been working on.
บอสกี่ตัววะใน
We
เจน
haven't
จี
seen them play too much of
บอส
this
ทุก
map.
ตัวเลย
But we've seen the Cypher Deadlock. We know that it's got at least some good fundamentals to work on. Gonna need to see Zalsis trading out stuff like this though.
Yeah, there's gonna be an early fight occurring into this next round. Tiles.
ชอบเสียงมันว่ะจะซื้อเพราะเสียงเนี่ยแฟนทอมแชมเปี้ยนอ่ะ
The Cypher
เสียง
should
ดี
be able
จัด
to take a little more aggro B main control as well. Trip broken. Zalsis not ready for that one. Not looking to use his cam to take super aggro B main either. It is a bit more of a passive approach to Sen than we've seen from other teams running this comp. Tentative.
Yeah, looking for those openings, Gen G. Not give them too much though. Shock dart, just out of range, I think, to do damage enough to break the alarm bot.
That's a very weak alarm bot.
จัดวันแรกแน่นอนครับ
Can't see the health bar, but I'm sure it'll be minuscule.
อันนี้มันใช้แผนที่ไอ้ตัวปียังที่มันปากงของเดดล็อกตรง CP อ่ะ
ยังพี่ตีได้เอ อันนี้มันเพิ่ง
Meteor, he is not shy, is he? This guy is
แผนที่เด็ด
happy
ดูจอน
to push back up,
ใช้ของ
make it really difficult to take any B
สู้
main
กันตรง
control.
บี
Already
โคตรมัน
breaking that
ตอนนั้น
cam back away. 38
มีอะไร
seconds.
ใส่หมดกล้องเกึ้งก็
Deep
เอาไป
wall down mid, but they didn't break the alarm bot. So
What is the call?
they've got to go into a B split.
There's plenty players ready to meet them. Genji tucked up to crossfire setup. Logs to the corner. Lakia has to do a lot here. It's running and gunning to trade it up, but it wasn't expecting it again. Meteor delivers to death blow. And it might just be a moment.
โคตรแรง
Indeed it is.
โคตรเร็ว
10 to 6 Genji. Looking on pace now to just take this map away.
เข้าพวกนี้นะ
Yeah, that's going to knock the economy for Sentinels. Could be the death blow.
ถ้าใครแบบว่าอยากดูสกิลแชมเปี้ยนก่อนเดี๋ยวพรุ่งนี้เดี๋ยวสักบ่าย2 ครึ่งนะผมมากด
Helps
ให้
out
ดู
your players to defend against the B split. Perfect from Karen, and it sets up
โอ้
this
วิ่ง
crossfire
ซิง
so
ยิงเอาเลย
beautifully. And Lucky is tucked into a corner. The Sentinels players, as they come out, they're checking stairs, wondering if someone's peeking from there. Because Meteor, he loves to play that spot. Then they check switch, because you never know. Texture could be playing in that kind of position. There's just so many ways that Genji could be threatening you on defense. It's difficult to account for them all. And even if you did know that that crossfire setup was there, good luck dealing with it. Like I said, that could have been the death blow, and Sentinels are going to take a tactical timeout to try to figure out where they can go from here.
อาเจ๊กหมดตี4 เหรอ
With how active Genji are on their defense, it's either a
อยากได้
play setup or maybe just
ไม่
the
มีอะไร
set
น่า
play
ซื้อ
in
เลยอา
beginning
เจ๊ก
rounds that they
มี
will
ดก็
throw
เฉ
out.
ย
But even when
ๆ
they're
มีด
just
ซีโนฮันเตอ
making
ร์
sure
สวย
that
ไป
they can play it slow.
ซีโนที่มันเป็นซีโนม็อบอะที่มันแบบมีสีอะ
Turret gets broken, Meteor immediately vacuums up the space.
Relief
Disrespects B main, makes sure the
Relief
Sentinels
ก็
can't take it with a cam, can't hold it easily.
And not only does that slow Sentinels down, but it also allows Genji much better information. We talk all the time about Munchkin making these amazing reads on defense. Part of it's because his players are willing to contest util. And if you peek back into B main and you see 5 players on the other side and Meteor bounces, well, now that's really good info.
คารอนนี่นับวันยิ่งระเบิดฟอร์มยิ่งเล่นเหมือนยิ่งนิ่งสนาม วันแรกๆน้องยังดูงงๆอยู่ตอนนี้แบบเดือด
That constant war of attrition that Genji force you to fight.
ลูกซอง
Guys, the Sentinels. Be rare to see a return on those investments. Caron still locks it up here. That's spam. Loaded. Texture does manage to at least get 2, but it's even out and a
ถ้าแฟดไม่เฟลนี่ผมว่าได้หมดนะ
Major win for Sentinels.
Munchkin. There's a drone in his face. It's not being watched for into the small.
ว้าวตายก่อนด้วยโอ้ฉลาด
He doesn't go for the easy kill.
อย่างอยู่ในการควบคุ
But
ม
now he knows the tens is lurking.
ว้าว
Long for the world. But again, another high game IQ moment from Munchkin there. He hears the drone. He knows.
พี่ว่าเมื่อกี้คารอนพีก็ตกใจโคตรเยอะ
ใจหันไปถามมาร์ตินอยู่เอ้ยแบบเฟลวะเนี่ย
And also
แบบเฟลจริง
that player is going to be on the left.
เสียงแม่งแตกแล้วอะ
He knows it was a rifle down in that kind of situation. Predicts the timing. I mean,
ไม่ข่าวเลย
drone as well beautifully. And a situation that was looking like a potential win condition for Sentinels. Ripped out of their hands so quickly. They're now going to have to find a different avenue of success. Sassy with the Odin ready to counter spam. But Texture, he hasn't been walking up B main with the op yet. This has been Meteor's domain. And they're going to expect him to be here.
Deep shot darts, not enough to clear this trip here. Sassy. It's a drone for a drone.
ใช้ของทำมิ่งเดียวกัน
Sure, he's hiding from it. Again, sowing misinformation. Shot missed though. Hunter's Fury. This feels like it's quite a committed push. And damage done, even a kill for Sassy, maybe enough to pave the way. It calls for that reinforcement. Instantly TPs.
Very good ult from Sassy. Very good read to now go for an ace.
มุมนี้เขาจะเช็คอีกรอบหรือเปล่า
These players apart, but Munchkin again could be
เขา
that
ไม่มี
thorn
ของ
in their
เช็ค
side
เลยดิ
once more.
เหมือนจะเช็คแล้วต้องใช้คิวจอยอะล็อก
Gets that
เนี่ย
confirmation potentially there. Flood
ไม่ดึง
defending
ก็ไม่อยู่
right through the back and
ต้องคานออกมายิง
clearing
โอ้ย
in and through. Sentinels
รอบ
do have the necessary
บอลนี่เก็บ4ได้อย่างเงี้ย
landing care on too many more though.
โอ้แล้วเขาแบบ
Doubled up holding this one side by side. Bit of spam hailing down the lead, so still in it. At least for now,
เนี่ยอาถรรพ์
Sentinels.
11
Great call from John. As soon as you hear that ult being used, I think it's very likely they're sticking the teleport into back B. He decides to send things on an A split, anticipating that A is weaker. Munchkin's already realized what's happening and sent a couple players over there, but SEN grouped up, decisive, love to see it. And Sassy continues to have one of the best games that I've seen from him in a long time. He was top of the scoreboard for a hot minute there on Haven, and now he's back up, at least on the Sentinel side, with 13 kills. Having a great day.
Doesn't get much easier though. This time Texture going walkabout up through mid. Angle's being held for him. He's hoping that somebody will just wade right into it. Dash is fading. This is hyper committed.
This is the kind of thing that Zekken just couldn't do.
And Zekken's holding to pixel angle.
Wow.
The crossover Texture takes it away. Caron heavy committed now into bottom mid. He needs to be defended and he needs some help to get out of here. That's what the drone is for. Up and over. Right here. Clears the path.
When Lakia and Karen are willing to be that aggressive, it allows Texture to do this.
This is not potentially getting cleared off. Angle traded. But again, reinforcements are there. Back of the side. That's Tens committed. He dominates the smoke. He will not be stopped.
My God.
The recon in that position is supposed to stop Karen from doing that. Your recon, he's caught out in the open, has to break it, gives away his position, forced to swing into the smoke. He's checkmated. He's swinging into a smoke that two of the people are already in. He can't get away with it. Opened up nicely with Gen G's aggression, which, like I said, their comp benefits them. Not something that Sentinels could ever really do, support Zekken in that kind of way on their defense half. But monster performance from Karen, up to 20 kills.
The cams are broken. One more round that's needed here for Gen G for their opening match of champs. They have not slowed down a beat. Up and over. Bladestorm in the hands. Texture is releasing. Just absolutely unbelievable form.
I can't use that.
Sentinels left to stew and simmer.
Knives back out though for Zekken.
Munchkin will fade away. Now Salva back to the wall. Texture reveals his position. 3 left available to work with. Blinded up. He spots it, betrayed by the barrel. Finish. Gen G looking large and in charge, not slowing down their performances. They are aiming and gunning for that trophy.
Revenge for the grand finals of Masters Madrid.
2-0 GG
ไม่ได้เห็นเจนจีเล่นอบิดเลยอดดูไป
อดดูเมตาอบิดเลย
น่าจะมีคนรอแกะเยอะอยู่
that Sentinels came in here based on their championship points and Gen G are coming
อบิสก็ยังเป็นความลับต่อไปสำหรับเจนจี
Warm welcome the tail end here for the series. Of course, Sentinels, you know, they are fan favorites even here in Korea, but it's even bigger fan favorites right in front of them here. Gen G with that 2-0 win. Looking nasty, man.
I am disappointed that we didn't get to see Abyss from either of these two teams. First time Gen G have ever floated a brand new map. They've been permabanning it all the other times. Felt like a trap. Sentinels were happy to opt into it. We were denied it today because the form from Gen G
รองเท้าที่ใส่นี่กุชชี่ทุกคนเลยนี่หว่า
with the 2-0. We'll have to wait until later on in the tournament
นี่ส
for
ปอน
that
ปะเนี่ย
kind of delight as we get to see squads like I'm expecting Gen G and Fnatic to both be
ไม่ใส่แล้วแพนด้าอัปเกรด
new maps, but who knows? It's a complete unknown.
A lot of unknowns when you're heading into these international tournaments about how teams are prepared and ready, but it was a hell of a task ahead of Sentinels to try and take this one. They might be the only team that's beaten them really on an international stage, but they couldn't quite replicate it. Not here for champs. It's a team that has just evolved over and over again. Every single game that Gen G have played, they just look like they're going from strength to strength.
They certainly do. It wouldn't surprise anyone, I think, if Gen G picked up a trophy here, but it's a long, long road ahead.
Oh yeah, early days.
A good first step along that path, however, taking down Sentinels.
Yeah, definitely early days, but like you said, it's a good first step to be taking.
คู่2 Heretics กับ FPX ผมอยากดู FPX เล่นมากเลยมันเล่นโคตรมัน
คู่หน้าน่าจะใส่กันมันอยู่นะ
คู่แข่ง
บวกๆทั้งคู่เลย
วันนี้แม่งตามภาพเลย คือเซนติเนลมาแข่งแชมเปี้ยนวันแรก แมตช์แรกของสนามที่โซลแม่งกลายเป็นแบบเหมือนแม่งเข้าทางลัดมาเจอบอสเลย สัมภาษณ์
game, so yeah, I'm pretty satisfied with how it went down. Now, you guys are on a different trajectory. You and Sentinel.
อันนี้ล่ามคนเดิมมาแต่เขาแค่ตัดผมสั้นใช่ไหม
In particular, they had their struggles, but you guys went on and won every trophy there ever was. So how does Sentinels
น่าจะคนเดิมนะผมจำตาได้
the Sentinels that you faced in the grand finals in Masters Madrid? 근데 이제 젠지와 센티널스가 그 마드리드 이후에 좀 다른 흐름을 보여주고 있잖아요. 젠지는 뭐 있는 트로피들 다 쓸어 담았고 센티널스는 약간 흔들리는 모습을 보여줬는데 그 결승전 때 만났던 센티널스에 비해서 오늘의 센티널스는 좀 어떻게 느껴졌을까요?
사실 뭐 센티넬은 아직도 잘하는 팀이라고 생각을 하고 있긴 한데요. 근데 솔직히 저희가 마드리드 때보다 훨씬 더 성장을 많이 했고 더 강해졌다고 생각을 하기 때문에 뭔가 저희가 더 성장을 많이 했다고 생각해요. 그래가지고 오늘 그냥 승리 따낸 것 같습니다.
Sentinels are a really strong team, but you know, for Gen G specifically, we grew a lot as a team post Madrid. So I think today's win just goes off to prove how much growth we had as a team ever since then. And I think it's our own growth and us becoming a strong team that led us to today's win. Now, lastly, Texture, you've had 13 or 12, I was told, 4Ks since your last ace. You missed one today as well. So how are we feeling about that ace that you missed today? You know, are you gonna get it the next match? 텍처 선수 에이스 하고 나서 마지막으로 에이스 한 거에 비해서 이제 4킬을 13번, 12번 에이스를 미스한 게 그만큼 많다는 뜻이잖아요. 그래서 오늘 좀 그 놓친 에이스에 대해서 어떻게 느끼고 있는지 리액션은 봤지만 그리고 뭐 다음 매치에 에이스 하면 되겠죠?
에이스 하고 싶고요. 그리고 사실 뭐 에이스를 언제 마지막으로 했는지도 지금 기억도 안 나요 저는.
4월이었대요 4월.
진짜요? 뭐 하여튼 4월 오래 됐네요. 뭐 하여튼 언젠간 하겠죠. 뭐 이기는 게 일단 최우선이니까. 근데 누가 먹었더라 마지막에? 종민이가 먹었었나? 아 근데 좀 진짜 서운하네요.
Honestly, I really want another ace, but I don't even remember the last time I had an ace, and I told him it was April, and he said, you know, it's been such a long time, and you know, whatever it takes for my team to win, I will do, but I would like another ace. Maybe I'll get it the next match or in the upcoming matches, but he said, you know, Lakia should apologize to him for stealing his opportunity to get that ace. It's been a while, but thank you, Texture, and congratulations once again. Best of luck. 승리 축하드립니다.
감사합니다.
네, everybody give it up for Texture once more. 박수 부탁드립니다.
มาระหว่างรอทีมเดธแมท ฝึกยิงแฟนทอมไว้ก่อนดีกว่าฝึกยิงแฟนทอมไว้
เฮ้ยพี่ยิงก่อนเลยพี่ผมกินข้าว
ได้เลยระหว่างรอเราไปทีมเดสแมท
Match found.
เฮ้ยการเลือกแบบใหม่
This is gonna hurt agents, but remember, I'm the effect, not the cause.
Reloading.
Fight.
I'm out of here.
มันนึกว่าเป็นเจ็ตกูแดดทำไมมันเห็นชื่อตัวเองวะเกิดจากอะไรวะ
Ultimate orb spawning.
Go away. Reloading. Go, go, go. Duck. Jet's grounded. Your fault. Gotta go. Shock. Not ready yet.
Reload him.
I'm out of here. I'm out of here.
New stage in town.
Reloading. Got one.
Stage 2.
Gotta go.
อย่าง
Gotta go. Reloading. Go, go, go. Grenade. Enemy kill. Reloading. Go, go, go.
Spawning.
Drop. I'm out of here.
Reload him.
That's three. Go, go, go.
New stage in
Hi!
10.
I'm pissed. Bad move.
Heads up. Stage 3.
Parasite. You're out. Satchel out.
Going. Too slow. Not ready yet. 4 down. I'm out of here.
Final stage.
Smart move.
เจอพี่ลัมมี่
That's 3. Gotta go. My ult's not ready. Feeling set. Nice.
โอ้ปืนหมา
Go,
ไม่เป็นไร
go,
หัด
go.
เล่นไว้หัดเล่นไว้ไปเล่นแชมเปี้ยน
Get lost. Nice try. I'm out of here. Watching here. I'm out of here. Go, go, go. They're dead. Get out of my way.
โอ้โหหัดไว้สวัสดีครับลิลี่ น้องลำอยู่ด้วยเหรอ ใช่เหรอ นีออน เอาเจอนักแข่ง แอดอยู่วะต้องแอดแล้ว น้องลำ กดอีกตา อันนี้คือเราจะลงแรงกันเหรอ เดี๋ยวดิเรารอแมตช์ถัดไปเรามาวอร์มรอ ทักทายครับสวัสดีครับ
Match found.
Enough training. It's time.
The Professor เปิดเลยข้างบนเยอะๆวะ CPU เปิดไม่หมดอะนีออนฝั่งข้ามเขาเมมกับคุณใช่เหรอ ผมเปิดชื่อเมื่อกี้ไม่เป็นไรเดี๋ยวเล่นเปิดชื่อผมแม่งโดนบ่อยอ่ะผมเลยเล่นปิดชื่อ
Gotta go.
ผมเก่งสนามซ้อมสนามจริงแม่งต้องใช้เกมเซนเยอะกว่านี้สนามซ้อมก็ไม่เก่ง
Barrier deployed.
Show me a target.
Reloading.
I'm also ready.
Yikes.
Bye-bye. Kill confirmed.
Gotta go. Bye.
Kim-yong.
Throwing net. Taken out.
Charge your ults.
Target down. I got ISO. Die.
Go, go, go.
ว้าวเพื่อนช่วยอุ้ยแต่ไอการดั้งยิงมันหลบได้ดีนะเนี่ยจริงทำไปเล่นไปแต่ผมทำไม่คล่องกันไม่มีใครทำแบบท่านได้ละเฮ้ย
I got ISO. Got 3. Got 4.
อุ้ยโดนทะลุไปเลยเทียบนี่เทคนิคกับฟลิกครับฟลิกไม่รู้ว่าเทคนิคเหมือนกันไหมแต่ผมชอบฟลิกยิงแบบเนี้ยอย่างเงี้ยไม่มีเลือดให้เก็บเลยเกลือแอกเกลือแอก
No chance. Is ready.
Ultimate orb spawning.
I'm out of here.
Got 3.
They will cover.
I'm out of here. Reloading.
โอ้โดนเอเลสดวลแม่งเลยแล้วกันเอเลสอ่ะ
No distractions.
มาเอเลสคุง
New stage in.
Well fought.
Final stage.
Joke's over! You're dead!
Reloading.
Focusing. It's you and me.
Gotta go.
ใครเป็นกระเด็นออกมา
Go, go, go.
เฮ้ยมีใครมาเลยไม่เป็นไรเรายังไม่ชินกับตัวนี้อ้างได้อ้างได้
Headshot. Got 3.
Charge your ults.
แปลก
Go, go, go.
Show me a target.
Pull them to their grave. Ultimate really them.
Breaking them.
Escape.
Next.
ๆมายัง
15 kills remaining.
หัดเล่นไว้เป็นท็อป
Problem solved.
3 down.
ผมว่ามันต้องเป้านี้ไว้ยเป้านี้มันเก่ง
ready yet.
That's 3.
Leave.
Bye-bye.
เฮ้ย เฮ้ย เฮ้ยสุด
I'm out of here.
Reloading.
ISO 9002ตาหนึ่งน่าจะอีกตาหนึ่งก็จะมาพอดี
Match found.
เป็นท่อมยิงไงวะ
Cool. Let's go.
ตอนอยู่หน้านี้มันเปิดไอ้มูออกมายังไง มีใครกดเป็นปะผมเห็นบางคนกดได้ หรือว่าผมงงวะ น่าจะราวท้ายแหละ
Fight.
Enemy kill.
Try again.
Hostile down.
You're finished.
No escape.
To disappoint me.
เรือ
Charge your ults.
เรือเอ้ยเปิดตัวแล้ว
Sensor down. Night night. 3 down.
10 seconds until stage change.
Be fast, Jody.
Stage 2.
No escape. Wall raised.
แปลกยิงไม่โดนเลยว่ะ
เอาบิดเฉยครับแน่นอนพี่โคตรโหด
ด่านแรกอบิสเลยด่านแรกเลยFPX เฮ้ยกูทนไม่ไหวแล้วนะฮะ
Seconds until stage change.
14ผมมงไป14ตัวไม่ไหว RTX มาช่วยด้วย
and me.
โยรุบอยแล้วผมปล่อยเกมละไปดูเกมดีกว่า
kind of information pop can be when you're combining those tools together.
ไม่ค่อยน่าไว้ใจมีดูเก็ตเท่าไหร่
ไม่ค่อยน่าไว้ใจ
I fully expect Rians and Boot to really synergize quite beautifully to be able to maximize on the utility and just the composition as a whole. And it's time to see really what FPX are going to bring to the table here on Abyss. It's going to be awesome. Everyone is locked in, so let's go ahead and send it down to your casters, professional yappers, two of my favorite people, Mitch and Tom, baby.
Thank you so much, Golden Boy, and our wonderful analyst desk.
I went to Waffle University. It's a place down the road.
I saw that the other day. Yeah, you're back where you went to uni. It's good to see. Tom, this is going to be one hell of a matchup. We've heard it from the desk. FPX, they play an interesting style. You've been talking my ear off about them for the last couple weeks.
I love this
Heretics, listen, we know these guys. One of the main criticisms we had, one of the main issues they had was time. They were burnt out. Now they've had their rest, their time to reset, and big challenge for FPX taking them down.
Yeah, they've also switched things up a little bit in terms of their composition. Miniboo going to be over to the Jet and bringing in the Sova. I'm interested to see because they were setting up around the breach quite a bit, but now that's gone. It's definitely going to be a different look.
มาถึงก็ซัดกันเลยเหรอ
The side of FPX is one I'm always excited for. I think Berlin has to.
จะนี่เขาเอาอย่างนี้เลยเหรอ
He's a nutcase. He's going to try weird stuff that you haven't seen before, unless you've been watching the Chinese region, in which case maybe you have. For now, a very aggressive defensive push all the way through A, looking to try and catch them on the I believe Life has spotted
13
Only peeked up the top, gave the info to Lysaurus, good for one. The Sheriff, though, running low on ammo. Flash comes through. Won't dodge it. Now they're right on top of him. Easy trade for Heretics, but the site is claimed. FPX knew the ground they'd given up. Life up top looks to take it all the way onto Boo. And now they've got a foothold, an aggressive one that Heretics will have to fight for. And they will still.
ตอนนี้วางสไปไปแล้วเหรียญยิงไปยังเหรียญยิง2ตัวนี้
เหรียญยิงพี่เอ
วูดยิงยังของพ่นน้ำ
วูดยิงแล้ว
เหลือทำคนเดียวทำตัวยิงทะลุ
ทำยิง3หรือยัง
ทำตกเหวตายเฮ้ยดี
กำลังกู้เสร็จแล้ว
Whether it's the A main push to start this off on the defensive side, they get up, they get the information, and then there's no splitting, there's no sending a player out to die by themselves instead. Just using the numbers to their advantage in the pistol. It works out. And a few little extra plays that FPX tried. They don't manage anything. So 1-0, we start. Rifles coming through, and I'm excited by what I'm seeing. There's still 15 seconds left. They could easily decide to sell some of these weapons.
But you can talk about.
What am I going to say? Goddamn right. It's an outlaw on Miniboo and the Jet. I'm excited to see what he can do. No shields on the other side, so this could be a big farming round for him. Bring him closer to that ultimate, but he's only got one orb on the board, so it'll be a while before.
That's one of the most fun things about this map is what you can do with the Bladestorm. Like you can literally jump off the map and go for kills. Yeah. That's some of the crazy stuff we've seen. I think Smoggy was doing that over on EDG. For now, though, Minibu's just looking for those early fights. It seems more spread from the attack side. Maybe an attempt to just collect some orbs, potentially look for a plant. You can't really have too many expectations from a round like this, and they're playing it very safe. But I do think that dimensional drift is a huge part of what they're going to be going for. Site control, a big part of their game plan, but also it just allows Life to go crazy, and that's something that genuinely, he's one of the most terrifying duelists in the whole tournament because he is, as said, just a little bit insane.
I wonder if we'll see this continue. Much more passive hold over B. It was the same in the pistol for Boo, but his teammates were pushing A that time. Now, well, he has actually shifted into a slightly more aggressive position. To back out, concede the space, and with that, FPX will find themselves a plant. Again, the idea from Heretics isn't to stop them in their tracks, it's to wait and take it as the players on backside might have a chance with the classics catching them off guard. Decent damage to Benji.
เนี่ยบอมเอก็อันติทีเดียวเข้าหมดไซส์
Not really playing alongside each other. A little bit further back for Autumn, and it makes this training quite a bit easier. One kill at least to make things that a little bit more costly, but you can see Rian's only having a pistol that is not really going to force any rebuys round other than the player who was already going to purchase anyway.
I mean, there was a decent amount of damage done, but yeah, just too spread across the players. So no kills converted, bar that one. No weapons dropped and left for the Ether. FPX will be facing off against a decent buy coming into the next. One investment from Team Heretics gets them a Vandal. Everything else is definitely in fighting form. The Bulldogs sort of backed up by the fact that you've got an Outlaw. You could be facing 10 HP or just tag him once and let Minibu do the cleanup. For FPX, rifles come out and dimensional drift for life.
That's the big one.
That's going to get them into a site.
Yeah, and you can already see, not messing about. All of the players are up over on the left side of the map, getting ready, pinging over onto the B site. It does seem, though, that Heretics have a decent idea. A very Benji sitting back. He should be able to clear at least some of the trips. Make sure that they're not going to be able to hold on to that ground, although saying that, it seems like they're both still standing.
Yeah, there was a clear idea from Heretics to change their setup. Boo goes to the A site this round. Traps are here to try to catch these players as they make their way in or out of the site. But now the traps are down. Benji has been blitzed on, and with this FPX, able to fall back, playing a lot of players in main. They've lost their mid control, but that's not that big of a stress this late in the round. Main thing is keeping Life on the site and having the support to cover him as they cross. Even the TP used to get out of there, and now standard post plants on a long range angle down an alleyway. Already finding Minibu, and even if they smoke this one off, it's going to be hard to get this stuck all the way with a big swing. Gravwell keeps them back a moment, buys them time. Not quite enough.
Definitely came close. I tagged Life as well.
ที่เด็ดอยู่นะเมื่อกี้ไอ้คอมโบน้องแก้กระดูดตรงนั้นนะ
The Gravwell couldn't quite hold them long enough, unfortunately.
มีปืนนี่มีทรงอยู่นะ
Definitely not a bad idea, and you can see that again. I think this was a map that FPX are using against a lot of teams because they're not going to be massively well prepped. But it seems like for Heretics they have a decent idea of what they're going to be doing. They're playing this map because they're comfortable enough on it, at least, even if they haven't had a massive break. I know a lot of the players said that they sort of went home some time with family or friends just to try and counter the bigger problem, which was the burnout. For now, though, it seems like FPX are going to go straight for that middle control. Now, we've seen teams using, well, even them, using the Viper wall for the same purpose, but instead already both smokes utilized early in the round just to try and take this space.
Oh, Life is really committing to this. Decoy sent through a flash to start, and they're trying to catch a fight. Unfortunately, they have. It was Benji Fishy to take down Life and slow this push completely. The squad now trapped in by Old from Woot. Big play from Boo. He's caught Autumn off guard. Barely anyone to hold on to for FPX, and now down to nothing. Berlin, he's made it to the site. His sneak up through B main is successful. Unfortunately, he's got 4 opponents to take down in a reveal that's going to make him give it away. The steps definitely showing Heretics where he is, and well, I don't think he's getting away with it.
Boo is nice. Boo is a nice person. He gets detained. He decides, you know what? I'm actually just going to finish him off before anything else can happen, and even get himself the extra ultimate orb, which gets him that little bit closer. The problem for FPX is financially a bit of a weird one. You've got yourself Aya with a bit of extra cash. The same can be said for Life, which, hey, again, you put him in the right position and things can definitely go their way. I feel like the problem with this round though is they wanted to try
อยาก
and
ยิง
go
ได้แบบ
for
บูท
big
บ้าง
control, but it was very telegraphed. Like you're using both smokes, like, unless you're going for some crazy fake play. I don't think it's going to fool anyone. And the main person that could have been caught was Benji.
Yeah, and he hit a shot.
โอ้แบบบ้า
Simple
จัด
as that. Mini
โอ้โห
boom,
เจอสี่
kill, and he's dashed right out.
That dart caught everyone.
โอ้โห
That dart
ตายห่าไป
caught
เลย
as well. A shock dart
เต็ม
sent through.
ใช่
Picking
เลย
off
อะ
one, damage done. Berlin down to 62. FPX don't have a lot
2-0
to work with here. Obviously,
2-0
still the rifle and
2-0
iron, but the
พวกนี้
rest of the
ล็อกผล
squad just with pistols and. Well, they are going to need a big performance to make this one. It's not about winning it. It's about keeping that economy managed on the Team Heretics side. They can't have all 5 players carrying rifles through to the next round, and at least there's the first to fall. Mini Boo with Wood and Rien super low. This could still be an okay round in
คือ
terms of
ถ้ารอบ
economy
ที่แล้ว
damage for the
ไอ้
attackers.
เจนจีเจอเซนใช่ป่ะมันเป็นรีแมตช์มาสเตอร์มาดริดถ้าทีเฮดเข้าไปเจอรีแมตช์มาสเตอร์เซี่ยงไฮ้
Making his way down mid. The problem is if his teammate
เจอกันให้เบื่อเลย
เจอกันให้เบื่อเลย
would mean that they eventually start looking back in the other direction while the cam's going to do that anyway. Even still, the aggressive position of Boo means that a plant is going to be tough. And even still, they're going to walk back into a trip. So there really is just going to be so much information. Boo is just waiting for a mistake to be made. Utility trying to be cleared from Aya, but he is dead. Like, unless Boo makes a massive mistake, I don't think there's any way that Aya's going to survive.
No, of course not. It's not an angle you will usually clear, and not one that you can from the position he was in. Free for Boo. Even at the information with the trap being broken earlier, and obviously the steps were loud as can be. Autumn with a chance. There's one, and low HP on Rienz if he can isolate the fight, but he wants the rifle. He's guarding it. 4-1. A solid start to this defensive side. Heretics lose their third round. They're kind of expected to, where they had the weaker weapons, but
จังหวะกระโดดไปหลังเมื่อกี้ถ้าคลิกขวาแล้วตาย
they're breaking much of his sweat. That last round wasn't a big one from FPX, though. This is where the investment comes through for the attacking side.
I think the scary prospect, though, is just bear in mind that Bind is up next. A map that there was a 6-win streak for the side of Heretics until that was ended in OT by Vitality. That was the way that they managed to actually qualify for champions in the first place. So I wouldn't say that Bind is going to be a weak map, and it's one that I don't think is the best for FPX. So and maybe they've changed things, maybe they've got something new to throw in, but I think their sort of like hidden gem was this map. Not many teams are, I would say, at the top level, like at a good position. Like a lot of teams are trying different things. I don't think a meta has necessarily been set. And if they're going to get, well, boomed, which I wouldn't say they are yet, but no, they need to slow it down. I like the fact that they've called a pause already. It's not really been like a catastrophic destruction of what they've been attempting, but I feel like so far everything they've tried, considering they've got this like Eurocomp which is meant to be a bit off kilter and catch people, it hasn't. It's been quite obvious what they've been trying to do.
Yeah, Heretics have seemed ready for it every step of the way, and I think even the mid push you talked about, as you said, telegraphed with smokes, then the decoy goes through, they let it pass, take the fight immediately. It was Benji dropping life after the flash, after the decoy had gone through. Just avoiding the utility and dealing with the man himself, and I think that's a problem that FPX are going to look to solve by, as you said, slowing down this round, looking for a bit more global control instead of isolating just one angle and pushing down there, and then sending late lurks out that Heretics are ready for because they've often got the advantages. Like you said, they're not getting boomed just yet. 4-1, it's an acceptable early scoreline, but we need to see this attacking side find the solutions pretty soon. And now, this is the best time for it. A bunch of ultimates online, albeit Lysor and Berlin's not high impact, but the rifle's coming out.
They've tried to do the same again, like throw a couple of early smokes, but this is just a ruse. It's trying to sell the idea that they're going for the same play. The problem is there's been a change up from Heretics as well. They've now got the operator roaming in mid, so nobody else has moved. The orb being taken is definitely going to be heard as well. So again, like the idea was to try and sell some sort of fake, sell some sort of lurk, but thus far, that hasn't happened.
No success in that front whatsoever. Team Heretics with, you know, we mentioned the change-up in setup that we saw a few rounds ago where Benji came in to prevent this B-site push. You've not just got Benji, but Boo here as well. Both of these players, we've seen anchoring sites now committed to holding the angles. Decoy is the one that's sent through. It's not even going to be touched. They allow it to fade into insignificance. Trap, luckily, not going to catch anyone. Aya's able to destroy it in time, and they've claimed the space. Now the rotations come in from Heretics. Now they look to defend that side or even to retake it. But little do they know the spike is going elsewhere. All they have to do on this side is buy time. Aya's done a good job of that. Autumn might not be able to get out of here, but look at Lysor's position. Sneaking up through mid, cutting his defense apart. Picked another.
It's a double dip, almost a triple dip. They sell an initial fake, throw it into it, what seems like a take at the B site, and then throw it back over to A again. That was really nice. Incredibly complicated. It's something that you do feel like at any stage, if Heretics managed to catch on, it could have gone completely wrong, but I like it. Like, you're throwing in the double smokes early again. You're then going to be using an ultimate and then and even sending a couple of players into that site, and then going back in the other direction with what, 20 seconds left on the clock? I think the main point of that round though was Lysor. Just having him still in mid, leaving ultimates as a secondary lurk. It makes it so difficult for anybody to actually move on Heretics without being caught or being put in a 1v1.
Well, early on, there's a big fight for A main. Just like the pistol, Heretics want a triple push up. They've spotted the operator already, and the dash actually caught on the wall. That's going to cost Minibu his life. The flash stopped him from being able to see exactly where he was dashing to. Well, a great start for FPX, and I think this was a response from Heretics to the last round. They played it blind, tried to rotate, assuming FPX were going to be as one-dimensional as they were a few rounds ago, and instead, they now go for the push to get the early info, walk straight into the op, pick is found, and FPX can now go back to that 2D play because, well, they've got the advantage. You're not going to have as many players rotating in.
Almost at this stage a double sentinel. It's a bit of a gamble keeping both players here, even having a rotation out from the side of Wu as well, who has been hitting his shot so far. Wu even going to just be waiting behind, but it's almost just straight behind the utility. Wu goes down, Benji is still here, looking to try and fight on top of it. He almost gets two. The second player so desperately low, even knows that he's still on this corner. Just waiting for someone to try and swing around that corner. I think he's got him dead to rights, a second to his name. But that wraparound, they're waiting for it. They're trying to watch for it. And almost getting that information might just give the game away. Berlin still managing to fight back with another. Putting thing into a 2 versus 2, but that time has been ticking all the way along. Benji looking to try and get things to half. He's succeeded. But with his teammate going down, it's now left all onto him, surrounded in the end. FPX. Well, it got a little bit dicey, but they get it over the line.
Yeah, well, listen, you told me
that there's some crazy stuff. I'm waiting
for the TPs and so on. Very fake TPs, pushes through a
smoke. Hey,
that's not a conventional play. It's not one I'd recommend you try at home, but my goodness, it most certainly has worked. And again, that early aggression towards A, the fact that Heretics try to take the space to find a solution to the problems they had last time, well, it hasn't worked out. And now from the Heretics side, you know that if you play it slow and rotate in off what is clearly an execute, FPX might fake it. If you go for the early aggression to grab control so that you know where the hit's coming through, FPX might be waiting. This is a very good resurgence. A team that was 4-1 down with no answers. They've certainly started to fill in that worksheet.
And the bigger problem now is the economy. I will say there's a lot of ults that are either online or very close. Minibu 1 away, Rian's 1 away. This round on paper seems easy, but if I've learned anything from Heretics is that Benji plays better with the Sheriff. Mark, who's to doubt the other players on this squad. Again, I feel like the darts from Rians have pinged up the entire team multiple times. I feel like FPX might have to go to the workshop and try and shoot those before they go off. Again though,
ต้องรอดู Gen G อ่ะบิดโคตรอยากดูเลย
They know that a round like this is
ไม่ได้ดูรอบที่แล้ว
likely to have pieces missing, so they don't really need to overface.
ถ้าอยากดูต้องมีทีมที่กดบิดใส่ Gen G เป็นแมปแรกอย่างนี้
They have the pit if things start to go wrong, but unlikely to be used in a round where there's mostly weaker weapons.
คือถ้า FPX มาโดน Heretics ตัดตรงนี้แอบเสียดายไม่ค่อยได้เล่นกับทีมอื่นเลยในลีก
Root out all these players, grab the info, go for a very aggressive peek. The flash even thrown through by Woot gets nothing.
แปลกๆแล้วว่ะพี่เอ้ย
Swinging clearly.
แปลกๆว่ะ
หรือพี่เอ็มเราจะอยู่วะพี่ตอนนี้ไม่นี่มันแมปไปนี่ไงแมป FPX
อ๋อโอเค
Very difficult for Heretics to even find anything in. You're talking about economy damage at this point, and it's one man. Make the one man. Aya's had a
แล้วพี่เอเข้าไปอย่างเยอะ
เป้าล็อกจัง
He just goes running in, takes the
Yeah,
balance. Obviously, the space was taken initially by Life. Just, I don't mind committing an ult like that in a round where ultimately you're in a
แพ้ลง
position
สายล่างครับผม
to spare a few here and there and just make sure that you're not going to lose to pistols. As said, the opponents can be incredibly dangerous on the side of Heretics with those pistols in hand, and he was able to make sure there at least wasn't a direct stack on the side. Although there was 3 players around, and
ผมอยากเล่นภาพไอ้นั้นมากกว่าพี่แต่ผมรู้สึกว่ามันทำให้เล่นไวมากเลย
ภาพเทนใช่ไหม
มันดูแบบไม่เฉยดิ
4-1 in the lead and now
ตัวนี้ปรับง่ายเราวิธีปรับแบบใหม่อ่ะ
with FPX
แต่ต้องปรับทุกตาย
อันนี้ไม่ต้องแล้ว
เอ้าได้ด้วยเหรอ
อันใหม่ไม่ต้องแล้ว
Last time they had the pistols like we said. Now they've
เอ่
got
อ
rifles and an
อยู่ใน
operator.
ทวิตเตอร์ของ
Ultimates
มิสติก
times
อ่ะ
4.
ใช่
FPX
เหรอพี่
still have that
ใช่
Viper's pit to fall back on. Eyes picked up the Nightfall as well.
ทำไมเกียร์ไม่ทำมาให้เลยล่ะ
Again, is
ไม่เข้าใจเหมือนกัน
he's getting off to a bit of a quiet start, and we know that he is someone that very self-critical, very hard on himself, and also someone that I think the highs are very high and the lows are very low. And obviously, you have players like Woot, Benji who can pick up the slack. There's no one on this Heretics team that I would say is a weakness. I guess the same for the other team. I think FPX clinically underrated. I think that EDG have their number. But when they come to the international stage, well, the teams they lost to last time around were Team Heretics, where they lost 15-17 in the last map in OT, and a team called Genji. So,
I heard.
And they took a map off both. So this is a team that I think, again, maybe if you're a Sentinels fan, you're thinking, it's fine, we'll have FPX in the lower bracket. I would not breathe easy just yet.
Well, they took a map off Genji, Sentinels didn't.
1440คูณ1080พี่ว่าไง
Sure.
มันจะเป็นอีกอันหนึ่งถ้าเป็นของมิสติกนะเขาจะคำนวณตัวเลขมาให้เรามันจะมี2ตัวเลข 2,200 กับ
Yes, well, I is extremely low, but so too is Woot.
ใครยิงคนสุดในทีมไม่รู้ว่ะไม่ได้ดูบ่อยเลย
Holds the line for a moment, but then Woot
ทำงานแบบ ทำงานหน่อย
pick up the double. At least FPX scrambling
just to clear out that lurk. I think Rian just had enough. He's like, he's gonna be here. I'm gonna check.
มาเร็วนะ
It's an opening left
ขอ
on
ให้มี
that
ช็อต
A
ได้
side,
วูกับเบนจี้
which
แท็ก
is
กัน
gonna
ช็อต
be
หนึ่ง
a
อะ
plant.
จบเลย
Viper's pit available,
ตื่น
and there's nothing that anyone can do to stop this other than maybe blind Hunter's Fury to try and deny the plant. That might slow them down a bit, and that is what he's gonna go for.
เฮ้ยเดี๋ยว พี่เหรียญ
Unfortunately, it comes
พี่เหลียญเฉียวหู
พี่เหรียญ
with
โอ้
Life
โหชิบหายละ
himself being the one to grab that kill. Blade Storm. We just heard it activated by Miniboo. They're going to commit to this. And going through that Viper's pit with a Blade Storm might be an advantage. Find him, drop the right click and get it done. Flash out a little early. Life's going to get ahead of the Thrash, but not
ย้อน
destroyed.
มันเล่นยากอ่ะดูดันเนี่ย
Luckily, it's gone too deep. It's inside the ultimate itself.
ด่านมันมีแบบว่า
You're not
ขึ้น
gonna
ล
be
ง
able to
อ่ะ
recover
มัน
that. Certainly not
ไม่
with
เหมาะ
any form of ease. Miniboo,
ขนาดนั้น
I almost expected him to go up top.
ตัวอื่น
Instead,
เก่ง
he's
กว่า
just running it through, finding one, but it's not the Viper. Now you're down to the operator. That's not the right weapon for the job. The spray is good to drop the diffuser, and although Autumn falls, the time already too far gone, and they can't deal with Life.
จบเลย
FPX.
จบเลยที่ทำมา
หรือว่าจะโดน
But they've taken the lead.
Yeah, I've heard the phrase "life comes at you fast," but I've never heard "life clutches it out." Because
เราจะได้อย่างว่า
he seems
Apex
to be
ใน
everywhere.
Apex ใครยิง
And
คน
that's
สุด
the thing. Like, Aya's been having a great game, but Life is up there as well. Normally as the tip of the spear and somehow even surviving to the late game as well. And this round again was just the mid-round calling has been exceptional. Like we have seen different moments where they start one side of the map, they go for these opening picks, and by the time you even notice it, they're back on the other side. They cleared everything out, and even losing the lurk. Like that was the moment you think, okay, the round's done.
Well, they had 2 lurks.
Yeah, and then they go hunting. Life again was the guy who got the kill on Rian's. Oh no! No, look away. Look away.
ดีเลย
Miniboo
ดีเลย
I hope he can let that
โอ้
one go.
พี่เอ็มแตกหมดทั้งโลกพี่
I hope other people can.
เฮ้ยไม่มันไม่จบเลย
I think
บอ
that's
ลหา
gonna
ย
be in a
โอเค
montage
ครับ
or
ผม
two.
They only have pistols. At least they only have pistols this round.
Right.
It's not as bad as it could have been. That's rough, man. That is very rough.
Yeah.
FPX
GB loves the phrase "from the top rope." I don't think that's what he meant.
from the mid rope, right down to the bottom. Well, 5-4, and it's a 5v4. With FPX having the lead, without
เขาขยัน
drawing
หา
more
ไลน์อัพแบบ
themselves, they've
ตัว
got to
นี้
be happy about that.
Berlin did get the kill.
Technically, it was given, but he wasn't too involved. It was by proxy.
No, it was just fear. He saw into Berlin's eyes. Maybe Miniboo has nightmares of Berlin in more ways than one.
Oh, wow.
ถ้าทีมอื่นดูอยู่นี่คือไอจุดนี้ที่มาร์กไว้เลยนะสแปมแม่ง
I feel like we've been saying this a lot. Just an attempt to do damage, and wow, Woot's gonna get one for free. That's not too bad. Trade eventually there from Maya, keeping them honest. No ultimates if they needed them, but I don't think they will. This is now falling perfectly into place on the side of FPX. 6-4 from what was, correct me if I'm wrong, 4-1. They have now managed to streak themselves 5 rounds in a row. There you go. Well, you can see it on your screen. Don't need my help.
It's been a very impressive resurgence.
It just, that's the...
ร้อนเลย
ไม่ยื้อไม่อะไรเลย
ร้อนเลยร้อน
The thing is, it's the worst player for it to happen to as well, because I feel like if Benji has like, he's gonna be giggling, he's gonna be having a laugh.
Laughing away.
I think Woot as well.
The silly little goose.
But Minibu after having a rough start, I feel like that might get to him, and he's gonna go aggro. I think wanted to try and rectify things, but hey, FPX are meeting him.
They absolutely are. Look, with a guy like Life, we've seen this a couple of times. He's willing to play a little bit loose, a little bit crazy. Setting out the late lurk for Berlin. He's going to be covering the back lines where the traps from Cypher don't. And for Team Heretics, same old thing. Group up, play this as a blob, move together. Smoke's online for Boo fairly soon. He's popping down his stars as we speak. But the time here is a big problem.
They've had it for a while. They could section things off. There you go.
Shit.
They have to deal with Life.
They also have to be wins on the way up behind, and if he finds that space before they've claimed the site, this could be an absolute disaster. Problem is, denying this defuse is very difficult. Oh, the run through is good, and the shorty comes.
เฮ้ยได้ไงวะกูและอันติอัตตานี่คือแบบเฉียบ
I thought that was going to be a
เข้ามานะ
guaranteed for Heretics back on the
ยืน
board. Well, FPX just doing FPX things.
ยืนบล็อกนี่ได้หาด้วยนะ
Benji stood a little bit further forward. He does to full damage.
He pushes him off.
It literally would have fallen off, but I guess it's a risk. It would be a big risk just to
มัน
play
เตรียม
that far
มันเตรียม
forward.
มาดีจริงว่ะ
อันติอัตตานี่คือแบบ
sprays ones down and then gets the second with the shorty. Like, and the Cosmic Divide was great, but again, when you're up against a team like this who have no fear, they don't mind playing through your utility. You have to basically body check them into not playing confidently, and I don't think anyone managed to do that ever. And well, speaking of confidence, Autumn's coming into this round with the Viper attack side.
ปฏิเทคโดนเขาเป็นตัวสำรองเฉยๆครับเป็นแบบตอนนี้ก็น่าจะเป็นฟรีเอเจนต์ประมาณแบบว่าพร้อมที่จะเข้าทีมอื่นอาจจะได้เห็นปฏิเทคอยู่ในทีมอื่นในหลังแชมเปี้ยนเนี่ย
For FPX. Well, 6 rounds in a row. No surprise to see them playing confident, and even in the last round, I feel like
ปฏิเทคทำผลงานดีกว่าคนเก่านะ
But they also had Berlin coming up behind. If the play was slightly slower from Heretics, throwing out a lot of
นิ้วเบียด
opportunities for themselves in the late
ให้ด่าน
round.
กันเลยนะ
The same thing. Lysor mid lurk, play to B site, but again, Heretics, all the utils here.
ไปนั่งดูสถิติมากันเยอะอยู่
That's it.
เป็น
His
กันเยอะ
stance have been impressive, and he's got it online now. Trying to get that information, and it is eventually going to be denied. In fact, not catching anybody this time. The one time it would have been almost instant death to the side of this attack. They're taking the space, jumping up. Benji's found the first. Holding that line, but it's not clean. It's not pretty.
ฟักเป็นจงเป็นจี้
He's managed to take him down. Time and ticket.
เจอสเต็ปนั่ง
In an awkward spot, but again, he's always there, always behind the time.
เจอพี่ไอ้ยิงหมด
Everything though, as Rians drops another. He's heard the steps of Minibu coming behind him. He's trying to catch this guy off guard instead, and now looks to switch back. That plant is just
ไม่สนด้วย ไม่สนด้วย
and they've still got to worry about that flank.
Yeah, it's made its way up top now.
Oh.
Well, it doesn't look like the flank's the main problem. Berlin's holding strong. Autumn's here to support, although he's lost his head. Now the flank going to be dealt with, but
one trap.
is the main
ลูกหมด
concern.
แตก
8-4 as we close out this half, and
หรือว่า
FPX
ไอพีเอ็กจะมาแก้แค้นของจริง
4-1 down. This was looking bad. They needed an answer. By golly, they
เหมือน
found
พี่วูจะทุ่มเทอีกเลย
This was just
มินิบูไม่เอาละ
aggressive dismantling. I've really enjoyed the way that we've seen mid-round switch-ups, more direct takes. As I said, I think the calling, honestly, from the side of FPX
ดู
has
จากยิง
been
ตอนเนี้ย
utterly sublime. And then just those
เอฟ
individual
เฟกต์อยู่
players
เหนือกว่า
bottom of the board,
มินิบูน่าจะต้องเปลี่ยน
the entirety of this half.
เปลี่ยนเป็นเล่น
เปลี่ยนเมาส์เหรอ
ไม่เปลี่ยนคนเลยเปลี่ยนเป็นปฏิพันธ์
Team Heretics after
ปฏิ
round
พันธ์ ใช่ครับผม
เปลี่ยนเครื่องได้ไหมตอนเนี้ยเปลี่ยนให้บูธไปนั่งเล่นเจ็ตแทนไปฉี่กันไหม
มันขาดดูอลิสแบบดูอลิสจริงๆอ่ะ
จริงพี่จริง
จานนี้ไปใส่ไปทำดิมอนก็ไม่เอาฮูเซลแล้วดิมอนฮูเซลเพลงกว่าทำไมเปลี่ยนเป็น CGI ผมกำลังรอวันที่เท็กเจอร์ได้เอส
After a big streak
ผมจะรอวันที่เท็กเจอร์ได้เอส
after that half, they had full control, hands on the reins. Now they've
ขอ
been
เถอะ
left
ขอนี่คือขอให้เก็บ
for
ซี
FPX.
ต่อไป
Everything's going right.
เมื่อไหร่
Every
เท็ก
call
เจอร์จะ
they
ได้เอส
make is coming to fruition, and I think for Heretics, this pistol will be essential. We've got Minibu 3 and 10. He fell off the map as well. I mean, as far as confidence builders go, this has been a disaster of a start.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, and it doesn't get much worse. And just look at already what's being attempted. You got the Viper screen down in case they needed to cover mid, but instead they've just TP'd right into it. Benji though has managed to catch the first player. I want to point out there was more than one. Berlin is still going, but it seems like Boo is very aware of the potential of further aggression. They are holding for this FPX squad.
Yep, making some pressure on A, but I'm not even sure if they're looking to commit. For FPX, though, it seems quite clear that there's about to be a hit on that side of the map. The steps, the noise, the utility is over there. 3 players now stacked up, with Berlin left with the responsibility of hearing the steps if the rotations come through. And considering they
จ
killed
ริงๆถ้าทุกครั้งที่เก็บเท็กเจอร์เก็บซีแล้วได้เอสทุกรอบนะอันนั้นอะ
to go quite
ไฮไลท์จะ
quickly
เยอะ
around.
มากเลย
There's
นะ
a lot of pings here, though. Pings that
แต่ผมชอบไฮไลท์อัน
certainly
นี้
indicate
มากกว่า
they're suspicious of a player being around
โห
here.
แล้ว
They've
เช็ค
caught
เฉย
Berlin.
เป๋
Okay, the snake in the grass dealt with, and Heretics, I think, are going to move into the B side. Yes, they are, and it's wide open.
Yeah, they've been methodical this round. I think they
เหมื
were
อนจะรู้
very
ว่าเคลียร์
ready for that mid push, something that is attempted by FPX and a fair few
30
rounds.
seconds left.
Watching it from multiple angles, and while now for the defense, they are going to need themselves
ก
a
ระโดด
bit
ไป
of
เล
a
ยลูก
hero play. Wingman will be
น่ารัก
sent
อะ
through. Little obstacle course for him to make it onto the
เนี่ย
side.
พี่ซื้อ
but
มาตัวหนึงน้องวิงแมน
defense already
ใช่
hit.
หรอ
All
ใช่
three players looking for someone to make a mistake.
วันที่ไปอ่ะที่ไปงานอ่ะ
Well, perhaps Rian's has.
เพลงวิงแมน
Faced
มัน
in
ก็
the
จะซื้อ
Lysor, who seems
วัน
to
สุด
be
ท้าย
hungry
ค่อย
for
ไป
some
ซื้อ
kills.
หมด
Already picking up two.
ถ้าตัวเล็กตัวใหญ่เลยหมด
This is workable. With Lysor down, the pressure falls on Autumn. He's had some big plays, big rounds, but it's a little tough to do in the pistol, surrounded on all sides. And Heretics, everybody put the work in this time. A team ace to put a round on the board after quite a while. They finally get to taste victory.
Yeah, it's an important one for them. And now that's both pistols in this map 1 and currently still going to be at a deficit
แบบบุกอะ
unless they manage to win the bonus or something of that
ทำไม
sort.
เป้า
It's
เป็นจี้มัน
definitely not
แปลก
an ideal scenario. But I will say, from what we've seen, at least in the pistol,
Ooh.
they're aware of what's going to be attempted by FPX. The thing is, they've cooked up a lot of stuff.
ยิง
on
ไป
this
ด้วย
map.
พูด
I'm
ไปด้วย
still
พี่ว่าไง
waiting for the round where Berlin gets his ultimate
โคตร
online
โหด
to see if he's going to try some of the stuff that he was attempting in previous matches versus EDG trying to jump off the
เฮ้ย
map,
มันได้เหรอ
use his ultimate to teleport across, cancel it, and then Shrouded step back
อ๋อนึกว่าจะ
onto the map,
ใส่ทะลุกระจก
and then he got shot in
เกีย
the
ร์แค่
face.
หน้าเมน
But
นี่หว่า
the idea is there. It's just if he can make that work, he's going to look like the greatest player ever. But this round, wow, any kills would be nice, and any damage they can do. On the other side of things, as always, the Heretics have got a couple of pistols that they can use as, well, in this case, lurkers, or to take more of a risk if needed.
Yeah, much more controlled early round from Heretics than what we saw from FPX in those first couple. Spread out.
พี่ว่าทาริกช้ำใจไหมโดนไป 2-0
of what they're up against on this defensive side. For FPX, the gamble on B, I'm not sure that it'll find value. That aggression is seen out of Heretics is only to find the orb, and then on the rotation back towards this site that's
แพ้ NA แพ้ก็เก็บทรงไม่ค่อยอยู่
just one man defending it, and Life is about to go through the smoke, and that will be the end of him. A site now open.
วินาทีต้องหลีกทางให้จริง
Site for utility awaiting them, but no one to execute on the back of it.
No one there. He can walk into every single one of those trips unless it catches him and pulls him off the map. I don't think that's going to be working. And I was about to say, surely at this point, if he hasn't realized it by now, we have a problem. For the rest of the players, it may genuinely just be a, well, I was going to say die to the spike, or, you know, there's other ways. Oh no, I tripped.
I have tripped and fallen. No. FPX, I think the spike is the likely play. And look to just punish anybody that gets aggressive.
แป๊บนึง
จบแบบไม่ต้องเสียเกาะนะ
The thing is, none of their ultimates are
การเงินนี้แบบ
close. Lice
ปั่น
is
เลย
the
นะ
closest, and I don't think it's worth risking giving stuff over to the other side. So Boo is gonna gamble. He wants to try and get himself a little closer. Only has a pistol to play with, so it's an orb for an orb. Not going to be the worst scenario. Not going to be the
ที่
best.
เซนแพ้เป็นเคิร์ดของทาริ
Heretics
ก
have closed the distance a little bit
ทาริก
more.
มันเจอว่า
Problem
เซนจะ
being
ชิงแชมป์
though
กลุ่ม
is
นี้
in the buy rounds is where FPX were, well, as you can see by the timeline, by far the better side.
Yes,
อันนั้นน่าจะเชียร์
absolutely.
เจอแบบเอง
Those
ลำเอียง
rifles come out when old cycles are through, and honestly, a lot of the time it's been nothing to do with ultimates. It is just how they're playing the map. But on the attack side, it's a different game. I don't expect them to slow down too much, though. The results here, this is, well, it's their pick for a reason. But on this defense, B-site, Viper, Autumn's been having a good game so far, and his challenge is a little bit more aggressive than what we saw from Heretics. Boo was constantly playing far back in Heaven, or Benji playing towards the spawn with his utility. Instead, Autumn is out looking for a fight.
Because they've got Thrash online. If he's not put into a better position, or if he's caught out, he is the only defender of this site, so that definitely could be an issue. I think also just playing on this side when there's a Gecko, because that is the normal route to send through Wingman to get you into the after plant. It's the common post plant that we see from a lot of teams. And I guess with Berlin now alongside him, it isn't so much of a risk. I think we've also seen a bit of utility on the other side of the map, so I think FPX at this point have a pretty
สรุป
decent
มันด่าน
idea.
กันหรือด่านบุกกันแน่เนี่ย
That doesn't necessarily mean that Heretics are going to stick to this. In fact, no, they're doubling back.
คือสถิติมัน
Some of these rounds are going to
รับ
hit
เยอะอยู่
those
นะ
mid
กัน
lane.
เยอะอยู่
We've seen Benji sitting
จ
around
ริง
this
ๆแบบมัน
position,
กันยากนะ
holding for the aggression,
แต่มันใหญ่อะ
not looking to get up in their faces, opening the door at least to cause
แบบมันถ้าโดนโยกทีโคตรเหนื่อยนะ
ใช่มัน
Still, there's nothing
รับ
going
ดี
on.
เทคอะ
Life is committed himself to holding down.
เนี่ยเขาเอาคนเยอะมาลุมบอม2เนี่ยยังไงก็ต้องรีเทค นอกจากแบบปาฏิหาริย์เลยอะ
Last round,
2 เก็บ 4 อะไรเงี้ย
the traps were there awaiting them. Although we'll have Thrash going through first, you've still got to avoid those traps. That's exactly what Mini Boo does. Updraft dash takes Heaven control, but no punish just yet.
มันทะลุได้ด้วยเหรอ
Lysor eventually
อ๋อ
falls to
ไม่
the
ใช่
jump up.
ยิงปาดพี่ยิงปาดเข้าไป
Thorn in
ใจ
their side, up in Heaven, not just by himself, but with two
ว้าว
players
มุม
make that
มุมนี้เหรอ
nobody.
อุ้ย
Wu
เฟี้ยว
dies,
อยู่
and
นะ
the fallback from Boo now leaves Mini Boo alone.
They've seen him. It seems like it. Lots of utility being expended, and
เอา
he's
วะ
โอ้ย
isolated. And
เอา
the aggression
อุ้ยยิง
elsewhere
โคตรแรง
hasn't
อะ
succeeded
แปล
either.
ก
ยิงโคตร
Boo
แรง
falls, puts the advantage with the defense. Rians and Benji. A little bit of an angle over the top, which might just give the game away. A nice shot from Rians puts things back into a
FPX ชื่อ
2
เต็ม
versus
คือ
2.
ฟันพัดฟินิก
And for a moment, it looked like Ion was going to try and jump around, but he's thought better of it.
ไอ้เก็บหมด
That time
โอ้ย
continuing to tick, Rians continuing to
ว้าว
second free shot.
เอาว่ะพี่เหรียญ
Kills for him
ว้าว
in this
อันนี้เป็น
round.
ที่เป้านะ
That
Yeah,
solo
like that.
switch seems to just work for him. An agent he thrives under, but well, maybe the Guardians working just a little bit better.
Well, everything else went wrong for them there, but Rien's went right. Unbelievable. The fact that Mini Boo's isolated, either expected or spotted up in Heaven, dealt with the utility thrown down and him forced out of position, and that Woot got caught going up. You know, the idea was to have 3 players there to take a fight, to maybe even flash through the smoke and get super aggressive. But once Woot falls, Boo's in no man's land and quickly swept up.
พี่ว่าคนที่นั่งโฟกัสอยู่ดุง
He doesn't need any of that high-tech mumbo jumbo.
No.
Put a gun in his hand, and well, they'll be hoping this time it's not the silver medal. Either way, that has wrecked the economy of
Jump
FPX.
scare.
Ayung is going to be in the same position, trying to make that Guardian work. And to be fair, when he's had a hero rifle, there has been extra damage caused. There's no doubt about it. The rest left just onto pistols. I guess in that case, I'd probably be watching Lysol, because his share is fairly nasty. For the other side, though, you got Hunter's Fury, one away as well from a Cosmic Divide, which for the most part, it's not normally the most impactful, but when you're up against pistols, being able to section off an angle, if there's a stack, could be high priority. Instead, though, Heretics, again, they fall into this passive default. They are expecting aggression, they're expecting pushes, and to be fair, other than the mid push, no one's really moving.
Yeah, it's a slow play. And with 40 seconds left, that's when Heretics start to look somewhere else, start to
No,
move
mini-ball.
and abandon those lurk catches. Well, if Berlin hadn't walked in with his back turned, I think that could have been a different play. Instead, Miniboo grabs the opening. It does spur them onto the B side where everyone's waiting. And they're in a bit of trouble. Jumping across his fourth kill. Locked in already. And Benji Fishy left in an impossible situation. 3 players and Ayung looking for the ace. Another round for FPX, and what a way to do it!
Well, 2 rounds, 9 Guardian kills. I don't think you're going to find that too often in the history of Valorant. 2 players that can both hit the headshots, but I am just doing it a little bit better. The first 2 was so disgustingly clean, but let's be real. I think there was about 1, maybe 2 missed bullets in the entirety of this round for him. FPX showing the depth of skill. He is 19 and 10 right now on the scoreboard. Nobody even close.
Yeah, and again, I hate to harp on it, but we opened this up by talking about it, and even we finished the EMEA Stage 2 by talking about Miniboo's state. This is a guy that relies on confidence and hasn't had it recently. Bottom of the board, 5 and 12.
ไม่ต้องกดดันน้องมินิบูไม่ต้องกดดัน
Fantastic. But I mean, the problem is, when you look at FPX now, they have the exact opposite problem. Confidence has got to be sky high. They had a streak of rounds in the last half. Now they've put one on the board here in the defense in that kind of fashion. The only thing is, Heretics are still in an okay position to buy up, but if they lose this round.
ทุกวันนี้ไม่เชียร์ให้เทคเจอร์มันเอ็ดแล้วเชียร์ให้มัน4 คิวพอแล้วอยากดูรีแอค
I think that the thing for them in this series, though, is again, it's what I said when they were 4-1. I'll say it now that they're down. This is the map that if FPX are going to compete, they have to win. Like, I think going into Bind, Heretics are going to feel more comfortable. Yeah. It's a map they've got a lot more reps on. In officials, at Masters, you name it, they played it. So I don't think they're going to be too worried. But of course, coming into this tournament, you want to start you want to start as clean as possible, because you know if you win this one, you've got your grand final again. We've already seen 1 grand final rematch. I think most people were expecting a second. This group truly is terrifying.
วันนี้ดูเอเวอร์ลินไม่ค่อยตื่นกันตั้งแต่เซคเคนแล้ว
Just trying something so risky.
ยกเว้นเทคเจอร์
Walked into. Yep, that's the whole Heretics team.
That is everybody. Young might be in a position to get under
เจอมันได้เล่นในบ้านตัวเอง
He's just about going to catch him. See, yeah, he's had to break it as he makes his way through, and now they're aware. They're turning.
Would have made it if he was bold. That's all I'm saying. Another win for the bold gang.
Another win, the first win, let's say.
Wow.
Team Heretics, 4 versus 1 at this point. It seems to be locked in, but it's Ayung on the other side. I'm not certain it'll be an easy victory if he decides to go for it, but definitely one that seems locked in.
I believe.
Economy, a little shaky. For the defensive side, I think it's better to just carry this weapon through to the next. They've made the right call, but that does put Team Heretics with a foot in the door.
It sort of is what the desk was talking about. It's the aggressive plays either look amazing or they look like that. You try and flash through a smoke, the whole team is waiting on the other side, you get wrecked. It's going to happen. It's how this composition almost works for them. Like, you have yourself that solo initiator, and because of it, and they do this a lot, they play the double controller or even triple controller on a lot of maps, so you're very reliant on the solo initiator or, and in most cases it's the Life to be an initiator with his face. So he's going to go running into angles, flashing into angles. You'll see it, no matter the agent, if he plays Jet, if he plays Raze, he's going to be taking space that you wouldn't even expect the craziest of duelists to take because of the comps that they're running, because they're more reliant on him to do stuff like that. And unfortunately, well, you lose 2 opening picks immediately.
นี่บูตกไปแล้วรอบหนึ่ง
Round's going to go wrong. Luckily, with that extra save, with the extra gun, they're still going to come in with the purchase. And ultimates, honestly, at this stage, fairly even.
Yeah, relatively neck and neck. I mean, you can understand that last
แต่ตำนานการตก
round,
ผมยกให้ซีเห็น
sometimes you
นะ
got to just throw in a little extra flair to your round. And
แมป
if
มัน
there's
แบ
a
บ
lurker there,
ต้องได้ข่าว
he's
สัก
dead,
บอมห
most
นึ่งแบบ
likely.
หน้าบอมลึกอะไม่งั้นเล่นยากมากเลยนะ
Ready to take the fight. For FPX, rotation comes through. Life now in position, ready to take this B fight. In fact, the decoy sends straight through, and Life isn't weighted. They let the decoy run past, took the main man down, and now the advantage, well, actually quickly.
เฮ้ยแผนมันดีอยู่นะ
Making a fight for it. Boo
แผนมันดีอยู่นะเนี่ยเมื่อกี้
back up alongside Woot at 2 versus 3. A retake needed for FPX. The spike planted relatively open. The thrash online just in case. And there's not a lot to say for FPX in terms of their chances. They need picks. They need to get aggressive. At least they'll have the information to work with, but I don't know what that is going to get them. Maybe point the guns in the right direction. Little lurk around from Young. He's going to go for it. Yeah, but find absolutely nothing. A firing squad waiting for him.
เป้าเหรียญอุ้ยเหรียญจัดไม่ได้วางเป้าด้วยช็อตนี้ฟิกแน่นอน
Another round on the board for Heretics, and again, I think some more just solid utility. We saw the initial flashes that I think the Gecko flash caught like everybody who was on that site. Like every POV we switched to, I'm sure the observers like get one that isn't blind to just try and find them as they go. But it was rough on the way in, and I also think the dart. You could just see the combination of utility. You had the dart, the immediate Hunter's Fury, and then the Dizzy that just left everybody within that site without being able to see and being revealed. And I think there was even a counter ultimate thrown in by the defense, but it didn't matter. You might not be able to.
มีปรับจอพวกนี้เขาจอ24 นิ้วหมดเลยปะถ้าคนถนัด27มาเล่น24จะเป็นไงวะเนี่ย
Not at that 9-7 gap or 10-7 gap facing an eco. But taking it here means Heretics likely push up to double digits. And if damage isn't done in this round, they'll have a lot of safety net to fall back on.
That's similar to the last half, but at this stage looking a little bit worse for wear. And I think that the problem right now seems to be that any of the aggression they're attempting is just met with the full force of their opponents. And I think Heretics are doing well, and at least when it's versus the buy rounds, they're basically just grouping up. They're knowing that, okay, either we go for a direct take together, we have our trips to still give away the game, but also they're probably going to push. And as long as someone's playing anti-flash or looking the other way, a lot of what Life is going to be attempting isn't going to work. This setup is dirty. They've got a paranoia setup, a cam looking forward. They could also send a prowler through from the corner. This is an almost perfect trap if somebody walks into it, which they didn't. So now the rest of them are going to go hunting this guy with a Guardian. Ion is gross.
He needs to stop buying the Vandal.
Yeah, waste.
There's no reason. It's 20 and 11. So many of those are Guardian kills. So many of those are one taps. 50 seconds on the clock. Spike's already made it to the B site. Planted as we speak. Dizzy's gone. He's going to play aggressive. He's not going to recover that Dizzy up top instead. To try to disorientate the team. A defensive side with a flare of aggression. Banshee's caught one on the flank, but there's a lot more. His impact. Autumn, I thought he had something special up his sleeve. Just to be found. 2 versus 2. If Young had full HP, I might even favor them in this position. I might favor them still. A chance.
กูไล่ตัวนี้ตัวลั่นด้วย
10 HP in the difference.
ช็อกดาด
Finding it.
เห็นตั้งแต่ธนู
Double digits is locked in.
ที่เหรียญยังเอาให้อยู่
Considering limited investment from FPX, came very close though.
The util king. Honestly, Rian's is having a game. Whether it's his reveals, whether it's the shot darts, or whether it's just the headshots he's hitting.
ที่เหรียญกับพี่วูดเขามาไม่พักเลย
And right now for them, it has been a difference maker. they haven't been able to really
อ๋อไม่ได้ไลน์อัพนี่หว่า
deal with him. Again though,
นี่แบบ
it's a low
tic-tac
buy round that just gets so
โอ้โหเข้าเป้า
dangerous. Ion with that Guardian, another
เกิด
couple
มา
of
ก็ถือธ
kills.
นู
In fact, I think the last kills he got before that were also with the Guardian when he got that 4K. That was when we last saw something from him.
โอ้ครับไม่ให้เข้า A
Viper's
เล
Pit
ยวะ
immediately put into play, trip alongside it, and it means that they're going to try and gamble elsewhere. Have 3 players towards the B site. Middle control will be held by Lysol.
กลางมันแอบบุ
But
ก
once
ยากนิ
again,
ดนึงนะพี่
no surprise. Heretics are taking their time.
Lysol is going to be pretty passive.
แต่มุมที่ล็อก
Passive, in fact,
ล็อก
because
ฝั่ง
you've
กัน
got
ต
the
รงกลาง
trap
มันก็มีแค่2
sitting
มุม
inside that Viper's pit on A.
you feel
Got
ascent
free kill if they decide
เอา
to
จริง
push up.
ไอ้คนกันมา
And
สู้
even
ก็
if they break it,
ก็ลำบากอยู่นะ
you're going to have Autumn probably swinging on you right away,
เอามาเท
spraying
คืน
a
ละ
phantom, no
มุมเป็นคน
tracers,
บุกได้เปรียบ
and you're
แต่
already
ว่า
decayed massively.
ถ้าจะเข้ามาดู
It's a
ยาก
huge bit of control to play with for this defensive
ประตู
side, allowing them to stack that B site. The only real concern is mid, and if pressure gets applied there, TP from Life, he's there to fight alongside Lysor, and they can take their duels. Heretics will find it hard to find a response, especially as they've pumped the brakes so heavily in this round. With 40 seconds left, still yet to really make any ground. Rien's considering the drone through A, making it look like this is where the play is coming in. The hope being that the rotations do come through. Life is TP'd off B at least, so they found it an easier job on that side of the map. Oh, and the push through into heaven.
เฮ้ยโห
Leaving one player there. It's
ไอเฟอร์ยังแสบ
He's going to be
เอ้า
actually pinged
เบนจี้
immediately by the Dizzy, but it allows him to go back into position.
อุ้ยโอ้โห
โคตรมั่นใจอะ
That means they're going to get into
วัดหมด
the
ครับ
afterplant. Utility
ถ้าเมื่อ
retrieve.
กี้ไฟแพ้ก็จบ
The
เลย
rest so far away.
เฮ้ยมินิบู
Ion pushed in on his own.
อะไรอะ
He's gonna
ไม่
get
บอกเดี๋ยวกูแทงให้เพื่อน
a little bit over aggressive, a little bit individualistic, and because of that, the rest of his team are now still man down, and they've got to be worried. There's the latest lurk on planet Earth from Benji. He's only just made the drop. I think it actually got heard by Autumn, so he's now waiting. That's another kill to their name, putting things back. But again, Rian's so clean, so confident
วางปิด
in
วาง
these
ปิด
late round
วางปิด
scenarios.
แต่มีควันดีครับ
Just gonna try
มี
and
ดูดมีดูด
use this, but actually, I was going to say maybe he wouldn't be pulled off, but I think he has been. The angle not being able to be
ไม่รู้
kept.
เป็นไข้ขึ้นสูง
Eventually, it's going to fall flat on its face.
นี่คือสาเหตุที่พี่โปเต้ไม่มาวัดนะครับคือพี่โปเต้ป่วยหนักมากต้องแอดมิด
You know, this round, it makes
น่าจะเป็น
sense
โรค
why
เลยสักอย่าง
Benji
ไม่
took
ไข้
so
หวัดใหญ่
long
ก็
to
โควิด
get back
สอง
out
อย่าง
because they made this the most telegraphed A push, A split of all time. The drone goes through the Viper's pit, it catches the tag, immediately on middle, Benji's breaking open the vents, running through to the A side, and letting them know, hey, we tagged you, we're coming to kill you, we're going to drop that pit, take the site. And the response is what it should be from FPX. They immediately rotate in. Your Viper can't just hold a 360-degree angle.
ล่าสุดผมก็เพิ่งไปเป็นโคมา
These sites much more open.
เอาทำเพื่อ
Site secured, plant in, time on their side, and Benji, yeah, he
กลับมาแล้วว่ะ
super,
Heretics
super late, but that was what needed to happen.
อย่างนี้
Otherwise, he
2-0
just runs back out on mid. They obviously know he's there. They kill him.
อาหารเป็น
One
พิษ
less guy to deal with.
The danger now, 4 ultimates
กินอะไรเข้าไป
on
พ่อหนุ่ม
Heretics in a round that if they win, wow, it will put the economy of FPX in an awkward
ชอบเสียง
position.
แฟนทอม
Their
นะพี่
ultimates, some close,
เสียงมันเย็บ
one
จั
or
ง
two online.
ใช่
but
ต้องโดนอย่างนี้
this is
โดนจริง
looking
พี่
like a spot where Heretics might be able to just run away with it. And as said, this is a map that is pretty important.
ชอบ
for
ไอออนอยู่แล้วด้วย
FPX to take. Heading
ตรง
into
ได้
the
เลย
wind up next. Mini boot, space taken. He's got the
ไป
threat
แล้ว
actually going in behind him. That will clear the
Ah,
back of the
clear
site and give
site.
them all the
โดน
space
แท็บ
they need.
Should even be able to get back over to recover that, but Woot.
เฮ้ย
เฮ้ยอะไรวะน่ะ
Picking up
ยิง
the
ไม่
kill
พัก
on
เลย
Ah Young. I don't think he's going to be going for Thrash instead.
พูดเอาหมด
Holding
อะ
onto that control. Up close is Mini Boo.
ผลละลาย
Ready
โซ
to
อัน
take
ติ
the
โซว่า
fight.
แบบ
No one there to support him anymore, though Heretics fall back into much more
ขออนุญาตขึ้
passive
นแท่น
positions. Mini Boo's on his own. To
มินิบูจะโดนหรือจะได้ช็อตนี้
make it costly
เชื่อ
for FPX.
น่าจะโดน
Now
ครับ
there could be some threat.
มินิบูใจเย็น
Out of position. He knows he was about to be
ใจเย็น
revealed.
ๆลูก
But Lysor gets
จัดให้ตลอด
Pressure from Life. Flash. Bit of another. There it is. Popped and ult completed. Not able to find
โอ้โห
anything.
เล่น
Sending
ใจ
the
ถึง
point
จังวะ
through. Just buying the space, keeping them back in the choke point as the defuse starts. Now he'll body
เฮ้ย
block.
ไม่มีดูด
Look
ด้วย
to
นั่นน่ะ
absorb those bullets for his teammate. They've killed Life. And now
เฮ้ย
they need
เดี๋ยว
to
เดี๋ยว
get
เดี๋ยวเดี๋ยว
Looks
เกือบ
like get him just in time. With
เฮ้ย
it
เดี๋ยว
taking away, all they have to do is deny that.
พี่เหรียญเอาให้อีกแล้ว
พี่เหรียญเอาอีกแล้ว
Managed to get back. And the
พี่เหรียญบอกต้องให้
classic
เก็บ
kills
กวาดให้
to
ตลอด
close it out. That's 12 to 9 FPX left in a
ช็อตสำคัญ
really
สำคัญที่พี่เหรียญ
difficult
จัด
spot
ให้หมด
now. Economy down low and 3 in a row needed to stay alive.
That's the thing. If you're in a late round and you see Rienz is alive, just run. Just
Yeah,
run.
give up.
It's a little bit unlucky, like the smoke fading just revealed Berlin
เบอร์ลินแม่งนั่งแบบเกร็ง
at the end. The body block from life was a nice idea, but that smoke just, it wasn't quite there, just not long enough. And while the final push from Rien's, him and Woot, the Turkish duo, up there at the top of the board.
And I think the smoke faded because when they put it up, I think, I could be wrong, but I think they took a second to get towards it because they were cautious of any traps being there. With such a passive hold as well, like I saw them crouch walking into the smoke. An unfortunate one. With 12-9 on the board, Heretics on the cusp of victory. In the map, they were 4-1 up in and then lost a streak of rounds, but Rien's is pulling them, kicking and screaming back into this series.
Yeah, it's going to sound harsh, but when you have initiators putting up this many numbers, sometimes your duelist can have a bad game. Like, it really just, it's so ridiculous how talented these two Turkish players can be.
Get out of my way!
And let's say it's been needed. FPX have at no point looked out of this map. In fact, it looks like it was going to go dominantly in their favor at a stage, but the second they got onto this defense, it's been a round won by Ayung. And other than that, not a lot to write home about.
แล้วด่านบายวิธีเล่นกลางของเบนจี้โคตรปวดหัวตอนนี้เบอร์ลินหล่อนแล้วเข้าไปหรือยัง
Yeah, they got all the control. They know it's an A hit that's coming through. The thing is, Benji.
อ้าวโฟกัสเป้าอยู่โฟกัสเป้า
Autumn's picked him up, and now the flank comes underway, or the quicker rotation through the vents. Young able to grab one, and it's Lysor's double. At least giving them a chance in this low HP. The decay fading, but Boo still on 54.
ไลน์อัพอายามั้ย
Have a tough time in closing this one out. Still stars to play with. Has his grab well, and that is going to be the port of call to start this one off. Buying him a little bit more time. A looky spam could even the odds. And indeed, they baited out immediately, aware that he's going to be trying something nasty like that. He needs to start spraying. He knows this could be being diffused, and they're waiting for just that. He's seen both. Now he knows it's not even half just yet. He's got a bit more time to play with 4 bullets, and not enough to take them down. The defuse will go across the line for FPX. They'll reach double digits, but they still need 2 more.
Yeah, I think he's incredibly
ทำไมพอโอเวนไปยืนนั้นแปลกๆวะ
Those were the players that pushed mid to kill off Benji. So he was so worried about it, but just getting that little bit of information gave Boo a chance to fight. But with the low HP already on the board, wasn't to be. And again, a lot of this comes down to just the initiative. This was something that in a lot of the games we saw from FPX where they were successful on the defense, they had a lot of cool ideas, a lot of aggressive pushes, but I think with how Heretics have been playing around mid, they've been deterred. They haven't been able to get away with a lot on this portion of the map and had to go for something quite a bit later. 2 rounds the difference. 2 rounds is all they've had. But as we've seen, they're very good at streaking rounds together.
With these weaker weapons, I'm not expecting much. Woot, though, has the rifle and is able to grab himself at least.
ไม่เป็นไรแบดเดย์ไม่ได้ทุกวัน
Moving towards the site, we'll see the plant come in from the wingman. Already mostly through. The spray's not quite landing, so they're able to fall back now. 2 rifles. Make that 2 again. It's Boo and Benji Fishy holding the chances of this squad in their hands. They only have 2 chances to close this out, and this one, well, it's not quite their best opportunity with Boo tagged up, or well, decayed down by the nightfall. The defuse already underway. Here comes the shock dart lineup, though. Grabwell already used to start this one off. Flank spotted as well. Lysor won't get a free kill, but with Boo falling, the numbers thin out. They dealt with flank, but they haven't dealt with the defuse, and the Hunter's Fury waits for it.
ไม่ทันแล้วดิ
They'll get a tag, but that's all, and an ult expended for little to no impact.
They might be able to
เอาแล้วไง
weapons
2 วันหนาว
make things a little bit more costly, but FPX are
ไม่
not
เชื่อ
going
ใจ
to
เบ
mind.
นจี้อ่ะเมื่อกี้
They managed to drag this
ดี
back
ๆก็
at
สะดุด
the
เฉยเลย
depths to look to try and take this to OT. And again, like for what was invested, not a bad round from Heretics, but just throwing in that ult at the end, thinking that okay, maybe they've got it half, maybe they've got it close, but it was a lot further along than I think anybody over on the Heretics side had thought. Yeah, it was basically done. It was only if he was incredibly low HP that would have made a difference. 12-11, still having a thrash available. It's going to be something to play with, and definitely still wary of these aggressive pushes. For now, though, again, looking a lot more direct from the side of Heretics.
Well, it absolutely is. You saw Thrash put into the hand.
ถ้า FPX ได้ไปเจอ JG น่าจะเลยแปลกหน่อย
โว้โหรู้ทัน
Young in the perfect position to punish it. And now Benji, well, he's not going to get away with absolutely anything. They really want to fight for heaven for Vents, but they will get nothing. Heretics left down in the dirt. 12-12. We're going to overtime on map number 1. This was looking like Heretics had it in the bag, but a last-second resurgence from FPX keeps them in it.
What a bad day for you นะ
It's been both teams now that I've expected it to go dominantly to FPX after an incredible first half. Then I was like, okay, well this is done, and now it's gone to OT, but probably in one of the weirdest fashions I've ever seen. And the thing is, I don't think Ayung had been playing that position much. Like, we'd seen Minibu multiple times dash up there and have no contention whatsoever. This time, Ayung is waiting. 27 and 16, by the way. It is him and Riens are really running the show. The question is, who's going to be able to take it over the line? FPX, it seems like all the bells and whistles, all the fakes, all the ruses might go out the window here as all the players, all 5 in fact, are outside B.
Well, Heretics going for the same push up on A, but
อีกหน่อยคงแบบว่าปืนยิงเสร็จแล้วมีท่าเต้นนะไม่ได้หรอกต้องทำแยกไม่งั้นสกินเก่าๆขายไม่ได้
เป็นมุมโคตรโกงอ่ะนะ
It's not a normal spot to be playing from, and they're not even going to clear it. They're not even looking this way. That's the spike right in front of him. He's letting it get half planted just in case he can find another.
โอ้โหน่าจะโดดก่อน
But he does the damage. Lysor on 8
ผมกำลังคิดอยู่ว่าจะโดดก่อนหรือว่าอันนี้วะ
sits with FPX, and it's Lysor that's going to go forward to plant this spike. I believe uncontested, unless there's a crazy shock dart. There actually was.
เหรียญ
ที่เหรียญนี่เขามีของเล่นได้ดิเขาเยอะของเล่นเขาเยอะ
To plant this spike.
ไปแล้ว
Most of the time, I believe another. Oh, it's a reveal. In fact, not a shock this time. It was sent through, and it's caught the information. They know where FPX are holding this from. Oh, it's a big play, and only the one to be found.
มันไม่บูมมาแล้ว
ผมชอบไปสกินนี้เลยว่ะมันดูแบบบังเลย
มันกากแต่ว่า The spray might just work out, but they're trying to bait him into a fight. He sees they're not defusing. He'll buy it this time just a little bit further.
ไม่ทำไมทำงั้น
The clock here could prove to be the biggest enemy for the side
จะ
of
แพ้เลย
Heretics as they start this defuse yet again. The swing is FPX punish this time, and it's Heretics to 13
ลองนึกภาพถ้ามินิบูวิปแล้วเหรียญตาย หนักจัดเลยนี่
Agent bans. Guys, I've had enough of map vetoes. I want agent vetoes just so I can get this man off a damn server. Bear in mind, last time they played this map, he wasn't playing Sova. He was playing Breach. So that's something they brought in for the game today. And it has been disgustingly good. Whether it's reveals, as I said, or shock darts. Okay, maybe a hit or miss with the Hunter's Fury, but I don't think they're going to mind too much. But you could understand the elation from Benji. They've got another opportunity. They've already had 3 of them to close out this map, and FPX, well, they got an extra.
ตึงอยู่ดีก็ตึง
เสียงอะไรอ่ะ
So there is a. I think I showed you this when it came down to their B site hold. Yeah, he has a nest wallbang that he uses for a specific post plant. So if he is pulling this in, I would be very surprised if they're not going B because he has an exact post plant for this.
You know, you showed me that, and I used it in my next rank game. And let me tell you, the things that were written in chat, I'm pretty sure some people got banned, but. It's good fun, and I think pulling it out at a time like this will be unexpected for FPX as well. Like
they haven't used it at all.
The only thing I'll say is that FPX have been tremendously cautious about trap wires. I saw it on the A site retake. I've seen it a couple of times where they're going into a site and they're looking everywhere to find those traps. If they make the mistake of not clearing them this time, they will be punished quite heavily.
But also, he just knows his lineup for the post plant. So if the traps might not even be an issue, really. It's just going to be if they can get into a post plant, which, hey, if you're running a Gecko, I feel like you should be able to do that, and they have been able to do that. Autumn already spotted. Boo already in position, ready with his lineups, just to try and be an absolute rat at the back of the site. And while this is maybe the scariest post plant FPX are going to ever have to face into.
Take.
They might not even know what they're facing just yet. That's the scariest part.
เบนจี้ยังอยู่ปั่น
You
ป่
see
วน
the stars down on the spike. The grav well to deny. Benji's been in this position
เฮ้ยทามมิ่ง
แต่อยู่ทุกวินแต่ตรงเนี้ยมันต้องเช็คป่ะ
But this time they're not checking it.
โอ้โห
finds the kill.
อะไรวะน่า
The
โดนปะเนี่ย
defuse started at least. That's as
เฮ้ย
far
พี่เหรียญ
as
อีกแล้ว
Heretics know. Some kills come through though. They
Hindi
reclaim
mo.
the space. The Odin takes life.
Hindi
The
mo.
drop from Berlin is good. Able to at least find the one, and Rienz is incredibly
Ow.
low. Boo's caught up top. That's a big
GG that.
mistake. All he has to do now is root out Rienz and deal with Wu, but that's a big task
Whoa.
halfway when Rienz
ไม่พีคด้วยวู
swings in to close it out. 14 to
เหงื่อแตกเลยมินิบู
ไม่เป็นไรไม่เป็นไรไม่เป็นไรทีมเนติก
ชนะเฮติกชนะ
อ๋อ
ด่านบายไงด่านเขาแล้วมินิบูบอกผมได้เล่นแล้วเลสหรือเล่นตัวอื่นวะด่านนี้ เฮเลติกมันชอบนะเกมตึงๆเนี่ยเพลเยอร์สายตึง
ใช้จอกี่เฮิร์ตอะ
360
จริงเหรอ
ใช่
ตัว66เหรอพี่
อะ
ตัว66เหรอ
อะไร66นะ
ตัว2566เหรอ
อ๋อไอใช้ ROG
อ๋อเหรอ
พี่เชียร์ใครพี่เชียร์คู่นี้เหรอพี่เชียร์เฮเลติกหน่อย
ไปลอง540ไอ
ๆแต่ก็แอบเป็นกำลังใจ
ให้ลองหน้างาน
เขาอยากให้ไปเจอ
โคตร
ทีม
ลื่น
อื่
เลย
นบ้าง
แต่ FPS มันถึงเหรอ
โอ้โหถึงดิ
ถึงได้ไงพี่
แรงอยู่นะคอมที่ให้ลองอ่ะ
FPX มันโหดมากเลยในจีนอะแต่มัน
กลัว
ไป
แต่
เจอ
ถ้าส
Heretics
ตรีมเครื่องเดียวก็ไม่ค่อยน่าใช้อ่ะ มันไม่ถึงไง
เพราะมันจะทำให้แหลกเลยไง
แต่ถ้า2 เครื่องก็ได้อยู่นะสตรีมแบบใช้แคปเจอร์อ่ะ
อันลอยไลท์อันนี้ก็ตัวดีเลย
มีลาปิดปะ
ปิดปะ
คืออะไรพี่
ลาปิดทิกเก
แบ
อบ ร์
บูตติ้งอ่ะ
ไม่น่ามีนะไอ้0.1 มิลเหรอ
ได้ใช่
โอ้ไม่น่ามีปะ
แต่เหมือนเขาเริ่มทยอยทำกันแล้ว ไม่รู้ว่ารุ่นใหม่ๆจะมีไหม
เลเซอร์ก็ออกมาแล้ว
น่าจะเริ่มแหละ แต่ผมว่าคนไม่ชอบก็ไม่ชอบเลยนะ
มันเหมือนแบบรถแม่งเบรกง่ายอะอารมณ์เหมือนพี่ขับรถแล้วเหยียบแตะเบรกปุ๊บเบรกเลยอะไรเงี้ย
แต่มันลื่นไง
มันดูดีอะ
บางช็อตมันก็แบบ ไม่ชินอะ
เหมือนกับมันต้องปรับตัวใช้ตอนแรกใช่ไหม
ผมใช้มาปีนึงแล้วผมยังรู้สึกแบบยังไม่ชินเลยอะ
รู้สึกว่าดีขึ้นไหม
ไม่รู้เลยพี่ ผมว่าแบบเก่าดูแบบ ดูมีจังหวะกดอะพี่เข้าใจปะ แบบเวลาคีย์บอร์ดเก่าใช่ปะมันแบบมันเหมือนแบบกดไว้รออยู่แล้วอ่ะพี่แล้วค่อยแบบ
อ๋อ
กด
ยัง
ลง
ไม่
อะ
ชิน
แต่อันนี้คือแบบต้องห้ามแบบเอา แบบห้ามเอาแรงไปกดอะไม่รู้อะยากอะ
คือแตะนิดนึงคือหยุดเลย
แต่นิดนึงมันคือบางจังหวะมันก็เดินไปเองอะ
ตอนเจอเจนจีก็ชนะ2และอีกแค่1ก็จะแชมป์แล้วแต่ขอแบบ5โหมันทีมตึงเจอทีมตึงเลยดิเจนจีมันก็เล่นสายตึงเหมือนกันอะแอบเล่นเดธแมท นี่อะไรวะอังเคิลโพสไอ้นอนเล่น
I'll pick them apart. You clean up whatever's left.
Fight!
Jump them. Killed them.
What?
Don't get up. Anyone else?
Fuck.
Idiot. Dead. Back off. You're done.
Ui.
Shut up. Lights out.
Ten kills remaining.
โอ้อะไรของมันวะเอ้ายิงยังไม่ยิงโดน
User left your channel.
Shut up.
User left your channel. 5 kills remaining.
That's a game.
User joined your channel.
โอ้โห FPX จัด
เอาดี
FPX จัดนะพี่
คอมมันเหรอเอ้ย
จบละวินเลตแชมเบอร์แบบนี้วินเลตน้อยจัด
จบแล้วเลยเหรอ
จบละ
มันทำมาป่ะพี่
One kill
มา
remaining.
ก็โดน
ทำมาก็โดนอยู่ดีเจอแรงด้วยฮ่าเจอ
Yeah, good luck, buddy.
They're gonna have to fight. They're just gonna have to scrap. That's
โดนลูกเมนนะครับ
That's what they want to do.
Yeah, for sure, for sure.
You know what? That is a good call. It seems like FPX wants to get down and dirty in the mud. Speaking of two guys who like to get down and dirty in the mud, let's go ahead and send it over to your casters. Here's Mitch and Tom. Go ahead, tell everyone how you like the mud.
Only with you, GB. Only with you. But yeah, I think this is one of those things. A wise man once said that this is an FPS game and you just need to shoot people in the face. So who cares about post-plant utility? You don't need any of that. They've got a little bit, but ultimately they're going for the shoot them in the face. And I like it because do I think they would win with their previous composition? No, I think this would be a map that would go the way of Heretics. So pull something out of the bag, go for an aggressive composition, try and use that individual skill. Autumn is someone who, hey, he can pull out a clone, drop 25 kills, so let's give him a chance over with the chamber, and there you go, pick and out.
A nice start for that defensive side. A little bit of aggression going down on A as
แล้ว
well.
เกือบจะเอาอีกห
They'll
นึ่ง
try to get some control. Push up behind them early on. Team Heretics, well, they could be
มัน
funneled
ซื้อ
into this angle, but
โกด
there's
กับ
always
ไอ้
the
เฮด
potential
ฮัน
to
เตอ
take
ร์
that
3 นัดอะพี่
teleporter and bring
โค
it
ตร
to the
ฉีก
other direction. And looking for the flanks as well. It's Boo creeping his way back. He's turned at just the wrong moment, but corrects in time. Life down, and now Woot's clearing out that angle. They found the second and sent him straight into Boo and straight to the Shadow Realm. 4 versus 3 with FPX now looking to pick up the pieces, but the position from Berlin could be everything. And that's the spike with
Berlin.
This is such an absurd round.
มายังไง
You
อะตรง
think
เนี้ย
the defense are on the attack the way that they're pushing, and why are you going to expect the third player to be pushed up? The thing is, he's alone, hiding in his own smoke. And while he gives a little angle over to Woot, Woot's going to land the shot, and look where the remaining defense is
บอกอย่ามา
now.
ตลก
They're kind of ready for this.
I have the spike.
yeah, they've rotated in just in
30
time.
seconds left.
Lysor stuck in the corner. Off bat, he's waiting for the walk through, and it's going to be Woot rounding to take the fight, but the shot is delivered straight to the cranium. Only
ตาละออก
one
Yo,
shot
this is
left in the
Wooting แน่นอน
golden gun. It's his ghost that's creeping.
ถ้าย่อเร็วๆ
ใช่ย่อเร็วๆ
On the spams, the silencer lending a hand and
โอ้
triple kill and the red
มันสแปม
to
ไอ้นั่น
kick
ไปปะ
off bind.
Oh, I'd love to see
No one
an
wanted it.
analytical breakdown of this round because I think someone out there,
เอาตั้ม
maybe
จัดให้
Steel, would have an aneurysm. It's one of the most
แล้วซื้อ
aggressive
ปืนแบบ
pistols I've ever seen.
อร่อย
You had two players making a push directly into mid. You had another that took complete showers control, which ended up winning them the round. And then you have this to start it off, where just the patience from Autumn, and he's the one that clutches out as well. If he goes down there, this round is lost. But that's what FPX need to do. They need to be disruptive. They need to be crazy. And they need to almost push Heretics off their game because Heretics are very happy to sit back and be passive. Well, they're not going to be allowed to do that.
No, they're not. Of course, it's the outlaw that picks up that opening. A strong weapon, by all accounts. And Young,
he couldn't have done that with a Marshall against unarmored players.
Nope, not possible, Tom.
No.
You know, he wouldn't have had the confidence, and that's what it's all about. Just in case they
ไม่เราตัวที่เก่งที่สุดในวัน
Yeah, you know, very,
ถ้าเป็นเมื่อก่อนอะใช่อยู่
very shy player,
มัน
I think it's fair to
ไอ้
say.
ท่านน่ะนี่
But no, for FPX.
Yeah, Australians are known for being very shy and
Yeah,
timid.
right. Reserved, quiet. Yeah, that's
just like Mac, mate. He's incredibly shy.
Quiet bloke. Yeah, you'd miss him in a room, a quiet room. Well, FPX, they found themselves a strong advantage to play with. Heretics have next to nothing to work with, and even the Ghost is doing work.
Oh!
This is just a chance for, well, I was gonna say, Young to farm. But actually Life stole that last kill away. A great start for FPX. Bear in mind, the last map was incredibly close. They lost both pistols. So they were in a rough spot pretty much from the beginning of both. Being able to get off to a great start here. That outlaw carried through a judge for Berlin as well. But this is where the rifles come up. Heretics pretty much always win their attack. Even in matches they lose. When they lost to Vitality, they won their attack. 7-5, 7-3, 7-3, 7-3, 10-2. Like, they are very good at this side of the map. So if FPX can disrupt them enough, well, I'll be interested to see this comp on the attack, but even still, I think they're planning to try and disrupt this attack side. Wow. Rian's kind of clean today.
อุ้ยปืนนี้พี่เอ้ยยังไง
โดนได้อย่างไรเมื่อกี้
กับยูฮอ
Not
โอ้ย
gonna last much longer either.
มาแล้วมินิบู
Going into Berlin's awaiting
นี่ไงมาแล้ว
and now they've spotted them too.
นี่ไม่บอกด้วยปืนอะไร
He doesn't want to shoot the judge.
No,
ผ่านแล้วพี่เอ้ย
มันล่อซื้อ มันล่อซื้อ
Put your rifle in there. Let's
ไม่
see
ยอม
what
ยิ
we've
ง
got.
ดิ
What's behind door number 1? It's a judge, and now
ไม่ได้
it's
เบนจี้บอกกูไปแล้ว
space you want in left
ใครจะอยู่ก็อยู่
into the site to defuse, and that's where the difficulty spawns. Paranoia used to try to keep them back. Again, Rians can see clear as day. The orb going to block him out. Flash goes up top. Benji's around the back, inside the smoke, waiting for them to emerge, and he's caught himself a double, almost a third, but Rians gets ahead of him, and a clean round from those two. That is 2-1 with Heretics on the board, but that's the round we expect FPX to lose as well.
I also don't think you could expect Benji to be there because of the fact that they are actually throwing Util into the smoke. So you're sat there going, okay, well, if they're going to put Molotovs on this, why would there be a dude just sat in there? And there was. But just clean openers. And again, we're going to highlight Miniboo because he had a rough first map, but if this guy comes online, I do think it's over. Because everybody else, we've seen them thriving. I think Rian's especially, Woot was great in the first map. This is where things get maybe even more exciting, as he's upgraded and now has an operator.
Yes, no shields, you'll notice. This is a glass cannon attempt to get aggressive early on, has the TP to fall back on. Getting a little greedy, going around the corners, and there's Boo waiting for him with the iPad out. Wasn't quite expecting that aggressive of a peek, and now the punish has been delivered.
Sorry guys, I didn't expect him to swing all the way down mid without checking one side. Sorry, I wasn't aware of it. They're going to try and immediately pivot to the other side of the map, but look who's there again. Autumn playing this rotational operator, and he's got Life alongside him. A lot of support, and now 2 men down.
The dominoes have started to topple at this point for FPX. Everything is working out. Another pick as Rians comes out of the smoke, and the rest of the squad still set up. Now they fall back, looking to take it the other direction, and perhaps they'll have a 2v2 on offer. You have some aggression.
Yeah, it's just where it is, though. This is
เขามันกันโหดเพราะสไนเหรอ
I think they're just going to save, though. They're just holding on to guns. Yeah, I was about to say, if they go all the way around, they're geniuses, but at this stage, The economy will be good enough if they hold on to these guns, make sure Boo gets another one in the next round. So it's going to be an immediate response from FPX. And as said, like what they're currently doing, so ridiculously disruptive. Like again, you have to be wary wherever you go. The Autumn could have peeked mid, TP back, immediately rotated to the other side of the map, and could be facing you there as well. And that's exactly what happened in this round. He becomes even just a distraction in the late game because you're focusing on that operator. And then do you think Life's going to hide? No, Life's going to swing. And well, Berlin is looking to even remove the guns, but eventually they will be allowed to save, and for Heretics, pretty important.
Yeah, based on what I've seen even just in this series, Tom, I don't think Life's going to hide. This guy is, he's unhinged to say the least, and I think you can say the same for Autumn at mid-push. You know, the idea makes sense. If there's a player on the left, they'll have to swing out wide. So it's a timing, it's a risk you're taking. But the fact that you have that TP, if things go wrong, they miss a shot, you're already out of there.
That's what this comp is. It's a risk. It is a bunch of risks. But that's the thing. As I said, I think if you try and play regular, to the book, standard Valorant, beating them on this map is incredibly difficult. Already, Thrash going to be utilized and straight through the TP.
Oi, Benji.
With Benji.
สเปรย์3 หัว
Benji fishing
แยกย้ายเลยก่อนไปครับ
Swings and roundabouts. Sometimes the aggression works. Sometimes you get triple sprayed down.
Yeah. The fact that these players turn so quickly, the door's open, and, well, they seem to close on the round, at least, with FPX having an operator, Lysor. I'm not sure that they're going to want to commit these weapons to it. You look at FPX, post-plant utility doesn't really exist, barring the snakebite, but for Team Heretics, that's not quite the case. They've got their snakebite, they've got their molly, they've got Rien's, and I think they know the mosh pit was already used, but even the flash to re-execute out for a fight. The seize as well from Woot. It's not one that I'd expect a big commitment from, especially with now they've cleared the site. They've seen that it's most likely post-plant setups. These weapons may just be more valuable carried through for future rounds. Although, I mean, Lysor is very aggressive. He wants to make it costly for Heretics and at least drop a few bodies. As he fails, Autumn's out.
Yeah, I think Autumn always had the plan, unless his teammate got a couple of kills to just fade away. Everything else they can repurchase. So it's not the end of the world. Heretics do well to weather the storm this time. And again, it's another round where contact is made towards Hookah. The response from FPX is to 3-man TP, which is a bit mental. And well, I saw all the assists come through, and I was like, how has Boo got 3 assists? That is a Stimby triple assist. It's not something you're going to see every
สเปรย์อะไรวะเนี่ยเอามาเลยตัวปุ๊บตัวปอด
ได้ไงดีวะ
Again, though,
ไม่ได้ตกใจที่มันยิงนะตกใจที่มันรอด
is if they start shying away. Because this comp, if you play passive, sucks.
Yeah, oh yeah, this is not a passive comp. And that's the problem. If things don't work out, that's often going to be what you do, is switch it up. Change your pace. We saw that in the last round. Autumn being traded out for life. Got aggressive. Found on B long. At least keeping a foothold for this side. But it's just deep. And yeah, I was kind of expecting him to fall back at this point, at least maintain the control. But this guy, I should have learned my lesson. I thought I did earlier. He always keeps going. He's going back out. No, he's not.
He's thinking about it. He's going to get revealed.
Okay, he's back.
He has his ult as well, though. So there's always a chance to double dip. Especially with space being taken now. You know, yeah, every angle's being checked before they attempt anything. Aggressive control into the showers means that they don't really have to worry too much about the TP. It's a position that they've already been caught once with Berlin, but Ayung's now on spot. Lysor trying to just see if he can get any information, because at least then he'd be able to slow them down.
30 seconds left.
Well, the Seas hasn't quite caught in the flash on left, and they even caught Life, I think. They want to try to back out, but mollies are covering them. Orbital strike comes in, sectioned off by Team Heretics. Put in a box. Life at least able to find a wide out.
เฮ้ยอะไรวะน่ะ
Action landed. At least Benji falls. Life's work is not for nothing. In fact, it seems like the advantage will be converted into a round win for FPX. 4-2. And honestly, watching Life play this game is just perplexing. I don't know how he's getting away with so much in these aggressive positions.
Again, it's something that we're looking at from a side where we can see everything. Just imagine what it's like from Heretics' point of view, where a guy just goes blasting straight through the smoke, taking insanely aggressive fights, and again, he's the reason they win the round. Like, he is fully the reason. Like, the re-aggression to start with to put things back even after it goes down. It's the second prong. Like, you're not expecting Seoul to go running out, but it's just this shot on top.
แล้วมันไม่ได้กดสเปรย์ด้วยนะมันกด
has been Boo just on the wrong end of a lot of that, and then Ayang actually catching someone off the back of his own utility as well. The 4-2 defensive side starting to build a lead, and I like the fact that Heretics are taking a very early pause here.
The best part is when Ayung threw that reveal, there was probably the thought that if Life can just hold on a second, it'll help him get a kill, and instead he just runs through the smoke and takes 2 blind. So, you know, when you've got a player like that, I mean, you know, you got to let him off the leash, and that's certainly what they're doing on FPX. Remember, one of the main factors of success for this side so far has been Autumn, able to find those early picks. This round started out with Heretics picking him, taking him down, but the response was immediate from Life on B long. He got aggressive, they didn't punish that, and then they lived to regret it.
Yeah, I think, again, a lot of what Heretics, similarly in the last map, like, they're going to have prepped for Abyss because they knew what was coming. They knew that it was likely to be picked by FPX. They knew that they play this aggressive game. If they prep for this, they have somehow snuck into their opponent's scrims, because I don't think there's a way you could have seen this coming. And that's why I think taking an early pause, giving Neilzinho an opportunity to sort of go, okay, they're trying to push everything. I thought for the most part they were going to try and double up, but I guess the idea is maybe for Miniboo just to try and sell some info. Yeah, and he's not looking to fight anything. He knows there's going to be aggressive plays.
Remember, we had it in the last round as well, but no chance to use it in the chaos. Miniboo's got the showstopper ready to work with.
Wow.
Picked off in the last round. 2 first bloods in this one to make up for it. That is a devastating start. And now that showstopper, that's just an afterthought. Walking through the Viper utility. Oh, the timing. The judge back for 1. And well, 5 versus 1 emerges. Good luck and condolences for the round to Benji Fishy.
Well, it's going to have to be an insane 1v5. They know exactly where he is. Pop flashes. Well, we talk about how aggressive this team can be, but both players falling back. They want to try and come back up with Autumn, and he's not falling back.
ไม่พลาดเลยตั้มตอนนี้
3 เดือนครับอุ้ยมาในทวิตด้วยน่า
really
รัก
blame him. A collapse to start off the round. The aggression that this man is pulling out, well, I'd say it's about 90-odd% successful.
Yep, and the worst part about it is you're seeing him just with global control. At the start of the round, you might as well roll a dice to figure out where the hell he's going to be. Peeking out, whether it's in hookah, whether it's on long. Now we're probably going to see B long. I mean, there's nowhere that you can feel safe, and they did the best thing they could. Double swing in the angle. I think at this point, Heretics have got to just, if you're going to peek, Dizzy has to go round first. Otherwise, you're dead. Prowler, something has to reveal that, or you're risking 2 players dying to 1 bullet.
That's the thing. They do have the utility to be able to clear out an operator. Like, you've got yourself a Fade and a Gecko, and you've got a Boombot. Like, I think this round they did, or the last round, sorry, they put the Boombot through to try and catch him pushing B mid, but it didn't matter. He wasn't there, and then they weren't prepared to try and fight him over on that A site. Miniboo still has his ultimate for this round, but you look at what's on.
ลูกซองอีกแล้วพี่
โอ้
บัง
เล่นแต่ลูกซองอ่ะ มุมนี้ตรงพลังเกินปืน
แล้วมีสิ่งนี้ไง
Especially in Berlin's hands with what we saw previously, and when you've got the Viper util decaying you down. Here he is with a chance, but Woot's the one to shut him out. Now an opportunity for Heretics, even with the weaker weapons, if they can keep these trades up, and they're doing exactly that. 3 versus 2, and some weapons to be recovered with a plant coming in now. And Wingman online for the late round. Autumn's on the flank. The long way around with Lysor inside that smoke. It's going to be a tough split. They have to win their individual fights.
Is he going to get revealed? I don't think he wants. The Wingman didn't quite reach.
อย่าเด้อ
Boo has gone looking, but hasn't seen anything back towards long. If he goes to swing this again, he's going to be met with either a headhunter or an operator. In fact, he might not even check. It's going to be a free kill, but they've already managed to clear out Lysor around, looking all but over. as him getting into some of these closer range positions is going to be impossible. Brian's even there to close it out once again. A low purchase and a victory alongside it for Heretics, as they will get their third onto the board.
Yeah, a good start from Wood as well.
You want to pay, let's
off
pay.
Berlin before the damage can be done. I think he would have had a relatively easy time finding the first, and then, well, you're running through a Viper or close range against a Judge. It's not going to be a very pretty scenario. The reveal up top was timed perfectly to at least land them that opening. From there, the round cascades with the trades. FPX, though, it's a little more than a bump in the road. 4 ultimates online, rifles still there with credits for the next. They have a chance to continue this fight.
Actually have a 3-man setup ready and waiting, immediately getting rid of the Thrash, and life just keeps going. 2 kills already. Boo tagged up a bit, but he's lost some health himself. Not gonna overface this. I feel like they were so ready for them to try and use the Thrash. They literally put a firing squad to deny it, and then took 2 kills.
Well, that's it. As soon as the Thrash is used, you know they're all going to be funneling through that choke point. But life, time and time again, just surprising us with the individual skill. Berlin dropped in life low, but the trade is quick from Young. It's been so clean on these ranged fights, with Heretics sent back the other direction, moving towards bathroom 2 versus 4.
เอาละครับ2เพื่อนซีปีนี้ได้นี่ลุกขึ้นแท็กเลย
because of where Autumn is. Like, he's so far up at this stage that unless they're going to go through the spawn, and even still, if they don't step or hear them, Ion.
Double P, double P.
Still though, to be here, but you have to bear in mind how low life currently is.
Autumn spot allowed him to keep B long control now, though he's abandoned that trap to move for the flank. Sword does well. That one, but Benji's got some fight left in him.
ตื่นเต้นเลยอย่างงี้โอ้2เพื่อนซี
No, he radar 6-3 though. FPX find the round in extraordinary fashion.
Yeah, it always seems to come down to these late round clutch scenarios, but hey, you put Autumn in those positions and he's going to win it. I think good work as well from Benji to at least make this one look competitive, because I feel like all the way through they can switch space, so much of the read on that defensive side, but yeah, from Benji's POV, it looked crazy. From his POV, maybe not so much.
Yeah.
I'd be more surprised if he missed.
I'd be surprised if he misses any of his shots from what I've seen so far. Even the collapse landing. Autumn's been very impressive. This chamber's working out. The disruptive play has put Heretics on the back foot a number of times. This time, Lurk sent out by Benji towards A. Pressure applied on B to claim the orb and look for some space. Weaker weapons in part. Woot on a classic. Sheriff's in play for Boo and Benji. It's the rifles on Mini Boo and Rien's that have to do the heavy lifting, and instead... Ooh, okay, there's one missed shot. It's remarkable. Now, if anyone peeks him here, I'm not sure they'll be quite as lucky.
It is got to be a little bit more careful. No get out of jail free card this time. I think he was a bit lucky that the player he faced off against was the player that only had a classic. Otherwise, that could have got dangerous. Again, still no escape. He is going to be connected on utility. Mini Boo has managed to catch one, but there is an immediate swing encounter. It was by the side of Heretics, but you wouldn't think it.
No, you really wouldn't. I mean, the decay that came in, though, from, I believe it was Young dropping the Nightfall.
Yeah.
Putting them in a position where everyone was low up. Mini Boo.
It was both.
Yeah. But Mini Boo and Co were down to like 1 HP, and you saw everyone on the side of FPX just spraying at the bodies here. Nice and easy. It was 1 bullet to take him down, 1 for the player in the smoke, and then a headshot for Woot. Didn't quite matter either way. 7-3. A big lead now in the books for FPX, and the half isn't over yet.
As said, that every single time we've seen them play, even going back to G2 at Masters, they won their attack. They are not winning their attack, so they've already broken what has been a running streak for the side of Heretics. Finally, they managed to shut out Autumn, but he's not alone. There are more players there, one lurking within the poison orb, but it's not going to be the 1-for-1. He's revealed his position as well. And although there is coming from behind, Heretics this time are going to get the afterplant with an advantage.
เขาธรรมดาแล้วไม่จำ
with the trade potential. Heretics advantage to play with. Last time we saw Autumn picked off, it was life to step up for a massive round. We'll see if it's going to be the same here. The flash to support the
เอ้ย
initial
โห
push
บัฟ
through.
โดน
He's
ดึง
been
หมดเลยดิ
a long way fighting it for control over
เฮ้ย ดู
Lance
เส้น
has
ดิ
found it.
ดูเส้น
At least to begin,
ดูเส้น
things are going well. No flashes left though. Leaves
โอ้
the dry
ไม่
peaks
ดู
in
เส้น
Berlin with a 1 versus 2 after his initial. Already starting to defuse, looking to
เฮ้ย
get
นิน
out.
จา
Molly
defusing ไว้เนี่ย
comes in, smoke soon to fade as well. He's peeking out on the side of it, but they know he's not defusing. And there's no need for them to swing, although Rianz obliges eventually. There's another round on the board for the attacking side. No matter what, they won't be keeping their streak of winning their attack, but there's at least a chance to make it close.
Yeah, and there are definitely arguments that like running a chamber is going to be a lot easier on that defense. We'll see how it's utilized by Autumn in the next half, but I do think it's important for Heretics to get this final round, otherwise a pistol could put them in a pretty awkward spot going into the next half. I really like the post plants though from Heretics. Once they're able to get there, they've looked really good. Like they're able to have the really late mollies coming in from Boo, just happy to sit back while everybody else is disruptive. The problem though has been getting there. And well, they have a showstopper and then a Viper's Pit, so if they do get there, I think it could be ropes for FPX.
Yeah, it'll be very tough to get back into a site like that with a pit down, and it might be tough to keep them out with the showstopper.
เอ้าไม่เจออย่างเงี้ยอร่อยเลยนี่
Utility, and the Seas has actually caught Young. He could be in a lot of trouble here with Miniboo going up and over. The shot doesn't land on the showstopper, nor does it from the rifle. Young still kicking on the site, moving back to clear Boo, who luckily wins the fight. Some breath still for Team Heretics, and the flash in. Life is going for another big play, but only the one to be found.
พี่บูดก็จัดให้
Keeps things even. Plant yet to happen, so you can see the doubt. Autumn's actually going to go back towards the B site. Still has his trap available, so he knows that they haven't made it towards Hookah just yet. And actually, just this patience from the side of Heretics has at least made the defense slightly weaker.
It's thinned out the nose for sure, but Berlin's not looking weak. What a shot! With Boo down, the spike retreat, Rianz is going to get this one planted. No wingman though, he has to do it himself. And the TP out, beautiful from Berlin, even as the ultimate to use just to cause that little bit of paranoia for Rianz. And in fact, the ult is used straight towards the spawn. So now Rianz has no idea where this opponent could be. And all it's a mystery as well. Does manage to get the plant down in the chaos though, not deterred, but shot in the head from up in heaven. Berlin caught jumping over the box. That's 8 rounds locked in at halftime.
Slow it down. I want to see that shot again. That was just disgusting from Berlin. A fantastic round from him individually and a fantastic half from FPX. As said, even if like when Vitality were able to beat Heretics on this map, it came down to a poorer defense for the side of Heretics. They were not able to beat them on their attack. Well, that's exactly what FPX have done. They've managed to quell them, and wow, thank you for the replay. Absolutely gorgeous stuff.
Well, Tom, that's our first half, 8-4 for FPX. Now, it's time to give them a little break between the half. We're about to jump off, but we'll be back with half number 2 very soon.
ถ้า FPX เล่นอย่างนี้นะเจเนลน่าจะโดนถึงแชมป์เลยอ่ะโอ้
แชมป์เลย
ไม่น่าถึงอ่ะมันเจอ EDG ยังสะบักสะบอมอยู่เลย
ผมให้เซนติเนลไว้ที่4อ่ะไอ้สาย
ใช่น่าจะ4แล้วตอนนี้เซนติเนล
chamber defensively and how strong it can be. We saw it, right? Autumn's opening picks from posting up and TPing out. It will be harder to make that work here on the attack.
For sure, but I think that's where you're now going to look to players like Life to sort of, well, I don't want to say pick up the slack like he was performing badly. He was very, very good at the first, but that's where you kind of look to him. And as I said, for Heretics, this probably has been their weaker of the two sides. So it's also going to be their own fundamentals. Can they turn this back? I think with both Woot and Miniboo being a little bit quieter, looking for a bit more from Rians after his first map performance, a pistol definitely wouldn't go amiss.
Yeah, you know, it's not even that they're being quiet, it's that their opponents are being so loud. They're just drowning them out. Like, so many of these fights, they just can't get anything done in because, to be honest, it's tough to play against FPX. From what I'm seeing here, this is just a chaotic squad that will put you on the back foot. They're doing something you're not used to. And while those adjustments have to be made on the fly, Heretics, 4 rounds on the board. This pistol carries a fair bit of weight for them. If it goes to FPX, they're going to struggle to get back into this half, and we may be going all the way to Lotus.
Oh yeah, if you're talking about unorthodox playstyles, Lotus with a triple controller is something that maybe, I guess Heretics, I think, have played it before, so they might be prepared for it, but that doesn't make it any easier. Here we go. Execution into the site. A couple of players ready and waiting. Looks like there's going to be an attempt from Woot to maybe try and deny the plant. He's around the edge, but unfortunately the Haunt doesn't find anything.
ไอ้สโมกลูกนี้ผมลองเอาไปเล่นในแรงด้วยพอมันวางปุ๊บมันวางสุดอะไม่มีหลอกไม่มีถอน
but he's tagged down to 24. A flash on backside could get him out of dodge, but Berlin's already on him. The push from Rienz. It was at least for a moment, but now he's all alone.
พี่เหรียญโอ้พี่เหรียญเท่านั้นพี่เหรียญเท่านั้นโอ้โห
Lysor shuts him down, and Boo has somehow allowed Life to thread the needle unbeknownst to him. Boo's right behind him. This is a pantomime with a free kill, although it came a little close. Just the 1v1 left with Lysor's position unknown. Oh, he's right above as well.
Just looking for that fight for the fourth. A fantastic pistol round. It would have been a welcome gift for the side of Heretics to be able to take that over the line. Again, though, you just see these rounds where they go for these late rotations. I love the thought process of FPX. Is like, you think you know what we're doing. You think after we shoot your Haunt deep within the site, we throw our utility in, you think that you're in our heads, and in fact, the quick switch up, Benji left in no man's land, and sure, again, Rienz, he did what he could. It was bullets that held him back. It's not enough.
No, it wasn't. And that pistol going the other way now for Heretics is tough. They're 9-4 down on this map, one that we hailed as somewhere they should be able to take it across the line. We said that FPX need to win the first map because surely they can't take it in the last 2, but here we are. Rienz dropped to start this one off, and it's only pistols for Heretics. No big investment. They're saving their cash for the next, but a 10-4 lead. If that's where we end up with potential economic benefits there for the attackers as well, this will be a very tough position to climb back from. And the way they're pushing and pulling so far, pistol was fantastic, and look what they've done here. Fake on A, move back to B, and then rotate back to the A side. It's wide open.
As you said, though, like looking at this map on paper, like this was a map that, okay, they lost the last time, 14-12 in overtime to Vitality, a team that needed to win to qualify for champions, whereas Heretics were basically already qualified because of the points that they have. So, and we were talking about burnout and all these excuses. We had so many different things when it came to Heretics as to why they didn't win that match. Maybe, in many cases, not giving Vitality the credit they deserve. Even still, that was a 14-12 loss. Right now, FPX, you remove all of those excuses from Heretics. They got a bit of a break. Okay, I'm not going to pretend like it's a massive one, but the same break that FPX got. And right now, on Bind, they are putting themselves into a considerable lead. 10-4, guaranteed. There's nothing that can be done in this round. The only thing will be whether or not there's any orbs or any cost. And of course, for Ion, he only has a pistol. Even going down isn't that much of a problem. He wants the extra orbs to try and get closer to his ult. Benji will take exactly the same thing, and the rest of the team, the ones with weaponry, are just going to fade out of there, and everyone else dying to the spike.
10-4. The scoreline we expected. A strong position from FPX with so many weapons saved over. And for Team Heretics, this needs to be a flawless climb.
The score we expected after 9-4.
Well, yeah, not at the start. I'm
I was
casting
just
it back
like,
to...
what script are you
Well,
reading
you know,
from?
when I saw Bind, Tom, remember I said to you backstage, 10-4 FPX, I can see it happening. I don't know anything that's going to happen after that, but 10-4, I'm certain. Now, for FPX, yeah, they're expected to win that last round. Is that better?
Okay, yeah.
And then they've got their economy built up as a result of these weapons being saved. Sure, there's some weaknesses. You've got a Guardian, which has not been a weakness if it's in Young's hands, and then Berlin on a Spectre. But for the most part, they're able to go blow for blow with Heretics in this round. And if Heretics don't find this, well, they're going to have to start drafting up that anti-triple controller setup.
Yeah.
I
hope they already had it drafted, because I think they played them on it before.
Or we'll have questions about Neil Zinho's nomination.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. No, well deserved. His coach in EMEA has been fantastic throughout the year, but it's safe to say that this matchup, even last time they played, as I said, they won 17-15 to beat this squad. Ended up making a run to the final and played the other team who beat FPX. I think they've been, as I said, clinically underrated. And once again, showing why this is a team to fear in the group of death. For now, though, 35 seconds coming up on the clock. Pressure going to be put on to Benji, but he has support, or had support. Now it's all on him, but the flashes are just leaving him in a position to fight. Rians is doing an amazing job on the backside again.
พี่เหรียญว่ะ
พี่เหรียญต้อง
After the first kills as well, Snakebite went down. Berlin swings in, thinking his teammates are with them, but they've got to wait just a little moment. 10-5, locked in that round, an essential victory for the side of Heretics. Like I said, I mean, I don't find that to be a massively weak round for FPX. They certainly still had a lot of weapons to work with, a lot of punch to pack. But this next round, I think, will be a little bit different. I'm seeing Autumn again going for the glass cannon, and that was most certainly the turning point of the last half. He was getting so much value out of that operator.
But do you agree with it on the attack?
That's the thing. It's so much more difficult. In fact, if you look at every opening duel he had, it was reliant on him putting down his trap, him posting on an angle they couldn't be on just yet, or maybe just peeking out, and then just waiting. And they have to push you because they're the attackers. They have to attack. Now, that's not quite the same. And catching Heretics out will be a big difficulty, I think.
I think as well, when you're up against a composition that is double initiator, double smokes, like you don't really need to be pushing. You don't need to be taking mass amounts of aggressive control that hasn't already been cleared by some sort of piece of utility. So I think, yeah, sure, maybe the Heretics make this decision to go, okay, they've taken a pause, let's try and take some space, let's try and battle with them a little bit. But when you have yourself all of that utility, all the finances behind you and Thrash, if you're doing that without any utility behind it, then you deserve to get killed by Autumn.
Yeah, exactly. Well, they can also see the credits, and at this point, you know that there's a chance Autumn does that same
after the last
shenanigans. Yeah. The last time you looked and went, nah, I probably won't go for
อยา
the
กเห็น
op.
ที
He
มจาก
couldn't
จีน
get
ชนะบ้าง
shields. And then collateral.
เอาเกมนี้ให้ได้ก่อน
10-5 we go. FPX still up well above their opponents. Miniboo getting
เขา
confident,
แก้
getting
แล้วอะ
aggressive, and getting
เฮ้ย
shut
เอา
down.
มินิบู
FPX have found an easy opening duel.
ไม่เป็นไรนะ
No
มิ
need
นิ
to
บู
push Tom. Well, it looks like Heretics missed the memo.
Yeah, I don't mind the idea. Like, the supportive utility was there, but it's definitely put them in an awkward spot. As I said, after a pause, a lot of teams will take a gamble, but when you're 10-5 down, that gamble hasn't paid off, and it's not getting any better.
With Rian's down as well, big clutch player for the squad. A lot of utility that's going to help you to get back into a site. There's not a lot to hope for except
เห็นอะไรแวบ
finding some semblance of hope with a quick pick. Clearing out the space towards Bath, finding one player. He knows that's probably an isolated duel. One he's happy to take. And even with the decay, with the vulnerability, he is still able to win that duel. We're back to a 3v3. It's winnable for Heretics. And the flank hasn't yet been spotted from Benji Fishy.
Boo, trying to get something. The steps will have been heard. And the TP has been removed, but they're still wary of where life is going. In fact, he's going all the way around the back. He's in there, Spawn. Autumn picks off Benji. This now becomes so much more awkward because that player up above is going to leave them in disarray, but Wu is still going, still thriving, still trying to find anything that he can with Autumn, just buying as much time as possible, just baiting them as much as he can, and they're only just getting onto that defuse. He needs to try and find the defuse. Is there going to be time for it?
ว้าวไม่จบ
เรื่อง
Wow.
โอ้โห
Hell of a job getting back into that one. I think Autumn going out with the classic. He thought he could buy a little bit of time, but they were swinging wide, looking for the fight. This squad started it out with confidence, getting aggressive, and it didn't work out. But the recovery is there. Now they're sat with rifles, they're sat with Thrash, and this puts FPX in a really rough spot with barely anything to work with. And Woot's the man that pulls them out of this abyss that they were in. The fact that they're not only able to find the first, but he goes back to bat, takes a fight inside a snake bite against a player who knows he's there, and still wins it.
I think also just the confidence he had in Boo, because if he lets go, this becomes a much closer round. Like, you hear a second tap, and life doesn't have to swing, but it forced him into a position where eventually there was a lot of time left on that clock. This time, though, with Heretics slowly climbing, it's only going to be pistols. Sure, you got that headhunter available, and they're going to clear control to collect up the orbs. They're putting it onto life, which is interesting because he is not even remotely close to his ultimate.
Time to jump. ยากของพี่เอ๋แค่คำเดียว
I guess wanting to farm it up early. Strange, I guess. You can see like a nightfall for next round, something like that, especially with the death. But, well, maybe they just know that Young's got a weapon that he can tap someone in the head with. He's probably going to get his ult off of it. Fair play. Got to have faith in your teammates. For Heretics, there are a few risks here playing up close, but there's always a second player doubled up on it. Miniboo and Woot as an example, but Woot's dropped right off rip. Miniboo, though, able to get it done. This is what we're talking about, having that second man to provide that cover to trade it out. They don't want to lose too many more players. Keeping the economy healthy early on is a big factor. And Spike's gone the other direction. Pressure's on for Benji.
Yeah, the problem is they haven't got as far forward as they probably would have liked. He's going to wait, almost play the bait. Just hold on.
Clean.
Teammates is all too easy for Benji. On Alpha Light, so if to make sure he does, just hold on to a pistol for the next round. He's going to go swinging. Already has the ult, so it's not even going to be for the orbs in the end. Heretics have brought this back into contention, 10-7, not too far away now, and this is where you kind of expect for FPX to have more of a response.
And again, ult dedication. You get a nightfall for FPX right now, but I mean, a relatively big factor, honestly, in a round like this. 10-7, economy's on the line. Autumn's going in for another glass cannon. They're so willing to play without those shields. I mean, they rarely get to fire a bullet back at them, so I suppose it doesn't really matter. But 3 rounds in the difference. Heretics on the road to recovery. And the defensive side, well, a little bit of aggression to go down. Miniboo sends through the boom bot. It finds nothing. And on the back of it, I expected aggression. If it was life, you'd see aggression. But they backed off.
Benji will be revealed, but he has support. And it's actually the spam through the orb that ends up taking down life. That's not the man you wanted to lose early on in this round. That's it. Like, you look at the other side, what have you now got? You've lost your star duelist. You have a double controller, single initiator, and a chamber. Like, this is not a space-taking composition if you lose the Yoru in the early stages of the round.
And not just that, for the round that's in it, economy on the line. Heretics about to build up a massive lead in terms of eco if they can avoid losing too many. This is a round that FPX don't want to be pulling any punches, and losing one of their big entries is definitely going to hurt them. Benji not going for the orb. Could have been Viper's Pit online, but he knows that risk not worth it at all. Thrash sent in, and Berlin's already pushed way too far forward. Perfect timing for Rienz on the ultimate. The snake bite keeping them back as they attempt to fade through the orb. Rienz gets another blind through the smoke. The spike recovered by Lysor, soon to be gifted to Heretics by the looks of things. But the op comes in, the shot fired, lands nothing, and now they'll be much more cautious. Gets him. Oh, it's a disaster. 30 HP for Lysor. He's got 2, but 8 seconds left. Spike to be planted, players to be dropped, and even saving is impossible. Miniboo's got him sectioned in.
Gorgeous. That was the combination of the 2 players of Rienz and Benji. Like, just whether the orb was going up to just keep everybody low as they tried to run in. They also had the snake bite, the cover that was there when the ultimate was being used to make sure that they couldn't properly close him down. Like, it was just perfect from these 2. And okay, that was the only risk, was when Berlin got through, but Rienz was just about quick enough. And you can see, just combining their utility, working as a team. And again, I said Rienz had been a little bit quieter in that first half. He is now 16 and 12. He is climbing up the board and putting them just 2 rounds away after what was looking commanding. Like this was again, I think it was both pistols going the way of FPX this time. Again, a very good first half where they ended with a pretty hefty lead, getting that second pistol over the line. And now they've lost 4 rounds in a row. And I think we're starting to see the holes in where this comp is just not as good on the attack.
That's it. They really need to find a solution there, and I'm not sure that's an easy solution to find. Like 4 rounds in a row, it's not the end of the world. We've seen so many teams recover, and a lot of the times that's going to be necessary. You lose the 4 as you're learning. What are your opponents doing? How can you adapt to it? What are the gaps in your attack? But for FPX, those gaps are hard to plug with limited utility. I need to see Life not going down early round, and I'm not sure I can blame him for it.
You need to see Autumn go for a glass cannon rifle? It's because he's getting tour de force if he gets 1 orb, but it's definitely it's a risk that if he just dies, okay, he sold it. I thought he was. I kind of.
You got the golden gun, man. You go Headhunter alongside Shields and then go for the orb. Well, then you get 1 kill. You've got a big gun, a big sniper. Makes a bit more sense.
I'm not gonna lie. I kind of wanted him to do it.
I didn't, so I'm quite happy with where we've ended up here.
I'm rolling with the chaos. Chaos is where they've succeeded. Chaos is where they will win. Now they've got a few ults for this one. Young, Guardian. He's going to be better in this round.
I actually think this is over then for Heretics, to be honest. I don't care about Autumn's ultimate. It's Young's Guardian. 3 headshots is a minimum. He might get 4. We'll see.
Yeah, the only thing that will stop him is if it's through a wall.
Yes.
Then he'll only take down maybe 1 player.
If Lysor uses the Viper's Pit while Young has a Guardian, he's trolling. You need to give him the long-range angles. Let him just headshot. But no, for real, at this point, Heretics, A-site, feeling a bit of pressure. They're just going to fall back. They're going to concede the control. That could get Pit down for FPX and give them a real chance to fight for this round.
He's spamming. Boot has somehow managed to dodge every single bullet. There goes that Viper's Pit, but with an immediate response. Both Nightfalls thrown in. Everything being placed into this round by both teams, but they have been able to buy quite a bit of time. Miniboo playing a game with Chicken. Berlin on the other side, and while Miniboo comes out on top, they now have to deal with this man. He goes for a little bit more. They've also lost the Pit. This is a bigger problem now. Life has at least been able to recover 1, but it's left onto Young, and there's a counter Pit in play. He has to make a play into it, and they're watching for this. They're ready for this, but he managed to bypass them. It didn't matter in the end. Benji was waiting, holding that line. And now the difference down to just 1. And as I said, they committed quite a lot into that round.
Yeah, they committed a hell of a lot, getting themselves in, counter Nightfall Pit that then got counter-pitted as well. I mean, this is big investment from FPX, and then we look at this round as well. The fact that their economy was put in. The next round we'll see light shields and rifles for them as well. How Miniboo gets the second, I don't know. And a quick trade from Rienz drops the Pit. At that point, the round is lost. I think that's the defining fight. And as well as that, Miniboo was like 20 HP, pushing through lamps for the first kill he got, just crouched waiting. A ballsy play, and certainly fair to say that, you know, we started this out by talking about his confidence levels. I don't think that's an issue right now. He seems to have found his groove.
He's getting back into it at least. And a streak of rounds, and this would be both maps now where the FPX have found themselves in pretty hefty advantages, and they are starting to slip in a similar way. It will be a crushing way to go into that lower bracket and of course have to face off against Sentinels. I don't think there'll be many teams that will have had to be eliminated from 2 tournaments only playing against Masters finalists. That would be the brutal way to go out. Life though, here is that ult, something they were looking for, but there are multiple players ready and waiting. The utility is so good though. It's fantastic to support him.
And Young with another. Yeah, Rienz had thrown his own bit of util out the Dizzy to try to get space, but he's denied it. Boo and Woot left with a tough decision. Do they go for this? They've got plenty of cash, so I see no reason why not, but it'll be hard to find it. Okay, player in the corner, but Autumn's clean on the first shot, and the flash leaves Boo in the corner. Autumn can post up, and that's where he's found most of his success in this series. 11-9 now for FPX. They found a little bit of a recovery. This could have been disastrous as well with their credits down to the last, but, well, they're back on the board.
You can see why they want that dimensional drip so bad. because when Life has that, he uses it to basically pinpoint where the paranoia needs to go, has his own pop flash to leave the players at the back of the site completely blind, and then sticks the landing with it. And that's, there's so much interplay that they can have around that ultimate. The look now will be, what do they do when it's not there? And I actually think that, okay, sure, for Heretics, I understand where there's a pause. You won 5 rounds in a row, you finally lose 2 away from this match slipping away. But I actually think FPX would have been really happy to have a pause here as well. Because you're now going to sit there and go, okay, we used the ultimates that we knew would work. We were literally farming orbs when there was 1 orb on Life, and I don't know how many, it was 6 or 7 on a teammate.
Yeah.
And now, well, we don't have that. What are we going to do instead? Sure, we got tour de force. We got Berlin from the shadows, which I'll be honest, on Berlin, I actually think could be impactful. He's a bit crazy sometimes. And well, Heretics are more looking just to get back into the swing of things as they were over the last few rounds, because the 5-round streak is pretty clean. I don't think there were too many scenarios where it looked like FPX were even going to challenge them at all.
No, those streak of rounds, if they can replicate it, that's what they're after. Maybe FPX have that response. Like we said, Life uses ultimate. This is a game changer in that round, but you're not going to have that online for quite a while. Now, though, we look at Autumn. I believe he's activated his ult before barriers have gone up.
You want to
Tour de force he challenges them to a game and see if they do want to play.
You want to pay, let's pay.
No form of aggression, and the Dizzy just reveals a player's outside the site, and with the ult in play, you do not want to go checking who it is.
Straight away. One of the TPs has had to be used just to get out of the seas. I think they are trying to deny Life farming up those orbs. We've seen the singular buy round they've managed to win come off the back of his ultimate. And again, 3 players ready and waiting. It's allowed by the aggressive position over in Hookah that's being held. And now Boo, well, he's going to be under pressure. Another double ping. Boo's caught.
All this seems to be the place they get curious is exactly where Autumn is.
Oh,
Rian's able to trade, but the disadvantage remains for the side of Heretics. Although Rian's finds another, we're in the same boat. Mini Boo, showstopper, not going to heaven though. Needs to pull his weapon pretty soon. There's a peek coming in from Young, getting aggressive, and it was not expected with the Tour de Force landing a shot. It's 12 for FPX. 3 chances to close this out. The same position Heretics were in on the last map.
Yeah, no, we are seeing a lot of similarities, but this time the streak ended a little bit earlier, and FPX now in that I like a lot of the interplay in this round. Firstly, just aggressive plays, like when the Haunt goes up, swinging off the back of it. You know that somebody's going to try and shoot that to not reveal the position. The patience of Autumn, this was the value of having him on that operator. That was what they were looking for the entire time. When space is made, re-aggression coming in, being caught, and the fact that he gets the last player as well. Ultimates still in a decent spot though for Heretics. They could respond.
Oh, they could, but Boo's down to start this one off. It's not looking pretty. Life even finds another Lysor, trading out some of the disadvantages, but Benji's done well. His 2 picks puts it back to neck and neck. And now, an opportunity with the spike dropped right under their nose for FPX. Look, if there was any 2 players you wanted to put in the coach position, you probably would choose these guys. Autumn and Life have been very impressive, having to dodge the thrash and just about managing the TP. Although he gets detained, he's at least safe around the corner. They get to reset, and Thrash won't be recovered.
He's been caught by absolutely everything over the last couple of rounds, but he will be able to hold on. It's unfortunate because they actually cleared the B site, but just didn't realize that singular kill on Taboo was enough. Ran the spike into A. And of course for Heretics, they're not just sitting pretty. They're going to go walkabout to see if they can reposition. Now taking the TP would actually find an open site. The timing not working out great for the side of Heretics, and they're going to have to take the long road all the way back around. Now, it might not be expected, though, for them to have pushed this far up so soon. The problem is, I think they're a little bit worried about full sprinting, just in case someone still lurked in mid.
Well, I mean, conventionally speaking, this is where players will have already started the rotate. I think that's what FPX are playing for, that Team Heretics would be coming through the spawn. Maybe in their minds they've already stepped onto the site. Little do they know it is the lane play, but with the positions FPX are manning, they don't really have to worry about that. It's not an angle they're super exposed to. It's just life, but now he's got the info and the shot landed to start this one off. Big swing to get the trade.
โอ้จบเลย
His back turn.
มันไม่น่าปล่อยให้เก็บเลยอ่ะช็อตเนี้ยจริง
ตอนนี้ถึงจะต้องไฟล์แมตช์เลย
Match found.
จีจีครับ รอ ไปกดทีมเดธแมตช์รอคำ
They have no idea how heartless I am.
อยากกินก๋วยเตี๋ยวปอกๆอะเตี๋ยวต้มยำก็ได้เอาเส้นเล็กต้มยำว่าง หันมาด้วยนะเอาเรียกแล้วหันหน้ามาเว็บอะไรทำไมโหลดนานทำไมถึงโหลดนานครับดูวูตติ้งนะเวลาย่อแล้วย่อเร็วปะเวลาย่อเห็นปะ
Barrier deployed. Problem solved. Boom. Parasite. Reloading. Done.
Ultimate orb
ใครมันไปยิงไอ้ตัวปลอมอะ
Cutting their vision. Yikes. You're nothing.
แบบเขาเราเก่ง
New stage in 10. Stage 2.
Oh no.
Blocking sight. Reloading.
Oh no.
Stealing sight.
Reloading.
Oh no.
Reloading.
User joined your channel.
Charge your
มา
ults.
เพื่อน
วันนี้เล่นไปไหน
เล่น
แต่ว่าไปเร็วหน่อยได้หลังจากนี้ดูมีประชุม10 โมงอะเนี่ย
ใช่ชอบเลย
เพราะว่าก็ถ้าจะไปก็แบบเร็วขึ้นอ่ะทั้งสัก4 ทุ่มได้ไหม
4 ทุ่มได้ได้
ต้องเร็วนิดนึงอ่ะเพราะว่าคุณมีประชุม
โอเค
Stealing sight.
ได้
10 seconds until stage change.
Authentic.
เฮ้ย
Stage 3.
เดินเรียกเลจอเลยอยู่200
คุยเรื่องอาหารบ่อย
260 เมตรเอาเลย7 นิ้ว
หมกก้อยปะใคร
เดี๋ยวรอเล่นเสร็จก่อนว่าจะลองปรับจอเล่นดู Too rich
เนี่ยแล้ว
ตกใจนึกว่าแข่งแล้ว
Stretch one.
นี่ปืนเก็บ
Cutting their vision.
Clean kill.
อะไรวะเหลือเชื่อ
Reloading. No escape.
10 seconds until stage change.
Reeling them in. Stay down. Four down.
Deadlock's on a rampage.
Satchel out.
My ult ready.
Holy
They will cower. Black. Peekaboo.
Reloading.
Three souls.
Blocking movement.
ใกล้เอฟ
อ่ะ
พี่มีคำถาม
ว่าไงพี่
So long.
อะไรมาก่อนเมสซี่
อะไรมาก่อนเลยนะ
อะไรมาก่อนเมส
Throwing
ซี่
net.
เม็ดบีเม็ด3เม็ดเอ
เอ้ยเมสสามรู้ได้ไงอ่ะ
เล่นคำอ่ะพี่
อะไรอ่ะ
งงเหมือนกัน
Get out
เม
of
สสาม
my
เม
way.
สซี่ไง
ผมก็ไม่คิดว่าจะถูก
ก็ต้องเมสบี้ป่ะ
Cutting their vision.
เมสสามเมสซี่ไงมาก่อนเมสซี่เมสสามผมก็ไม่ผิดอย่างเงี้ยต้องเมสสามเมสสามอ่ะต้องเมสซี่เมสบี
Blocking sight.
เมสเออันนี้พี่เอามาอีกทีนึงเมสซี่เมสบีเมสเอ
เมสซี่
ว่ะฮะเมสซี่
15 kills to go.
เฮ้ยรีบๆจบอย่าไปดูเฮลิติก
อาจจะได้2อย่างนี้
อาจจะได้2
Parasite.
อยู่ที่ว่าเป็นคนพลาดที่ไหนพลาดไหนมากกว่า
10 kills remaining.
อย่างน้อยก็ไม่นีออน
โอ้โหไม่ได้เลยว่ะเล็งล็อกอะไรยิบหมดวันนี้
Insight.
3 สโมกครับของเก่งน่าจะทำการบ้านมาเยอะสิ
เนี่ยแล้วไม่ใช้นี่บูอีกนีออน
พูดถึงอย่างนี้ใช้นีออนนี่ซิ่งเลยนั่นน่ะ
แล้วตามสโมกแล้วเหมือนเราจะยังไม่กดติดตามในแชมเปี้ยนทัวร์
One of champions Seoul. We're going to map 3. It's Lotus. Let's find out who walks away with the dub. We're going to send it back over to Mitch and Tom for the call.
ไม่ใช่ทัวร์
Thank you very much, GB. Yeah, listen, a 3-mapper between these two teams, I would have said it's likely at the start of this series, but after seeing Abyss, I wasn't so sure.
Did they sit down at the wrong computers? Why
Maybe.
is Wu on Omen? Why is Boo on Fade? Like they've switched, but they brought in some of the same agents, and then just sat down at the other computer.
คอมเจนจีนี่หว่า
ถูกแล้วพี่นะ
ไม่วูด
This is
ใช่
something
หรอ
completely different to what we're
วูด
bringing in that double control.
สลับกันด้วยเดี๋ยว
I can only
บูกับวูดแปลกๆวะ
that little bit more
แปลกจัด
Although saying that, Rienz is the one that's pushing up.
Curious look for Heretics.
วูดบอกไม่ไหวแล้วบูขอสโมกแทน
Haven't seen Boo on the fade in quite a while. In fact, doesn't even have that many games on it until
นี่ไง
Autumn has gone
บู
down
บอกคุ้มแล้ว
right away.
เอาแล้ว
A
นะ
few assists coming in. The fade alongside the decay from the Viper wall, and they're looking to push right in
เอาแล้วไง
Heretics
เหมือน
position.
จะ
Boo, well,
เหมือนจะเซียนนะอย่างเงี้ย
a rough idea of where those players are, but he
เอาแล้วไง
ฟอลเลน
เหมือนจะเซียนนะ
A flawless start to this one, 1-0 for
ดู
Heretics.
ดีครับดูดีครับ
It worked. No, I'm kidding. That would be a little bit of it. But the thing is, winning both pistols has been the defining point of the map so far. Like they've been both incredibly close. Okay, one of them went to OT, so I guess the pistols maybe weren't the most clinical thing in the world, but it could have meant that that first map went to FPX, and getting off to a good start here for the side of Heretics is going to be so important. I'm excited to see some of these role switches. As said, like there's opportunities to see Woot get more aggressive. Like a lot of the time, you're going to see that lockdown of the A site with a triple push up and then leaving that Omen behind. We saw players who like used to be duelists and stuff in the past.
เซียนจัดเลยนะพี่อย่างนั้นนะ
ไอ้โครงมันแรงมันได้อยู่นะ
Back to him playing Sentinel, but anything other than that, he's pretty much in the book.
You can almost say the same for good old Boo. Yeah. Over the years, he's done whatever needs to be done. For Heretics 1-0 to start this one out, and FPX just play the classics. A very light buy for them in this round, and Heretics will be sitting back, letting them run about the map and do as they please. No control over Rubble, which is a big part of
วูดไปซื้อเฟนทอมเลยของจริงจัด
myself. A big part of Boo's gameplay is what I'd normally say, but he's not going to be doing that this time around. We heard from Alpha here at the end of stage
เฟนทอมกับก่อนเล็กนี่โคตรเก่งเลยวะ
of playing the same role again and again, and he wants to play
เวลาเจอ
everything.
ก่อนเล็กอะนะ
Boo got controller of the year
ปาก
in
เลย
the
อะ
EMEA, right?
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, I'm
ไม่มี
going
แบบ
for
โมเมนต์
initiator now,
140
lads. I'm going for the initiator of champions. Because why bother? Why bother playing the controller anymore when you've already completed
Yeah,
it?
completed it, mate.
สวยวะแฟนทอม
This round,
แต่ยังมี
very little. Any extra kills would
7
be
โมง
nice for FPX, and not an awful
เฮ้ย
start. Managing to get
แปลก
the
อันนี้คืออะไรอ่ะ ได้ซื้อปืนบ้างยังเนี่ย
But the thing I love about this attack side triple
เดี๋ยวนะ
controller is it means they can
เดี๋ยว
actually
เอเลย
use that Viper
เตียน
screen
วูด
for space
โอ้ย
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 อุ้ยเมาส์สั่น
อะไรอะ
cleanup crew. Now any extra cost here
เมา
would
ส์สั่น
be a
จัด
weapon
จัด
swap. They've only lost pistols so far.
มันเป็นคนเมาส์เร็วหรือมันเมาส์มัน
เป่า
กลางว่า3.25
มันดูเล่นเหมือนคนเล่นเมาส์เร็วเลย
Well, with those connections, that is a 2-0 start. FPX though doing some damage. At the end of the day, the main heavy hitters are carried over to the next.
Yeah. Well, this is the thing though. I want you to keep an eye on where that Viper screen is going for the attack, because normally it's going to be used a lot of the time for control. You're going to use it to try and sell a bit of a ruse, but most of the time Autumn is going to be playing it at different ways to cross into the B site. So he's going to make it so that he can sort of section off parts of the door so they can isolate in by going through the broken door. And then also it sections off heaven at the same time. So it makes things quite awkward for B site defenders, and also means that you can basically go in and if you go from mid, you can fight a singular angle. it's quite a nice Viper screen, but one that you can't.
มาแล้วอ่ะไม่กดดันอะไรทั้งนั้น
They shouldn't have allowed.
โดนไปเลยชเนลพี
Well, you think that when you commit life to holding an angle, that'll be enough, but Mini Boo's off to a flyer. Started the first. Rifles for the most part on the side of Team Heretics. Not that many weaknesses. Odin bought up by FPX, trying to spam down early on A, but it's converted out now for the rifle. Oh, and it's converted back, and it's converted back again. They're juggling all the way to the spawn, and it's going to be chucked away. So just the rifles carried forward.
โอ้ยมาแล้วไงฮะอะไรอ่ะ
That's Boo dropped the A side, weakened a little bit, but there's still a
กินมันสวยนะฮะเนี่ยน่าจะเปลี่ยนเสียงยิงซะหน่อย
เฮ้ยมันวิ่งไวมาก
They bolstered this A site defense, and with 3 players already committed to tree, this could be a problem. They haven't managed to get out of this spot. Woot's going to give them the fight. In fact, Rian swings with him, and both players are dropped.
Yeah, the call was clearly made to face
อะไรวะทำไมมันดูเข้าง่ายจังเลยวะ
for those shots landing in that fashion.
ไม่เหมือนแค่ยิงวะเนี่ย
Now only facing off against a weaker weapon in the form of Benji and Mini Boo, who has hit a few nice shots. We'll see if he can find a bit more. He's gone down the rope. He's on the site, round the corner. They're not expecting it. The angle's open. He finds his one. Nade thrown, but he has a player around the backside. It's Aya on his way.
เรียกความมั่นใจ
Really, the kill was going to go either way. Autumn or himself. It's only about who gets the orbs. Luckily, with Young finding it, he's one away from a thrash, which could be valuable coming into round 4.
Yeah, I think they did well with just the slow pace. Like, the weaponry really wasn't that weak in this round for Heretics, but the double swing, just being patient around the angle, and actually a little bit disjointed. That was the bigger problem. Like, Lysor is the one that gets both kills, because I think Rian's is just a little bit late on the swing, and that's enough for a double kill to come through for the Omen player. Another one who likes to switch things up away from Sentinel and plenty of other roles. And this fight, well, fair enough. I guess you can just play a duelist initiator and everything in between.
Yeah, a man of many talents, that's for sure. A jack of all trades and a master of most as well. The Odin spray from Boo.
อุ้ยเจ็บไปหมด
I like it. A little bit of damage already, but
อุ้ย
Mini
นี่ก็ค
goes
ม
out to see if they're still there. Well, the info is at least found. Unfortunately, the advantage is lost in the meantime. Woot! Oh my goodness! 16 HP left on Berlin. 35 in fact.
คือเบอร์ลินมันเลือดเหลือ35โดยที่ยังไม่เจอฝั่งตรงข้ามเลย
In any future fights, Thrash leading the way. B site to be cleared. I don't think it's going to find any connections. It will be recovered though for the post plant.
And again, you can see those smokes already put into play. Viper screen could delay even further. That's going to be the problem of getting in on this retake, is you almost have to disrespect some of the utility that is on the FPX side, otherwise you're just never going to get a moment. Paranoia is still available for Woot, but does he use it up top? That's the real problem.
Yeah, he does, but he doesn't catch Lysor. It was used too shallow. And I believe Thrash, yeah, it's just now back online. So the chances of this round going the way of Heretics next to none with 3 ends. But running straight into the waiting hands of Autumn. That is a nice equalization. And for FPX, the ball is most certainly rolling on this attack.
เหมือนพี่เกมจะแตกนะ
And again, we've seen
แปลกๆว่าเมื่อกี้
a lot of the time the team that gets off to a good start
ไม่เป็นไรดัน
is
บุก
going to
ดัน
eventually slow down a little bit. Those pistols have almost been a burden of the first half, but in the second it definitely helps out a little bit more. I like that we're seeing a lot of the early fights actually be taken by the Omens. Like, again, you're playing a double controller, so it's not nearly as bad as your solo smoker going down. In fact, if you're FPX, you have 2 more. And both of them managed to catch fights on elevated duels. Again, FPX is going to challenge for this control. Maybe expecting a little bit more resistance, but it's much more passive. The weaponry is not ideal, but if they can delay, there is a flank
เกิดอะไรขึ้นทำไมมีคนเรียกหาปฏิเทค
into consideration.
ตั้งแต่พี่ไปพี่ดูสกอร์กลับมาแล้ว
ถ้าเฮียติกแพ้นี่คือ 90% ทั้งโลกนะที่หายไปเลยเหลือ 100% ละ
90%
เหลือแค่ 10% ละ
Yeah, I think FPX definitely expected a bit more aggression from Heretics. Remember last round they took the space very quickly, sending life out into the open, but there was a player up top above their smoke, destroying their flash and taking a free kill on a player in the air. Now, they're much more cautious of that early aggression. Dizzy to be thrown through.
คู่นี้ถ้าเข้าไปเจอเจนจีนี่มีภาพแบบพี่
น่าจะโดนทั้งคู่อะ
โดนแน่อะ
But they are kept in position, whether it be by bullets or utility. there's not much to be done on the side of Team Heretics. Just
ทำไมเฮียติกดูกลัวจังอะ
try and clutch it all. 2 versus 5 is the best they can
โด
hold.
นมา
เฮ้ยด่านนี้เป็นด่านที่ FPX ชนะเจนจีเลยนะพี่
relatively close.
อุ้ย
Benji.
นี่ไง
We know how dangerous he is with this sheriff. Looking
โอ้ย
for
โอ้ยโอ้ย
three kills
โอ้ย
already. Another one
แปลก
ชนะเป็นที่บอกใครชนะเจนจีนะ
This round was looking all but done. He's been revealed. They know where
โอ้
he
แล้ว
is.
หาตำแหน่งเลยครับ
Already sending utility, but it hasn't connected.
โอ้ย
อุ้ย
ว่ะคู่หู
เดี๋ยวดูมันลุกแน่มันลุกแน่
อ่ะชนเบาๆชนเบา
เบาๆที่มันไกลที่มันไกล
Pulled off a miracle.
เฮีย2-5
ๆแล้วแม่งปืนเชอรี่
MasterCard Thrifty on the back of Benji Fishy walking in to Tree alone with a pistol in his hand. This is absolutely outrageous.
โอ้ยตัวหนึ่งตัวสอง
Swinging
เวอร์จ
in
ริง
for the next. The first shot didn't hit. The correction was
ตัวสี่ก็
there.
ทะลุเข้าหัว
I think
เข้า
he
หัว
even headshot the other
เป็น
player
แก๊งเชียร์เฮเลติก
assisting on the kill. That is a Benji Fishy round, and immediately FPX call a timeout. That's not a round you can ever afford to lose.
ถึงก็ถามเอาเลยมันเกิดอะไรขึ้นเมื่อกี้
It was a sheriff on Vine, wasn't
It was Sheriff on Vine.
Yeah.
It just seems to be where I don't know. Maybe he puts like 85% of his practice. I know that's not true, but somehow just looks so good when it comes to the pistol. And that as said, that's got to be a backbreaker for FPX. Like you're in a very powerful post plant. I don't even think it was played that badly. Like they try and re-swing off a pistol and just get domed. Sure, if you group up and stay together, he's never winning that. But to critique them trying to fight a guy using a sheriff.
Well, I'll tell you what, Tom, if you were the last guy alive in your rank game, I think you'd critique them trying to fight a sheriff.
Sure.
That's for damn sure. But
maybe if it was Benji Fishy, but
กลับไปเล่นเมาส์ช้าดีกว่าแล้วก็ไปเล่นจอ 5/4 ผมว่าตึงเลยขึ้นอินได้เลยสบาย
The 3-2.
Maybe let me win.
I don't think he likes you that much.
Feel pity.
I don't think. But 3-2 for Team Heretics. I don't think they were expecting to win round number 5 when it started, and when they were in the 2v5, they certainly weren't. They're given a lifeline to keep the lead early on, deny FPX the foothold on this map. The attack side left with 2 rifles bought up. A lot of the credits are down to their last.
ต้องกลับไปเล่นเมาส์ช้าก่อนไม่ไหวเมาส์เร็วมันแทบไม่ค่อยโดน
Don't want to see any crazy risks taken by FPX. They've got to be cautious in this round. It was Woot that got aggressive, that tried to get up in their face. He's lost his life now. That robo control not quite going his way, but he's still able to trade it out.
I'm almost wondering how. It looked like there was a smoke down. Did he just tap a couple of bullets through it? Because he was still towards the A site. Maybe it is possible, but even still, it must have just been a pixel shot that he connected. They'll be happy with that because the early aggression definitely didn't pay off. Still have a showstopper available and actually gambled back towards the C site. 3 players. Come on, Boo. Maybe a little bit lucky to be alive. He's going to fall back with the smoke shutting him off completely and that control going the way of FPX. The only problem is they don't have a mass amount of time to only be getting this control now. There's still a lot to do.
If they switch back to B, they could be in trouble. I think that's going to be the play. Usually when it's low time left, that's where teams decide to take it. The spike's certainly on its way, but the nade has kept them back, bought a little bit more time. We're down to 20 seconds. And Team Heretics now have rotated in to assist on the A site. They're ready for this push. Oh, they're just now pulling back from it. Giving up that space. It looks like FPX, despite the clock being against them, will just about have enough time to get this planted.
Yeah, I don't think they mind that though. Having the lockdown available and the showstopper. In fact, the showstopper committed immediately. Maybe trying to force players back instead.
มีบูไม่ได้เล่น
Gives them that advantage. Another comes up as well. Finally, Boo has managed to get a response, but it's whether or not they want to commit the lockdown. At this stage, it would be an oversight to put that into play. Benji, well, he pulled off an impossible clutch moments ago. This one might even have to be better, and Lysol's not going to give him the time of day. An instant
เล่น
response
3.5 0.35 ก็จะกลับไปเล่น 0.3 เหมือนเดิมอาจจะ 0.275 เลยด้วยซ้ำ
That showstopper would have done damage.
เอ้ย
I'm sure Mini Boo on the fall off from it is picking up.
ดันบุกพี่
But he
Don
swings
Wally.
in. And the thing is, I saw 2 players behind. In the fact that he's able to get out of there, reset for a fight later on is huge. The fact that Woot, look, This is Wu playing an Omen. He's 7-3. He's having a good game so far, and he decides not to go for the standard control over rubble where you shrouded step across, you tuck in, maybe you have a reveal. Instead, he's just peeking it because they don't get contact early. They don't have the wall. They're just assuming that FPX aren't going there. So in taking the space, he loses the fight to Autumn. Not an easy player to face off against on those shift peaks. But now we're neck and neck yet again. But the problem is,
แต่ถ้าไม่แพ้พกนะ
Heretics only have, well, sheriffs on most players, Tom.
Yeah.
No, they couldn't possibly do anything with
They
those.
should have the read though. They've pushed up C. They put Prowlers through B. So they basically know that this is going to be that early A control. So they can stack players up here. Bit of spam from either side, but they have to be wary of a potential double back towards the B side. And with Vu already being tagged low, there is going to be a push. Oh, immediately broken and actually I was about to say going through a snake bite would be an incredible risk in a round where it's not necessary at all.
Especially with things like this now. Orb into Young and almost a double detain. But Thrash is stopped at the last second. Mini Boo up close now. Sheriff in hand, not able to land the shots. Life whizzing right by him as Lysor finds another. Now things are looking to be locked in for FPX. Just a few kills left. Benji's not getting away with it.
Still, a little
ไอ้ลูกที่สองนี่ลัคกี้ปะ
players, but not anything to write home about. 4 of the last 5 rounds.
ว่าเดินอยู่
Well, we know what round 5 was. I don't think we need to tell you twice. Actually, Heretics are going to take themselves a pause. Understandable. This is one that seems to be starting to get away from them a little bit. A team that has had their ups and downs on this map, no doubt about it. A recent loss to the side of Vitality, I think, has called in this mass change in, well, maybe not so much compositionally, but more so for the roles that they're being played on. And for the other side of things, okay, they've had a couple of losses here and there, but it definitely feels like a middle ground. It's always close when FPX are playing. And the fact that they're currently in the lead after losing the pistol and losing a round to a sheriff shows that in the majority of the buy rounds, they have looked a lot more comfortable.
Yeah, and coming into the next as well, you know, sure, there's ultimates online for both sides, but my eye is drawn to FPX, to the Viper's Pit, to the Showstopper. Cosmic Divide, less so. It could be online for this. It's life. It's been a little bit slower, but nothing I'd really complain about. He's entering in. It's tough on the attack.
No, but it's more so it's tough with this comp. Like, you're playing a solo initiator triple controller. Like, a lot of the rounds he's going brute force in, and that's the way they need to play, is he will be a sacrifice. He's happy to do that. That's something I love about Life in this game, is on this map in particular especially, he is willing to sacrifice himself if it wins the round. He's not one of those duelists who's looking at his stats, looking at the numbers. He will go in head first, and the trade will be there. FPX play like that.
He's the initiator's utility.
Yeah.
Sky Dog just going through. He ain't going to get the kill, but as long as you do, who cares?
He has a boom bot, and he is also a boom bot.
He is a boom bot with wings a lot of the time. He's been having his Red Bull. Well, for FPX, 4-3. Strong position, like you said, having lost the pistol, having lost a huge clutch to 2 sheriffs.
ทำไมตรงรูปปืน
A thrifty
เป็น
round.
รูปกะโหลกไม่รู้เหมือนกัน
They'll find themselves in the lead early on. Team Heretics have ultimates of their own. The lockdown for Benji Fishy leaves them with a much more passive hold of C. Not in terms of the utility. Alarm bot just there, revealing there's some players. But it's not like they want to hold on to this control with their lives when you have the lockdown.
I think also just FPX hadn't gone C. They waited for that showstopper, the utility is Sublime, setting up Life perfectly, but the response from Boo is ridiculous. Opens the door and an oversight, it seems. No one aware.
เฉียบ ทำเอาแล้วเฉียบ
He might have used the Nightfall. I think that caught everybody, and then they just didn't hear the sound behind them. What a play from the IGL. As said, a role that we did see him play a bit last year, but as a been on that initiator. Lysol's going to get a plant, but they are close by.
Oh, they absolutely are. Lysor knows that, having already heard the Prowler go around the corner. Try to get himself a foothold inside of tree. Here's his opportunity. That door's going to open. That's a 1v1.
รอด้วยกันเล่นด้วยกัน ไม่ประมาท
If he opens the door, he gives him an avenue back into the game, back into the round. Instead, he's going to have to take down 3. Already one through the smoke, and the spams came.
อุ้ยเสียวๆถ้ามินิบูตายเมื่อกี้นะ
แปมโดนอีกตัวนี้1-1ตรงนี้น่าจบเลยนะอีกตัวมาช้าด้วย
จริงครับ
Not going to keep the lead for too much longer. We're now tied up again, neck and neck.
Yeah, that was a huge play as well, because the thing is, we haven't seen FPX go towards the C site at all, and the initial entry was fantastic, the combination of utility, but then Boone uses the knife, and no one is aware that he's just going to open that door and go for the fight. Maybe they thought it was for delay, maybe they thought someone would come in from behind, but the way that he just opens the door and sprays them all down before any utility is put into place was absolutely perfect. Couldn't have timed it any better. Again, though, we now look at the response, because so far, Heretics have either won their rounds off hero plays, but actually just really off hero plays, or it's been the pistol.
Early fight and early success for Miniboo. They tried to cross this one conventionally, and it's not even Woot's Rubble control that matters. The quick one shot to the head. Team Heretics, 4 players early on A main, now start to fill in the rest of the space. Again, they're confident to play retakes on B or C with a lockdown in play. No worries, really.
You watch it fighting.
It looks like the B site retake will be necessary. Paranoia used. I expect Boot to fall back. I see him stood on the edge of that wall, though, and I'm thinking maybe he's going to go for a little nasty play. He's waiting for their aggression for sure. Viper's Pit used from the spawn. It gives them a little avenue back through, actually. They'll get very close with a lockdown in play. The players are sent tumbling back in the other direction. They almost have to fight forward for the most part. Boo's ready for them to start with, and Lysor manages to make it out, but denying this defuse could be difficult. They're going to have to find a couple of picks. With the players sneaking in inside the pit, they could already be defusing, and someone needs to get on that.
จะมีคนมองหรือเปล่า
Pit gets dropped, shots landed by Berlin, put them in a good position with the wall.
เฮ้ยคมว่ะ
The line of sight on Ayoung, and lands the shot to bring it across the line. That was a chaotic round, but I have to say, I like what Team Heretics were trying there.
Yeah, I think the initial take from FPX is cool. It gets you into the afterplant, but just the ultimates that were available made it so difficult. Like, you had the lockdown to force them into an awkward position. The Viper's Pit meaning, okay, are you going to run through a Viper's Pit into a lockdown to try and destroy it? No, that makes it impossible. So the only place they could go was try and push into Boo, who was ready for it. And then it's just like, okay, even then you have that control. There is no line of sight onto the spike. There is no, you have to go running through a smoke or fight back in. And even still, Berlin made it close. Like, the fact he gets 2 is impressive. Even still, Heretics have regained the lead. Economy for both teams is on the brink here. Like, you've already got Boo down to a Bulldog, and for the other side, a light shield or 2 just to pad the gap. They're the ones with the Viper's Pit in this round, and Boo, well, it's not long ago I remember him using a Nightfall to win them around. He's 1 away.
You know, last round 4 players on A from Team Heretics. They used the C's alongside the nade to deny Rubble control. They push up, taking the fight immediately on the players emerging from the spawn, deleting life. I think it was Miniboo that did that. This time, Miniboo's on the C site. Pushed up on Rubble a moment ago, or on Mound, to find that little bit of control, spotting out that no one's there. It's got the rotations from Heretics focused entirely on this A site. And some players are defending the site. Benji is in an absolutely disgusting position. If they come through, I doubt they clear this corner.
Oh, he's going to look for the timing, and it doesn't quite work out. At least gets a little bit of information. Now, the reason they've left this solo C site is, again, FPX have been there once, and they got killed from behind. So they haven't need to stack up on this side of the map. The late rotation, the orb going up is going to be a problem. Miniboo playing up close, still has his nade. They haven't baited out any of this utility, and the push up from Life might try and sell the idea, but Berlin is just sat within this smoke. Rotation of the spike goes back, but he gets shot. He gets denied. Now they have to go in. They have to push in. And Rians has rotated through, dropped the spike on the ground, but he gets caught. Do they have time is the question. Running in onto the site. I think they've just found this plant. It's going to be incredibly close. Just on the nose.
That's Viper's Pit to defend the plant as well. This was down to less than a second, but now the advantage is clearly in favor of FPX. Sure, some of these players are low, but everyone's going to be low on Heretics once they get near that spike. Right there. Utility. Luckily, Life was dropped and he had a nade. That would have been a death sentence, but Berlin putting up a fight. 29 HP. That's his 3rd kill of the round, and Ayoung
มันจะเห็นด้วยนะแต่ว่าถ้าจะเก็บไปยิงตัวที่หลัง
ผมไม่บูน่าโดนสกัดได้เลยนะคนในสโมก
Well, yeah, that round came down to what, like half a second. Rians, I think if he swings a millisecond later, and you can't really blame him for it. Berlin winning a fight, running through a smoke, waiting on the other side, and then killing the second guy. This was his round. And well, a little bit of luck it seems at the end, but that was just so to the wire. And as I said, you understand why Heretics only left a player there. There hasn't been any successful C takes, and there's only been one prior to that round. It's absurd because normally you see, well, the C site is a pretty hefty part of a lot of teams' game, a lot of executions, especially when you have a raise. But for FPX so far, it hasn't been a big part of the game plan. 5-5, and as I said, the economy was on the brink last round, and it stinks for Heretics in this round.
Yeah. I mean, a couple of sheriffs, a Bucky brought out by Benji Fishy. I'm not sure about that one, to be honest. And sometimes you'll see, the orb up close like last round. Maybe he can get the value. No, he's going to have to do this dry. That's not an easy task for anybody. Has managed to get close, but the first shot doesn't land. The second does. A chance for a little bit more.
ปืนอร่อยอร่อยกันต่อ
Boo now has it in his hands. 2 bullets left, and he's out of here. Maybe a chance to reload as well.
Wonderful. He's got the skin for it at least. One of my personal favorites, but I can't say I'm expecting much from the Bucky from this point onwards. Boo does have his ult, so does Mini Boo. I don't think they're going to want to commit them here and more with Boo already dead. The Bucky might find another player. It has. Riens has got one, but they're in fact going to invest the Thrash. Just trying to make sure this round doesn't fall away from them. It's still a 2v2 scenario and not the cleanest from Ion, but it'll get the job done in the end. Lead taken from FPX, this continuous back and forth that we've seen throughout this map. Come on. We now look at Heretics to see if they can respond and even things up. I feel like that's sort of where it should go.
Well, with how things have gone so far, let's carry it out to the end of the half. Defensive side, I feel like one of the weird things about watching this from having seen Heretics play so many games here is that normally you have Boo constantly on Rubble. They always have a main control, and there's been such a different identity to this defensive side. At least in this half, with the comp switches, you can very much tell that there's a different idea behind playing these agents, and I think I'm curious to see how their attack pans out. Imagine more of a blob movement and less variety to what we're seeing here.
Yeah, with the whole composition, they weren't running themselves the Viper, so maybe joining the norm a little bit more there. It does also mean they don't have that breach anymore, which I think was a big talking point for Riens. Someone who's so fantastic with that supportive utility is going to have to do it in a different way. Again, we see this patient, passive FPX. I think if you watched the last map, you wouldn't have expected to hear those words come out of my mouth, but this has looked incredibly different. Happy to play into the late round, using those rotations. That counter Nightfall
แล้วโดนเยอะ
is awkward.
เฮ้ย
You maybe expected to see some spam.
เราไม่ได้ยินว่าวาร์ปเดี๋ยว
เอ้า
Boo's found himself one. He's safe in the back of the side. Mini Boo making a mess of this round because that's the spike on the ground, and it looks like it's only going from bad to worse for FPX. Lysor, 1 versus 4. He'll find the first, but 10 seconds. Even planting this spike is impossible, and more so now because he's dead. 6-6 at the halftime. It is difficult to separate these teams. We've had to go all the way to map 3, and it looks like we've got to go a little further.
Yeah, I think that it probably deserved to go in neck and neck. I guess you could argue with Heretics winning the pistol, maybe FPX should have come out slightly in front, but we've seen it back and forth all the way through. I think this round was much more of just that passive read after what we've seen over the last few rounds of this slow rotation. They tried to sort of hold on to it in this case, and it's worked out for them. Either way, we'll be back after the break with the second half.
ตึงจังครับตึงจังครับการไป6ก็เยอะอยู่นะใช่ไหมถือว่าเยอะอยู่ตึงกันไปน้องสวัสดีครับคุณนนท์ เพลงพวกนี้เสี่ยงสุดละจริง อย่าบอกว่าเซ็น VCT ที่ lower bucket ผมว่าถ้าส่ง FPX ลงไปข้างล่างเหนื่อย ไม่ว่าส่งทีมอะไรไป Sentinel เหนื่อยหมดตอนเนี้ยตอนนี้ถ้าส่งทีมไหนไปสายล่างพี่ว่า Sentinel เหนื่อยหมดไหม เหนื่อยหมด
We counted them out when it came to bind, but 13-9, they took it. They dealt Heretics one of the worst attacking halves we've seen from them, the worst, in fact. And now, as we move on to Lotus, half 2, FPX's defense, Tom, where's your expectation? I don't know what to expect from Team Heretics. There's a couple new flares to them, but do you see 6 as being enough for FPX?
I think it can be. I think it depends how Heretics come in playing this. Like, you're going to know that this composition is coming, but because of the amount of delay utility they have, you have to disrespect some of it. You have to play through smokes, you have to take risks, and maybe that's why they've got Boo now playing that supportive role, so that Woot can maybe be a bit more aggressive around those smokes.
Smoke right away has deterred the plan of Benji Fishy to put the turret down and deny any control over the mound without at least breaking it and giving away the info. Flash sent out, destroyed immediately, and look at that. Heretics pump the brakes with a 3-man firing squad waiting for that B main aggression, and it has come through. The advantage now concretely locked in favor of the attackers, and FPX, the remaining players, Young, Autumn, and Berlin, have it all to do.
This is a tough position to try and get back from, for sure. Rian's clearly knows something that we don't, because he is fighting. And wow, Autumn, maybe a bit of a nasty surprise for him. It's going to be the push through. Even still, that advantage kept. And waiting to see if there's anybody lurking around the edges of these smokes. In fact, looking like they're going to plant for the link. Instead, though, they're met by Owen. This round maybe overplayed a little bit.
อ้าวเหลือบูคนเดียวกูงง งงปะตอนแรกเปิดไป2เหลือเชื่อฮะเหมือนกันงง
But ultimately, you have to give credit to FPX for being able to pull that back. Even given the opportunities, often won't be enough. Walking through a decayed wall. Here you have Young catching one off guard and Miniboo not adjusting in time. And then obviously Berlin onto Woot. Another one of those individuals. They've got to be feeling good now with the lead locked in. It has been back and forth so far. But this second round will be a little tougher for Team Heretics to upset them in.
So we've finally seen a split of pistols as well. After both going one team's way, and for FPX after bringing things back to even in the last half, it's going to put them in a great spot. Quite a few sheriffs invested into here for the side of Heretics, clearly believing in the power of the pistol, and I don't really blame them. It seems like Boo's still going to be playing a similar game to what we see from him when he's on the smoke, lurking on that side of the map. While for Berlin, it's a chance to potentially farm up orbs. It seems like he got a little bit lost there. Plant gonna be
คลาสสิกมันโคตรแรง
still here. And Woot wins that fight as well.
แปลกเจอแปลก
ต้องรอผี My lesson by now to stop counting Heretics out when they've got pistols in play, but I'll learn one day. FPX still have a chance. Easy sent far, but I don't think Wingman's going to survive too much longer. Yang doesn't even get it to half. The shot from Life is nice, but they haven't dealt with the play.
นี่ไงพี่เหรียญยิงหมดครับ
What พลังคลาสสิก
อะไรอ่ะ
MasterCard thrifty in an uncouth style. I mean, I thought he'd wait for the defuse, play the time. Instead, he's throwing out with his knife when he still has ammo. Okay.
ไล่คำว่าทิปตี้มันขึ้นก่อนเกมจบอีกงง
เสียงมาไว้โดนสปอย
เสียงอย่าสปอยจัด
โดนสปอยจัด in a round where they had nothing. They had a few sheriffs, and he had a classic, and they had 2 bullets left. I don't know. I said it. Rian's post plant, it equals win. I don't know how. I don't know how they're managing this.
เมื่อกี้มันสปอยมันยังไม่ทันจบเลยไอ้50มันขึ้นก่อนไอ้การของเขางงกันหมด
Yeah, look at the economy. It's
นี่มันจบเลยมันขึ้นเฉย
the side of Heretics. They're in a great place.
Yeah, but this is better than winning the pistol. Yeah, your opponents are down in the dumps, and now you get to play.
ไลฟ์คือไปแล้ว
Oh, hello. Okay. Well, that's not
ไม่เอา
ideal.
คืนไหมเนี่ย
Benji's down immediately.
อ่านไม่ได้จริงว่าใครจะชนะหรือแพ้
Dropped now. There's a, I believe it's a rifle recovery.
คาดเดาโคตรยากนะ
Opportunity for FPX at least, but yeah. Well, I was going to point out that Heretics can build up a lot of money because they're only against pistols, but well, they've already lost one, and now there's a rifle in the mix. Things get a little spooky.
What?
Okay. The rifle's now on the ground.
ไม่ให้เปิดประตูหรอกนะ
They're going to want to try and retreat that, of course.
ตอนการเล่นโนดินมัน
Side don't know
มันจัด
about
แต่พี่
this. Trying to bait him into an awkward fight, but who's having a great time?
โอ้ยซูม
Will be put down by Ion.
ตัวหลังเริ่มแปลก
But even still, that time has been ticking, and the rest of the players on Heretics haven't just been sitting there. They've got into advanced positions. This post was
What?
really
Hey.
good.
Back,
Now they're both
อย่าบอกนะ
This could be a
Let me
huge
Odin,
battle.
yeah.
Autumn's found another, and Wood's got nowhere to go, nowhere to escape. He's going to
Ui.
jump and just about survive, trying to do everything.
อุ้ยชนะเฉย
All lonesome.
อุ้ยวูด
Quite be able to
กระโดดว่ะ
completely blind.
โอ้โห
It doesn't even
เทคนิคอะไรวะนี่มันการ์ด
Red Bull
กระโดด
with the spike
ๆถ้าเป็น
ending
เรา
the
เมื่อกี้
round.
พี่เอาไปสู้แล้วอะใครจะไปคิดว่ารอด
Expected a
มัน
crazy game.
มันคือทางสโลปใช่ไหมแล้วมันไม่มีไอ้นั่นวาง
This,
คิดได้ไงวะ
I mean, Heretics are matching them. They're on the level. What in the world have I watched in the last 2 rounds?
โคตรแซ่บ
Golly
ก็คิดว่าไม่มีแล้วไง
I'm starting to lose my mind. A Red Bull clutch by the spike.
Feel bad
ถ้ามันยิงเป็น1แล้วมีมอร์พิษเนี่ยยังไงก็คิดว่าเคลียร์
Just whoop, jumping over. I don't even know if they had time from this point. I don't think they did. But it just the fact that he managed
อย่าหายมากวินนี้
at the right moment to survive.
จับมือหน่อยจับมือหน่อย
Well, I guess technically they didn't at least get that massive boost in economy. FPX, they probably would have hoped for a win, but they can take that as somewhat of a win. Heretics will reclaim the lead. Again, speaking about FPX,
ไหลคือไหลจริง
their ability to compete with the best. You're talking about a team that was in the previous Masters final with a sub, or I will say maybe the GOAT of all subs in Battletech, because that doesn't normally happen. Boo almost caught, but he's going to deny any further aggression. Still FPX trying to find some way in and delay, and you can see again these double smokes. There always comes a point in the round where you have to almost disrespect them a little bit.
Oh, Young had an angle. The timing not quite great. They were watching as he swung out of the door. Smokes go down, but I don't think the plan is to go to the A side. It looks like the focus is instead moving towards B. Prowler clears it. They won't waste their paranoia. Instead, using it much deeper, stopping any re-aggression coming out of heaven. Nade pushes them back there, and the plant should now come in safely in the corner. A foothold for Team Heretics, but Life trying to take advantage of the chaos. He's got straight in with
เฮ้ย เฮ้ย เอาเฮ้ย เจอหน่อยไม่ได้เลยไอ้หมอนี่
back foot out of absolutely nowhere.
แพ้เลยอย่างเงี้ย
FPX have got control, and they're starting to defuse already. They've got to go running at them to stop this, and there's no stopping what started here. Oh, what a round from Life. That is unbelievable.
Oh my god.
I don't even know. I think if you saw someone do that in one of your matches, you'd report them for cheating immediately because it's like he's got a million sensitivity just
เมื่อกี้ผมกำลังบอกเลยเปลี่ยนไหลเป็นไหลแทนแล้วตอนนี้มันยิงเลย3 คน
That's insanely clean. Wow. Just as one team seems to take an advantage, the other comes right back again. 8-8. As said, there was no economy built up because of the damage done in the last round. It means there's 3 rifles available. And oh, you can already see the amount of space that's already been taken by FPX.
Back and forth we go. Team Heretics will set the sights on the C side, although Grafwell slowing them slightly. Good damage by Odin. Those spams are deadly. Even the snake bite kill for Autumn. In comes Thrash. It's caught one, but no one's there to convert on it. Flash used up. Young has to be careful though. I don't know. Okay, they will convert the kill. And no punish. And then the swing from Boo traded out.
พี่วูดทำงานหนักมากกว่านี้
And they could lock this round in here and now with the
พี่วูดบอกส
showstopper
โมกก็ต้องลง
1-2.
ยิงก็ต้องยิงตอนนี้
56 HP and that call's probably being made. Wood is low, has his ult, and
เก็บแล้ว
Spike's
ไป
right
เลย
in
พี่วูด
front of him. You're right, he could take that teleport
ไป
from the shadows. He'll emerge on another site potentially.
พี่วูด
Looks like he's going to stick the plant here and now.
เอาดี
Maybe realizing it's a tough win anyway, and by he should be dead to right. Did he use it just then?
Oh my god.
I feel like I almost I thought I heard something for a second, but maybe not. I think he just got caught by Lysol. It is going to be that defusal. Well, not too much of a problem in the end. I think the only real worry was just how much Riens was able to do. It took an ultimate to actually shut him down. He managed to sneak past pretty much everything.
Let's have a look when it
Oh,
pops
he
up.
did
You're
use it.
right.
He did use
Yeah,
it.
I wasn't certain. I didn't think I heard something, but yeah, you're spot on, Tom. Used the ultimate and immediately got dropped.
I want to know where he was planning on going. Because he's using it right here. Yeah.
I guess we'll never know.
Maybe to try and go back into the spawn and reclaim other ground, try and find a gap. But yeah, didn't know his opponent was there. It's not the biggest ult in the world to lose. Like, it's not the end of the world. I don't mind him. I said I didn't mind him committing it to rotate straight away. Though aggression from either side. Life's got to be careful he doesn't get wrapped on. He does have some support. The flash is going to leave both players completely blind. Woo, under serious pressure. And while that pressure is not easing up anytime soon.
Berlin, he's playing a risky game. With just Sheriffs, Team Heretics have done this before, and the spike not down in a spot that's easy to defend for FPX. They don't want to take too many risks, although now the attackers are split. Benji's holding onto the space, presumably so the spike can come back to him.
Life.
In terms of utility,
เอาเยอะเกิน
used up any of his, but the Prowlers are gone for Boo. He makes his way. He's going forward with the spike. I thought he'd go back to the B site. Group up, take this one as a team, as a duo. Instead, even if he does that, he's now down to just 49 health. Benji found a lot of space, although I don't expect him to do much here. Just sit, wait, and cover that plant when it comes through.
I think from
30
the
seconds
side of
left.
Heretics, they were hoping somebody would make a mistake. It's
ร้าน
arguable
นี้แพง
that Berlin tried his best,
Yeah.
but
เท่าไหร่
now the patience might just pay off. Benji looks like he might be about to be greeted. There's still plenty of utility to play with, but he is going to get the fight that he wanted. And
เอา
he's
ดี
gonna
เอา
take
ดี
off. Now this becomes dangerous. The Nightfall committed, but it's only going to connect them to one. Boo looking to try and fight this one.
Oh,
wow! At the last second. A very nice try, but ultimately the outcome is as expected.
Just a few bullets shy of a successful round.
ไอการยิงแบบเมื่อกี้คือการแบบทรงคนหลุดปะ
Double digits locked in for FPX now. And again, you see what we mean with just Sheriffs. They almost made the 4v2 work, and who knows if Berlin went down a little earlier, well, he would have had a
บู
few
มันยิงเหมื
more
อนหมด
bullets
ใจ
in the
อะ
magazine. A fantastic adjustment by Benji. And like we said, just about able to take it across the line. 60 HP, 2 shots and he's down, but he'll carry forward to the next. A timeout called by Heretics, and this is the last chance for the EMEA Coach of the Year to have a word with his team, unless FPX call a timeout later.
Or unless we end up in OT again, which honestly, at this stage, I wouldn't be
เกาออนแบนเนอร์เท่ากับท็อปแฟกครับ
You have to remember as well the road that FPX had when they're over in Shanghai, beating for
วูดบอกกูจูน
losing
แบบ
to Genji
ยิงยังไงดีให้ทีมกูช
This
นะ
was
ตอน
the
นี้
team that ultimately sent them packing, sent them home. To say that they're not looking for revenge, I think would be foolish. Obviously, it's not quite the same in the fact that Heretics would get another chance.
อย่าบอกนะเคิร์ดพี่เอ๋ยอะ
That
เฮเล
will
ติก
be
อะ
the team they have to face off. Or if they turn it around and they win this game, then they have to play a Masters winner. So yeah, I guess playing a Masters winner where you can't be eliminated is slightly nicer. And I wouldn't even be surprised if there's a realm where these two meet back up in that decider game. I don't think it's improbable. Even still, both will want the chance to face off against Gen G, and for FPX more so, this is their chance at revenge.
A lot of ultimates, very close to being online. Benji and Mini Boo, Lockdown and Showstopper. That I Young on the other side after his clutch last round just went away himself. For FPX, this is a round they should have a fairly big advantage in. Benji's already tagged. Lots of weaker weapons, Stingers in play, but that's where things can get chaotic, where Heretics will move quicker, more sporadically as a unit.
But they use the pin. That's the real question.
They should.
With Stingers in play, it's definitely a possibility. On the other side of things, we've immediately seen an ult to try and hold them in position, but already they're pushing back in before we've actually seen the plant. And now it has to be the fallback. Never mind, though. Life has been able to take one down. Instead, though, he's going to be caught. A worthwhile trade. Showstopper out. It should be a kill, and it will be. Miniboo trying to fight up close. That spike still yet to be planted, but plenty of time to play with. And Autumn just holding back. That pit still available. Still possible to be put into play. And now it goes in. Miniboo, third kill of the round already. But he is traded out. And now it's the players within the pit. And Autumn's in real trouble. He's caught by Riens. It was the low weapons. It was the problem weapons. And once again, it is something that FPX just cannot deal with.
Well, they came into that round one away from lockdown, one away from showstopper. Pick up an orb for the lockdown, and the overcommitment from Life. He gets the nade in, it does damage, it takes down Benji Fishy. Fantastic, but because he's detained, that gives Miniboo this kill, which gets him the ult, which is immediately activated, which gets another kill. And from this point forward, well, there's the point of no return. At least that's how it seemed to be. 9 to 10.
That's why I loved on the plant as well. It really was a domino effect. And look at the economy on the other side now. Oh my god, he's got two! He's got two off the back of just wall banging, and he's almost got a third! That's an insane start to the round from Boo. Mitchman's very excited.
I like this gun.
I
like this gun. It's a nice gun, it's a fun gun, and it's one that's given Heretics a real chance. Even up against pistols, you got to be careful. That's one thing that I've certainly learned in this series. But they have found themselves an advantage that's almost impossible to throw away. We saw the 2 versus 4 from Heretics with Sheriffs. 2 versus 5. 1 versus 5 now with 7 HP. That is quite a difference. Get ready, Autumn's name in lights. But I think this supernova is going to be premature. It's going to fade to black. There you go. Boo with the triple kill. A lot of that was down to those wall bangs, the big guns.
พูดไวอะพี่ใช่ไหม2 ปีที่แล้ว
Again, we see a scenario.
ทั้งฟาร์มทั้งยิงทั้งเก็บออฟโอ้โหครบเลย
Immediately claws it right back. It has been a game that whatever way you think it's going, it could go back in the other direction. And I feel like this is going to be one of those matchups that is going to become a cult classic.
ไลฟ์บอกออกมาตายเลยแล้วกันไหนๆก็ไหนๆละ
Talk about Heretics versus FPX because last time out, as said, it ended in a 17-15 overtime victory for Heretics, which eliminated FPX from the tournament. Now they're level again, 10-10, double digits in the ones, and they're going to have to try and come up with something here because they're not out of it. They proved in the last map that even if Heretics manage to string rounds together, they can easily turn the game back into their favor. Okay, it's been a bit quieter from the likes of Life and Autumn after the last one, but it really is just going to come down to those late rounds once again.
We're going the distance, and I can't say I'm mad about it. Especially seeing Boo pull out that Odin gameplay. It's got a smile on my face. My favorite part about the replay was I was just watching Life's camera as he got hit multiple times, and he just looked so like lost, disappointed, angry, just every negative emotion stewing. We'll see if it continues. And maybe we'll see less A main aggression from FPX, although looking at the mini-map, I don't think that's likely. A lot of players grouped up and ready to take a fight around this area. Perhaps some global control to be sought.
Will it be a pace change? Because that's the thing. Heretics have liked to do this, where their opponent pulls a pause, so they do something completely out of the ordinary. It doesn't always work. But it looks like, again, they've just completely avoided the initial control over on A, expecting that to be a counter, just taking space elsewhere. Now, they have Nightfall. They could look to commit that into one of the sites, but it's seemingly it's going to be the allowment of that control to be lost, and then just hit the site elsewhere. Not giving a lot of information. The only thing is Lysor, but he is isolated.
Viper's Pit C, and there was neutral A early. You think at this point that there will be some control, especially that one-way smoke gives it away. But it doesn't look like Heretics are deterred. In fact, Boo's moving around to presumably throw over the reveal. Or perhaps not. They're just covering the B aggression alongside the turret. It'll be a slower round.
ฟอร์มเป็นไงสูสีมากครับตอนนี้
The reveal does go through, but not outside of A. He's faking this. He's making it look like it's a B hit to keep those rotations dragged in the other direction. And it's Lysor that will have the pressure on him. He's conscious they could be here, but he hasn't used the paranoia just yet. Now they're close. Now the pressure's on, but he's caught the back turn. Paranoia out. It's caught him on the right. Miniboo can't see a damn thing. And shooting at the tracers.
Oh, เสียหาย
With life stepping up to delete Boo.
เสียหายเลย
The lead will stay in FPX's hands as they push up to 11.
แตกทั้งโลก
Incredible work by Lysor. Like, he picked his
ได้อยู่
That was the thing.
การเงิน
There were so many points in that round where you could see he was tempted to use that paranoia. Seeing the Viper screen go up and basically just watching for any hint that the side of Heretics were there.
ยากเลย
And when he did
ถึง
use it,
ถึงถ้า
it was
แพ้วินเนี่ย
like
ถ้า
he's
ตัด
able
เยอะ
to
ได้ลุ้น
push
อยู่นะ
back
นี่ตัด
out
น้อยไป
of what was the paint shells on his feet, get a second kill, and then at that point
ถ้าตัดเย
everybody
อะได้วินหน้าไหลเลย
is on that Omen player, and life can take the gap. And again, you give this man even a
ได้
split
ตึงๆ2
second
วิน
where
ติด
you need to react, you're already dead. You don't have the time for it. FPX, after the pause, are going to respond once again. Well, there is a lot more early battle this time for A, but they've got to be careful. In fact, they're looking to try and get out of there. Wu is under serious pressure. They've got to give it up, but they've taken B in response.
They're fully in. 3 players in through the B choke point, completely abandoned by FPX.
Oh, no.
Minibu!
That's a sloppy fight if ever I've seen one. And Ultimate's here for FPX as well. They've got a showstopper and Thrash to get back in. They're confident in playing the retake.
อะไรวะน่ะ
Nightfall is
เกิดอะไร
available
ขึ้น
for
เมื่อกี้
Team Heretics. And it may
ตา
not
ฝาด
be
ใช่ไหม
used. And in fact, it is used right now, clearing out heaven. There's no one there. Now they start to realize where the push is
โอ้แล้ว
coming
ปา
from. All those
ปล่อย
steps
ไป
are heard, but it's because Thrash is going to lead the way. It's going to take the
น่าจะ
point
ที
of
เห็นได้
contact.
ตอนนี้
The seize is good. It keeps them in position. Showstopper used, but
เฮ้ยมาแก้ตัวว่ะ
Miniboo makes up for the disaster
ขอบคุณ
earlier
ลู
on.
ลูลานนะครับผมสำหรับอุ้งตัวใหญ่นะขอบคุณครับ
Close around that corner is a player and coming through the smoker. 2 more. He thins out
เอ
the
อ
herd and leaves time so low that FPX are running to the
เวลา
hills.
มันบีบเกิน
Not even escaping the spike in some
เจิม
cases.
เล็บทารอนหน่อยครับ
Neck and
ทารอน
neck.
ครับผม
I'm getting sick of saying that, Tom.
Well, if it doesn't go to OT, I think that would be the biggest surprise of the game so far. But honestly, Miniboo's reaction there, I love it. Like, sure, the initial fight didn't go his way, but Benji actually gets detained.
Miniboo
So
เอ็ม
his
เหมือน
choice
บราวนี่เลย
there
เมื่อกี้
is, okay, I can surprise them. They're going to be looking to hunt down these guys. They're seized up. I'm going to try and take them down before they can get anything done. And again, solid.
นี่ถ้าไม่ตัดให้สองนี่ลำบาก
ใช่
set him up that little bit more.
แต่ถ้าตัดได้ตั้งแต่ตัวแรกก็ง่ายอยู่
Unable to break the deadlock. It's been like this throughout the entirety of the match. In fact, the series has gone this way.
ทารอนพรุ่งนี้ปะพรุ่งนี้แหละ
Still
นี่กรุ๊ปเลย
trying
นะ
to fight for this early control.
ทำไมมันกรุ๊ป B แข่งก่อนวะ
Again, it's the
มัน
same.
ไม่ได้เรียง
So
เหรอ
much utility being expended, Wood being caught by all
หรือว่าจะ
of
A
it.
B C D
He's gonna try and get out of there instead, though.
แล้วก็จะมาเสียวินแบบนี้
Same play. They tried
โอ้
the
พรุ่ง
same
นี้อะทาร
moves,
อน
and it is not going anywhere near
เอ้า
as well.
เอ้า
นี่ไง
That's the spike down.
จบ
And a flank
อ๋อเหรอ
on
พรุ่งนี้
the
กรุ๊ป
main.
A เหรอ
Turret down, so
เป็นวัน
there's
ที่
no way to
3
even get that information. And it's double
โอ้เหรอ
flank
เก่ง
too.
สลับกัน
Life is here as well.
คือ FPX มันไม่กลัวอะไรไงพี่ประเด็นอะคือแบบ ต่อให้เป็น
This
11
round
อะ
it got rolling, and it's
มันเล่นเหมือนเพิ่ง
trampled
เริ่มอะ
Heretics,
เออ
left them flat on 11. And now 1 round
bwak.
away from locking in this
ยืน
series
บวก
from
เฉ
the
ยอะ
upset that we said and the desk said and everyone
ให้
knew
แชมป์
was
แข่งก่อน
possible
อ๋อ
today. But nobody expected it without Abyss. If that map didn't go to FPX, the series was done in everyone's minds. But here we are with a real chance to pull it across the line. The only thing standing between
คือ
them
รีเพย์จนไม่รู้
and
จะจับ
victory
อะไรเลย
in a lot of these rounds, big plays from Heretics, and Miniboo has a showstopper. That could be a turning point to at least get them in overtime.
Again, we're going to see this control fought for. It has gone the way of FPX in the majority of rounds. Boo is trying to find
เอา
some.
หน่อยเพื่อน
ไม่กลัวเลยอะ
We open
Surely they expect it.
อุ้ยทำมิ่ง
ว้าว
Big
เอ้า
bowling going down. It was a risk taken.
ผัดกันโหดเหรอ
ไปครับไปครับไปครับไปครับไปครับ
มันผัดกันโหดจริง
ผั
นะ
ดกันโยนเหรอ
Doesn't seem so, especially
Ngùng
with
chật.
that showstopper online for Miniboo. He's
ผู้
the
แรก
one
เจนจี
picking the
2-0
kill,
นะ
but the ult was
คงไม่
already
คิดว่าแบบ
there.
จะเจอแบบว่า
The seaside
กาวิ
ล็อก
ตี้
ผล
แล้วแบบ
ล็อกผล
knowing that
เอา
there's
หัว
Viper utility here, they're likely to use it to open the site. That's why Autumn is
ทีมไหนดูเล่นแล้วไม่มีทรงหรือแกว่งๆอ่ะโดน Gen G หมดอ่ะตอนนี้
big old rocket. But for now, there's no intention to use it.
แล้วมีอันตีนะมิดบูอ่ะ
เอ้ยเอาอ่ะ
ค่อนข้างชัดครับกดเลยเดี๋ยวไม่ได้กด
เถอะ
กดเลยเดี๋ยวไม่กด
กดเลย
กดแล้วไปเลย
กด
ยิงอะไรก็ได้ยิงไปก่อน
อะไรวะนั่นดิ
ยิงไปก่อน
มีคนเหรอ
โอ้ตายไปแล้ว
เฮ้ย
เอาสอง
เรา
ส
ไป
อง
อยู่กัน4 คนเอ้า
มันหน่อย2-2
เอาแล้วกัน
โอ้โหผ่านกัน4 คนเลย
เฮ้ยรู้ตั้งแต่หมด
แปมหน่อยไหมอยู่บนเยอะเกิน
จัด
สวย
A 1v4 to Ace. He's been unbelievable, but this will have to be the best of them. It seems like OT is
เดี๋ยวโอทามก็สลับราวกันเยอะจนสัก25 26 28อ่ะ
going back and forth all the way. Why not keep it going a little bit more? 12 to 12. FPX versus Heretics, always seemingly going the distance.
Overtime.
And who knows where it ends?
Well, last time their last map was what, 15 to 17 in the end? So we may have some distance.
สลับกระโดดจริง
That opening pick was fantastic for Miniboo, and like I said, just keeping that showstopper, holding their corners for the re-aggression, knowing that this squad was likely
ถึงกับ
to
จุ้ง
not sit on site, to not give them 3 kills if the rocket was popped. And it wasn't needed in the end.
เสื้อสวยนะ
Round number 25 about to unfold. It's been pretty much neck and neck the whole way along. Even when it comes to buy rounds, it's hard to separate these squads. The one thing is that there won't be ultimates online from the get-go. We could see slower play to farm those orbs. Perhaps a more direct approach from FPX, but I'm looking at the map and it certainly doesn't seem to be the case. They're much more spread out, looking to take the control bit by bit and deny any aggression from this defensive side.
คิดว่าทีมไหนพอจะงัดGen G ได้ไหมน่าจะ Fnatic ตอนนี้ Fnatic DRX ก็
There's no easy games in this
เดี๋ยว
group.
ดู
I
ไม่
think
มีทีม
that
แล้ว
that's
ว่าเกม
been
นี้
proven.
ลืม
Going up or going down. is not
Fnatic
gonna give
DRX เลเวทาน
much easier opponent. Already
G2 ก็
pressure being
ไม่รู้ว่ะ
placed in.
ทรง G2 ก็ไม่ค่อยน่างัดไหว
Isn't going to be the one
Ui.
to find the kills. In fact, it's Rien's alongside Miniboo to do
แต่
it.
อาจจะได้แก้มือ
Leaving 3 standing, but I can't count how many 3v5s we've seen so far this game. So Heretics need to make sure they don't.
G2 น่าจะพอ
overextend.
ไหว
Well, many games in the past, I've been counting teams out. At this
ทีม
point,
ซิ่งๆน่าจะโดน
อะลามบอทอย่างนั้นโคตรดีเลย
Gen G มันเล่นเป๊ะอะ
Pop-up comes in. 30 seconds though. We're certainly close to the
ยืน
conclusion.
แน่นเลยถ้าไม่โดนเคลียร์
G2 ภาพติดตาคือมันโดน 2-0 ไงก็เลยแต่เวอร์ชันนี้น่าจะโหดขึ้น
Perhaps a push through their own spawn.
เลเวทานผูเลเวทานผมว่ายังยากเลยนะเพราะว่าเพีย X น่าจะไม่ไหว
Can't sneak his way in, but they have at least managed to find the A site. A plant
ถ้าฟอร์มจากล่าสุดนะ
but a
ไม่ไหว
5 versus 2
แต่ถ้าอัปเกรดมาในแชมเปี้ยนอะไรก็เกิดขึ้นได้
even just trading at this point will be more than enough.
EDG มาไหม EDG เดี๋ยวต้องรอดูเลยว่ามาเปล่า
How do you try and remove this deficit? Are you hoping for a little bit of
อ้าว
luck?
โอ้
There it is.
เอาอีกแล้วเหรอ
มินิบูบอกอ้าวกูสายยืนตรงกลางแล้วนะ
Has Lyshaw alongside him, but not for much longer. With 15 HP,
ไม่น่ามีปัญหาละ
I think all the miracles are gone from this round. It will be Heretics to take that advantage. As they now need one more to end this
G2 โหดขึ้น
series.
เยอะน่าจะมีภาพอยู่
History versus FPX.
จบให้ได้นะ
An OT victory to send them below. That's got to
เอ้ยว่าตอนนี้ทีมไหนพอจะวัดจาก Gen G ได้บ้าง
Because we end up on Abyss 14 to
Fnatic
12. The same situation possible here now.
Fnatic with
FPX have called
passion.
the timeout because they know just how devastating that reality will be.
มาแล้วไม่ติดพาชั่นมาเต็มแล้วตอนเนี้ย
Hyped up. Benji's
กลับ
got
มา
ยื
แล้ว
นแล้วมินิบูยืนแล้วพี่
They're standing up. Miniboo's activated, and this is what we've been waiting for as
G2
well.
ไหวไหม
It's not like he's on
เหลือทางเอาอีกเหรอเนี่ย
ไม่เคยดู G2 สดเลย
so unacceptable.
ก็บอกว่า G2 แรงมากตอนนี้
And that's
เก่ง
all
นะ
we
พี่
needed to see on this
Bomb
stage
deal.
as well.
Red rounds. That's the more important thing. When it gets this late in the game, the numbers don't matter. You can have 30 kills or you can have 10. If you're the one that wins
แล้ว
an
DRX
OT
กับไหว
round,
ปะ
no one gives a damn.
จริง DRX ไหว
ไม่ไหว
You have one of the highest impact rounds to even
ผม
get
ว่า
them there in the first place.
วันรอบชิงเนี่ยคือ Gen G เกือบแพ้เลยนะเว้ย
To double up.
ให้มันได้ราวปฏิหารย์2 รอบราวมันกินเก็บคัดกับราวโอเวอร์ไทม์ ฟุตฟุตฟอร์มฟุตเป็นไงบ้างครับที่ได้ดูเย็นๆมา
The coaches to make their money on either side. Maybe calm the nerves. Maybe even calm them down after standing up and shouting across. We know that can
อะไรนะ
ฟอร์มฟุตเป็นไงบ้าง
โคตรเดือดตอนเนี้ยฟอร์มดีมาก
เอาแล้วไง
Back in we go. Defensive
กลุ่ม
side.
เปเปอร์เล็กนี่แม่งน่ากลัวสุดแล้วแบบโหแต่ละทีม
For the side of FPX, very good at taking that A control.
คือชีวิตด้วยแขวนไว้อยู่บนเส้นได้
Heretics look to hit elsewhere.
กลุ่มเจนจี้เนี่ยกับกลุ่มเนี้ยก็ตึงเหมือนกัน
อ๋อมันเหลืออีกปีหนึงอยู่แล้ว
Pushing up on round 2 players. We've seen this before from Berlin. Just in the last round they played on defense, he was alone. This time doubling up to provide that little bit of extra support. And he grabs a kill for his trouble.
แล้วนี่ไงโอทีรอบที่
And they were smoked off, but
ไหนก็
somehow
คู่สุดท้ายแล้ว
สลับกันเยอะกัน
that's the opening that I guess is karma for the last half that they played.
Timing though. It's
อุ้ย
gonna be
เอาว่ะ
everything. Minibu
จะจบที่นี่หรือเปล่า
โหดจัด
is all that matters at this stage, and he's found
ถอยดีกว่า
fight into that B side, but they're not going to look to play off it. You can see on the other side, Boo is waiting for a response, waiting to see if there's a re-aggress, an attempt to try and take this fight, but for now, much more passive. And that's mainly because, again, of that A side hold. You've got the cross being held on to. Autumn's position has been revealed, and I think they're just going to have to smoke this off and maybe get him out of that corner. That would not be a safe place to stay.
เอ้ยโห
Still running into a pretty heavy setup here on C. At least the orb is down for now. It's not going to last too much longer. Those sprays are good from Berlin. That's his third already. Damage done.
สวยจัด
ไปกันต่อครับ
สวยจัดเลย สวยจัดเลย
ดันกันดันกัน
13 to 13.
มันไม่คุยกันเหรอ
There's no splitting the difference here.
คอมโบ
Sure, it just seems like, well, again, just look at the scoreboard. That tells you all you need to know. The back and forth has been truly astounding from these two teams, neck and neck. If anything, we should maybe give them both a chance to play against Sentinels or both a chance to play against Gen G, because it really does seem like both teams could or should deserve to go marching on in the upper bracket. Unfortunately, this needs to be decided.
เกมเมื่อกี้ทะเลนาชีพมันต้องไปโดดไอ้นี่ปะโดดจากตรงไอ้กองทรายปะ
For rubble.
เลดชีพแล้วก็โดดขึ้นข้างบนเนี่ย
โดดแบบเมื่อกี้มันแบบมันดูช้าๆสูงไม่ค่อยพุ่งเลย
โดดแบบเมื่อกี้ก็คือกูก็แค่เข้าใช่ไหมแค่เข้าให้เพื่อนแหละไม่ได้หวังอะไร
ต้องโดดแบบจริงอะเหมือนแดด
Not the normal hold. You don't have an easy escape a lot of the time.
อุ้ยอะไรมันอัดแน่นกันตรงนั้น
Get out of there. He's got his blast packs. He's not on too committed of an angle. But then just take a look at Rien's. He's got no way out.
หน้าเอจะโดน
Wall might help him for a moment, but
เฮ้ยเอาว่ะพี่เหรียญตาย
พี่เหรียญอ๋อ
hit by the snake bite too. Mini Boo gets out, but the trade 1-1. It's not
ถึงมี
fantastic for
มิ
the
นิบูรอด
defensive
มาได้
side. Less players to defend this map now, and FPX still have the ability to take this wherever they want. The door is open. It looks like the spike is still going to the A side. They're committing. I thought this could be a fake after initial contact, but instead they're going to run heavy into 3 players from Heretics. And it's Heretics coming ahead in all the fights. Berlin left alone with an op.
Yeah, with an op.
แต่บอมอยู่ทีด้วย
He's got 20 seconds. He needs a miracle. He needs a mistake.
อย่างนี้เล่นง่ายอยู่
I don't even think he could pull this off unless Heretics do something silly. And wow, holding already. Benji, he's not going to repeat that. Absolutely no reason to. They could wait for him to try and grab the spike, try and plant, but they are not giving him anything. A shutdown and another chance for Heretics as they get themselves to match and series point again.
Another chance to close this out. Moving into their attack side. This was a big gamble by them. The 3-man rotate to the A side, but it couldn't have worked out any better. You can see that from FPX's perspective, you find the opening pick. You have a worker towards the C side who got absolutely no contact. And that to me is designed to move around.
พอชมว่าเมื่อกี้เมื่อกี้กันดีมากเพื่อนเลี้ยงน้ำแก้วหนึ่ง
อ่านมาบอกแก้วเดินเหรองั้นไปกันต่อแล้วกัน
Instead, they were the ones isolated, taken down, and with Berlin left alone, he had no chance.
Probably one of the most fun things about this series for me is, again, you just see the depth of both of these squads. I think Rien's has been outstanding on every single map. Every single map playing different roles, playing Sova, playing this Viper. He has been outstanding. Gecko on the last map as well. And then, of course, across the board, the exact same thing. Ayung has been unreal on the initiator. And you're going to talk about life. You're going to talk about Wu as these superstars that we have seen time and time again. But it really has been like at any moment, any player in this server could be the one to make the difference.
Yeah, I mean, even Autumn last map, it was really fun seeing him on the chamber. They were getting so much value out of that agent. For FPX.
Well, he played double duelist with this team in the past and has recently been moving to more like smoker roles at times and even playing some sentinels. I guess technically that is what he was
จบไหม
on,
พี่เอว่าจบไหม
Yeah,
นี่
yeah.
not
According
the,
to the rule.
quite the same degree.
I think you can do a little more with chamber when it comes to fighting than a
ที่เกือบ
Cypher,
3 ทุ่มเลยเหรอ
for example.
ขนาดคู่แรกมัน 2-0 นั่นแหละ
Tell Benji that.
The name's Runner. This is huge. The spam though has been dodged by FPX.
ลองนึกภาพถ้าคู่แรก 2-1 อ่ะผมว่ามี 4 ทุ่ม
This time, next to nothing. In fact, no damage, right? Walking straight into the side and finding the opening. That's life down.
จบแล้ว
Opportunity to convert the plant as well. FPX can't really deny this. They have to fight for the
จบเถอะ
Well, yeah, this could be it.
ใครก็ได้ตอนนี้จบเถอะ
The hold from Boo. I don't know if they will have heard.
อย่าทำให้ต้องโลกผิดหวัง
A little bit of extra damage. Well, they definitely know now. He's revealed his
ดอน
position,
ดอน
but if anything,
อย่าทำให้ต้องโลกผิดหวัง
they're going to have to try and fight for
Yeah,
this.
pick.
Try and get back in. Paranoia has been used elsewhere to try and reclaim the baby door.
อุ้ย
โอ้ย
หลุดแล้ว Of this
ก็เดินไปงั้นเลย
to try and hold the line, and that's
เฮ้ย เอาดิ
exactly what
มิ
they're
นิ
doing.
มินิเต้นเย็น
Needs to be so
เฮ้ย
defeated when it just isn't happening. It's left all onto Autumn. He's fought throughout this series, but I think the job is done. Time and time again, you'll see these teams fight against each other, and unfortunately,
หน้าเอาตั้มแบบเสียดายเลยสงสารน้องแพ้เฮเลติกอีกแล้วไอเพียคงเซ็งกูแพ้เฮเลติกอีกแล้วนักฆ่าทีมจีน โอเคงั้นเดี๋ยวผมไปเล่นวาโลต่อนะจะได้ไม่เสียเวลายังไงก็ฝากร้านเติมเกมไว้ด้วยนะครับร้านนี้นะเติมเนี้ยร้านเนี้ยเห็นนะชี้เนี่ยชี้ร้านเนี้ยตุนมากับพลอยครับ
ยังไงเซนติเนลก็โดน
ใต้
ปะ
คลิปเลย
นั่นเดี๋ยวพี่ทำไมคิดว่าเซนติเนลจะโดนวะ
ผมว่าเซนติเนลโดน ร้านเติมไวจัด .com นะครับผมเข้าไปเติมกันได้เติมVALORANTถูกราคาถูกเติมไวนะครับแล้วก็พรุ่งนี้สกินแชมป์เข้านะเดี๋ยวมาเติมให้ดูเดี๋ยวมาซื้อสกินแชมป์ให้ดูใครที่จะแบบดูเชิงก่อนว่าน่าซื้อไหมเดี๋ยวพรุ่งนี้มาเทสให้ดูมีโค้ดไหมพี่ไม่มีดิแต่มันถูกอยู่แล้วไม่ต้องมีโค้ดหรอกแค่ไปเติมแล้วบอกว่ามาจากกูมาจากพี่เอฟอะไรเงี้ย ใจเย็นแต่จริงๆผมยังให้ปฏิเทคมากกว่ามินิบูอยู่ว่ะพี่มันนิ่งกว่า
ให้ใครนะ
ปฏิเทคไงชุดปฏิเทค
แน่นอน
โอ้ชุดนั้น
ตั
เดื
ว
อด
นั้นมันของจริง
ที่อยากให้ FPX ชนะว่ะแต่ก็พิกเอ็มไว้อะว่าเฮลิติกกับเจนจีอะเฮลิติกเข้าไปเจอเจนจีเอาว่ะไฟนอลรีเทิร์น
คนไทยถูก2 คู่13 คน1 คู่176เอ้า
ใช่เหรอ
ที่ตั้งกลุ่มไปไงในVLR
ในเกมเหรอ
ก็ใช่เหมือนแบบว่าเราไปทายใน VLR ใช่ปะเหมือนทายแฟนตาซีฟุตบอลอ่ะ
ฮะ
แต่นี่เป็นทีมทายเสร็จเราก็สร้างกลุ่มแล้วก็ให้คนมาจอย
อ๋อหรือว่าทายในเกม
ลืมไปทายในตัวเกม
ทายในเกมไว้เซน
ลืมไปทายโอ้โห
เอาพี่ไม่ได้
ในเกมถูกได้อะไรอ่ะ
ได้พวกไอ้ที่ห้อยอ่ะ
โอ้
ถ้าทาย 100% ถูกจะได้ไตเติ้ล Perfect Pix มาเดี๋ยวลงทีมแล้วขึ้นใหม่แชท เดี๋ยวมาเล่นเกมวาโลเดี๋ยวจะ